permit appointment, which one's that?
Thank you for being so kind and paying attention. I want to wait for Ms. Herr.
Okay. Which one, permit appointment?
I think we can, we're going to start the meeting right now. We're going to wait on the county commissioner to do a few things, but before we do that, during the morning meeting, we did not get to 27, and I'd like to get to that first if we could. 27 on your agenda is the Orange County Housing Finance Authority Multifamily Housing Revenue Bond Series, and it's on the county attorney's consent agenda. County attorney's consent agenda. Is there any discussion on that? Any discussion on that? Okay, got it.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. We're now going to go before we go to 34, which is what we waited on. And it's great that we have a good audience, because all of you, I want you to know that this is the last meeting of our county manager, Nicole Guillet, who is down here to my right. Nicole has been with us longer than any other county manager in the recent history. And she's not leaving Seminole County. She's going to work for our airport, the Orlando Sanford Airport. But I want you to know that we all owe her a great deal of gratitude and thanks. And so from the people of Seminole County, I want to...
Get me all emotional before my presentation.
Now, we've got a lot of very difficult issues today, so we thought we'd give that to her beforehand. But Nicole, sincerely, we could all speak volumes of how much we appreciate you, and I think we'll all do that individually for the sake of time. We're not going to do it right now. If we have time at the end, I will give everybody the chance to do it. But we all know how we have important issues to go over today, so let's do that and move right into it. And our first item is the county manager is going to update us on the American Rescue Plan Act. County manager.
Thank you very much. And in the interest of time, I will just simply say it has been the biggest honor of my life to be able to serve this county, and I'm so grateful that I'll be able to continue to do that in a different capacity at the airport. But thank you all. This is my home, and it's as important to me as it is to all of you, so thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Before we move on, I'm not going to get into details about Nicole, but just a little bit. You were actually raised in this area, weren't you?
I was. I went to Altamont Elementary and Millway Middle School and Lyman High School and UCF. Go Knights.
I was going to say, she and I have parallel thing. We went to Lyman High School, we went to UCF.
So who was your principal?
Commissioner Carlton Henley was my principal for longer parts of my life than I cared. As an adult as well as a high school student.
And her father and family still live in the Altamont Springs area, right behind the Florida Hospital, or Advent Health.
In a Seminole County enclave.
And in Seminole County enclave, that's correct. Okay.
Okay, back
now,
to business.
34.
34. So I wanted to give you, we haven't had an update on the American Rescue Plan program for Seminole County in a while, so I wanted to update you before I pass over the reins to Tricia Johnson. Drew the short straw on this, so she'll be handling this. It really is a really important and great project for the county. But today I'll try to get you up to speed before I hand things off to her. So As a reminder, the American Rescue Plan Act was enacted in March of this year. It directed a little over $91 million to Seminole County. In addition to Seminole County, the cities within Seminole County also received money directly, which is a different dynamic than what we saw in the CARES Act. The school board is also getting money, and all told, the Seminole County community is receiving almost $300 million in rescue plan monies. So it's a significant program throughout Seminole County. The eligible uses, I know we've been through this before, but there are a number of people in the audience who may not be aware of this, but it is primarily intended to respond to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is also intended to help address some of the reductions in revenue for local government operations. That in turn provides relief to taxpayers so that they can continue to receive services without seeing any sort of impact on their tax bills. It also has some provisions that are non-COVID related, which allow investments in water and sewer, stormwater infrastructure, as well as broadband infrastructure. And then there are some provisions also for disaster pay and emergency pay for eligible workers, which is a program that the county already had in effect. We received the first, there are 2 tranches of money, of funding coming to both the county and the cities. We received our first tranche earlier this year. The second $46 million is anticipated to come next summer. We have been watching very carefully because there is a slight concern that perhaps that might be redirected in light of all of the additional spending programs that are being discussed at the federal level. So we're cautiously watching that. If monies were to be redirected, it would significantly impact your program as well as the programs that the cities have proposed. There are some other non-recovery dollar programs that are providing assistance outside of that $91.6 million. One of those programs is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. As a reminder, this is a program that is an income-qualified rent and utility assistance program. We received about $14 million out of the Consolidated Appropriations Act, which was a different COVID funding act that was passed at the end of 2020. We have been utilizing that money to provide assistance for both rents and utilities for households that are at 80% or below the AMI, which for a household of 4 is about $60,000 annual income. Thus far, since we received those monies earlier this year, we've distributed about $11.6 million to almost 2,000 families and individuals. The average award on that is about $6,000. It pays for rent that is in arrears, as well as 3 months prospectively. It will also cover utilities that are in arrears. This is the program that many of you have heard maybe in the news about. There was all this rental assistance, it wasn't getting out. Seminole County has really been a model in making sure that this money is getting out to the community and not sitting in the bank while people are in need. We have a second emergency rental assistance program that's been allocated through the rescue plan, and that's another $11 million. Again, this is income qualified as well, so only folks that are at that 80% and below AMI are eligible for it. This one has a little. We have a little more latitude on how to use these dollars, so we're anxious to get to them. We have to get through the first round before we can get to this. This also addresses COVID-related impacts, but in addition, it will address impacts that happened during COVID, whether they're COVID-related or not. So if somebody lost their job, but it wasn't COVID-related, but they still had a hardship during that time period, these funds were available to assist in that recovery. So we have, as you can see, about $11 million available for assistance and administration of that program. The other program that we have that's not in the recovery bucket, that $91.6 million, is the Emergency Mortgage Assistance Program. This also is an income qualified program for folks at 80% AMI to assist with mortgage assistance. The ERAP program we can't use for mortgage assistance. So this came out of a different pot of money, $1.6 million. We've spent almost half of that, I guess about half of that thus far, and we've assisted 57 families or individuals, and that average award is a little over $13,000. Just throw the screen up here. This is the allocations that the board originally approved in the different Recovery Act categories. As you can see, public support for public health response is $9 million. Addressing negative economic impacts is a little over $19 million. Revenue replacement and administration is at $48.5 million. Infrastructure is at $14.7 million. So I wanted to talk a little bit today about something we've touched on briefly at other discussions and get into a little more detail about the municipal participation. Because as I mentioned to you, in addition to the county getting money with this round of assistance, the cities are also getting funding directly, which was not the case under CARES Act. We administered it for the entire county. So one of the things that we talked about early on with our 7 cities was how do we leverage all of this money that's coming to the county to use it as efficiently as possible and to make sure we're not duplicating services and getting the money out in a way that we get the most bang for our buck. So we met several times, the city managers and county staff. And we identified some areas where we specifically asked them to participate. One was the Sheriff's Mental Health Initiatives. We asked them to contribute collectively $3 million to that $9 million program. Also, we asked them to supplement the $1 million that we had committed to county mental health initiatives and asking them to provide $1 million. We also asked them to help underwrite the $400,000 that the county had committed to direct assistance to nonprofits, and then we asked for an additional $500,000 to put into the bucket for homelessness diversion efforts. Additionally, we offered, since we had started under the CARES Act program administering direct assistance to individuals and direct assistance to small businesses, we had an infrastructure in place to provide that assistance. We offered to let them come in under our program because our dollars under this program were only going to go to individuals who lived in unincorporated Seminole County or businesses that were located in unincorporated Seminole County. If they had city individuals or city businesses that wanted that needed assistance, rather than creating 8 different programs in the county, we thought it might make sense for us all to throw in and just administer those funds through our programs. So we talked to them about that. Additionally, we have some partnerships with Seminole State College that we thought would be a good fit for the cities as well. They would benefit, and their residents would benefit from that. So we talked about participation in those programs. And then, as you know, we're doing a broadband coverage study, which will cover all of Seminole County. We were going to pay for the unincorporated portion, and any city that wanted to participate could instead of doing their own study, be a part of that and just pay their pro rata share. So we talked about all of those and got varying participation from some of the cities, and I'll get into that as we get further into the report. But the total funding that the municipalities received is about $105 million altogether, which was a little more than we anticipated them receiving. And then I just threw up here on the screen so you can see how the population, how the distribution of the funds fell out in comparison to population. It was interesting. We ran into some challenges as we were trying to apportion the dollars because the cities, the amount of money, the total amount of money that the cities got was not divided proportionately based on population. There was an interesting calculus that they used, and it took into account some other entitlements that cities got. So although the city of Sanford is the largest city, they did not get the most amount of money. They were actually kind of, I think, maybe the 4th or 5th ranking in getting money. So we tried to make it fair, and the cities were very, very cognizant of that, and they agreed to, on all but the broadband study, when we were trying to figure out how you would apportion the money, they did it based on the funding allocation rather than population, so that Sanford wasn't disadvantaged. And I think it was a great accommodation on the part of the cities. So I will not run through all of these, but I did include in your packet the participation by, we've gotten 5 cities that the city managers have prepared a program to propose to to their boards, and we feel pretty confident that these are how the numbers are going to fall out. But this is the city of Altamont Springs. They've all chosen different things to participate in, programs to participate in, and as I get into the individual programs, I'll share that with you. But the Altamont Springs in total is proposing to do joint funding on $1.4 million in various programs. The city of Castleberry is at $992,000. The city of Longwood is at $507,402. The city of Oviedo is at $1.24 million, and the city of Sanford is at $579,000. And you can see on those charts that they've sort of chosen a variety of different things to participate in. So it's pretty significant. It's over $4 million total from the cities that will be combined in with the county's efforts on these programs. I think that's pretty significant. A little over $3 million of that is in joint programs, and then about $1 million of it is for individual assistance or some other direct assistance to their residents through our programs. So any questions on that? I'm going to move into the individual programs. So,
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, do we have it in writing that certain cities are not participating, or is this it?
So we've got the 5 cities that I included in there. We have heard that the city of Winter Springs intends to participate in some of the programs. I don't think that we'll know until January.
Okay.
And the city of Lake Mary has some significant needs on their own. I think that they may participate in the broadband study, but I don't know that we'll see much more than that.
I just want to make sure.
And this is just based on what the city managers have told me. All of this does still need to go to their boards.
I want to make sure we're giving them every opportunity. Number
Yes, sir.
2, I want to make sure we're documenting it in writing.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
Commissioner Zimbow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, on the sheriff's $6 million on the behavioral and the programs that are put together there, I know we've discussed this previously, but I'm sure everybody received the email yesterday about the updates that the sheriff has some good news that Advent Health has offered up to also participate and assist. This probably is going to be a much larger discussion, but I want to put it on staff's radar so that we discuss with the cities moving forward in light of this new event. I think there's going to be opportunities to adjust this program, expand certain areas, and other areas may be able to be withdrawn. So let's make sure that we have staff on point with the sheriff's office to review that.
Absolutely, and we are working on an agreement with the sheriff's office right now, so we can make sure that there's that flexibility in there.
Great. Thank you.
And that's a great segue into the first specific program I wanted to talk to you about is the sheriff's mental health initiatives. And I won't get into the details of the program because we've talked about that at great length. But I did want to point out, we had initially allocated $6 million to this program with an ask of the remaining 3 to come from the cities. And we've gotten great commitment from the cities in participation in this. We're at $2.2 million in contribution from the cities. Right now, we're anticipating a shortfall, not knowing what Lake Mary or the city of Winter Springs might do, but right now we're at a shortfall of $777,000. And I would recommend that we make a commitment to make up, it may be less than that if we get some additional city participation, but my recommendation, and you'll see there are a number of things at the end of the meeting, I'll sum them up again for you, but one of the things I'll be asking you to take action on is to go ahead and authorize us to cover the shortfall on that, whatever it is, because this is a really important program. But I will tell you, I congratulate the cities, and I'll say it a lot today, because it was a really unique initiative. I don't know that you'd see any other county in the state, much less in the nation, that has the kind of joint participation and leveraging that we're attempting to do here in the county. So I'm really, really very excited about that. The next initiative was the Mental Health Initiative Partnership. We allocated $1 million of county funds to this and asked the cities to match that. We do not have specific programs identified through this. This is one of the things that we took $500,000 of that and dedicated it to the community health initiative, knowing that mental health would be a part of that, but there is no specific program tied to that. The cities thus far have made tentative commitments of $741,000 towards mental health. So in total, we're at $1.74 million in money available to address mental health initiatives outside of what the sheriff is doing in Seminole County. The next initiative, as a reminder, is just the general community health initiative to address a number of health issues in the community. This was something, as you'll recall, that came out of your retreat and one of your key strategic priorities. We had $1 million dedicated to this. $200,000 we've already directed to the community paramedicine program. The remaining $800,000 is available as that initiative starts moving forward. I can tell you that Allison is already starting to staff up that team, so you should start to see some movement on that soon. Next is just direct COVID-19 response, which is really what the rescue dollars are in large part about. We have $1 million allocated to that. If this is an area where if things continue to move in the direction that we're seeing them move, this will probably be an area where you'll be able to reallocate some dollars to other needs in the county. This is Tricia is going to do periodic check-ins with you to see where we are on this, because of course this money has to be spent by December 24th. In most cases, in some of 2024, in most cases, December of 2026 for capital projects. So just keep this one on your radar. We may have an opportunity to do some other things. Direct assistance to individuals. I talked a lot earlier about the emergency rental assistance programs and the emergency mortgage assistance programs. Those are income qualified programs. So the only folks in the community that are eligible for that assistance are folks that are at the 80% AMI or below. We recognize that other families are struggling in the community as well, so you allocated $4 million of the recovery funds to provide assistance to households that are at the 80 to 140% AMI, and that 140, you chose 140% because that's the workforce housing benchmark. So in addition to our commitment of $4 million there, the city, you can see that the cities have made some commitments. Altamont Springs committed up to $350,000, Castleberry up to $250,000, Longwood up to $120,000, and Oviedo up to $312,000. Those folks they'll be running through our program, and if we get applicants through our direct assistance programs that are in those cities, there will be funds available through their contributions. The interesting thing is the portal opened on December 10th, and as of last week, we had 34 applications. So with the CARES Act money and the ERAP, the Emergency Rental Assistance money, we're pretty saturated in the community. So we're thinking these numbers and this allocation may be much higher than we need it to be. So again, this is an area that I would keep an eye on, because there will be opportunities to reallocate. We think this is probably much more money than we're going to need, both from our commitments and possibly from the city's commitments as well. The next category is small business assistance. This program, we mirrored the CARES Act standards for this program, where we did $5,000, $10,000, and $15,000 awards for small businesses that were impacted by COVID. Those different categories are based on the number of employees. You committed $1.5 million in your allocations to small business assistance. However, as a reminder, we had some remnant CARES Act money, and the board decided to take $2 million of that and put that towards small business assistance before going into the recovery dollars. And because those CARES Act dollars were countywide, that bucket of assistance will be available countywide. We didn't ask the cities to contribute to that. Again, this is an area where we're not seeing a whole lot of as much interest as we perhaps initially anticipated. The portal on this just opened a couple of weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago. Thus far, as the end of last week, we had 64 completed applications and about 200 in the mix. So you may not even need to move to the Recovery Act money to meet the need in the community here with that $2 million that you have left from CARES. So again, another area to watch. Direct assistance to nonprofits. This was a program, we set it up a little bit differently. As you'll recall, we did this with the CARES Act funds. We set this up a little bit differently this time into 2 priority group categories with a set award of of $25,000 and $15,000, depending on what priority group the particular nonprofit fell into. We estimated that about $400,000 would be enough based on the assistance we gave during the CARES Act, and asked the cities to help supplement that. Rather than adding money on top of that, we thought in total $400,000 would be enough. I think we asked for about 100 and change from the cities. We've gotten a commitment of $98,000 in this program. So with that commitment, the cities, to get to the $400,000, the county's commitment would really only need to be about $300,000 rather than $400,000. So there's an opportunity to reallocate that $100,000 to another need, and that's one of the things I'll talk to you about at the end of the presentation. The next category is small business technical assistance. As you'll recall, this was a program that we set up with Seminole State College's Small Business Development Center, and they came up with a great program where they had a menu of different services that small businesses could access. We know that human resources has been a real challenge, and personnel management, training, et cetera, have been challenges for smaller businesses. So they set up a number of different assistance programs that small businesses could access, and they're listed there with kind of the anticipated cost per business. The county allocated $350,000 as set that aside for businesses that may want to access this training. We're still working on the final agreement. The scope is finalized, and you should see an agreement for this arrangement coming forward in the next meeting or so. This was a program that we talked to the cities about because Seminole State set it up as a menu of different services. We decided on this one it would be best for the cities to just deal directly with the college, because they can just pay for whatever services they want. We don't really need to be in the mix on that one. The next category is tourism support. As a reminder, in the American Rescue Plan, tourism was specifically identified as an industry that was particularly hard hit by COVID. I think we all know that intuitively just based on the news story. So they're encouraged providing some funding to assist in tourism support. The first item up there is an airport incentive to recruit a new airline carrier for the Orlando Sanford Airport. As you'll recall, they originally asked for $5 million. We allocated $1 million. I will tell you that's pending, and you'll probably see something that in a few weeks, but we don't have anything specific on that now. The other incentive under tourism support was incentives to support the lodging industry. You allocated $500,000 to that. You had two different categories, full-service hotels and select service hotels. We have 4 full-service hotels in the county, as you're aware. All 4 of them have applied for the funding. We're finalizing the agreements on those. And we've reached out to the select service hotels and have started receiving applications from them as well. They have, I think, until the end of the year to apply for this funding. Workforce training. So this is really, this is one of the programs I'm most excited about. We've had a great effort in working with Seminole State College to develop a workforce training program, and they have come up with I think just something that's going to be really beneficial to the community. And maybe in part because I know what we've been struggling with here at the county, but a part of the initiative is a Public Works Academy, and they're really focusing on, and not just for public agencies, but construction trades, electrical, plumbing, a lot of the things that we need as an organization that other businesses need, and they are enhancing the programs that they already have. They're creating an outdoor lab, which I think is just amazing. A really great initiative. We have finalized the scope with them on this and are working on the final agreement. Some of the cities are as excited about this as we are, and we've gotten a commitment in addition to our $1 million, another $240,000 towards this program. And my recommendation is we just add that on top of the $1 million, because I think there's a lot that can be done here, and rather than adjusting our allocation, we move it forward at the $1.2 million. The next category is homelessness diversion. We had originally had $3.65 million allocated to this program. This was another priority discussion with the cities because this is a county-wide issue. The two things that we had identified, we had specifically identified funding for the rescue outreach mission, as well, and then we had a separate category of other homelessness diversion services. We had originally allocated $2.85 million to rescue outreach mission with the anticipation that we would also get some matching funding from the cities. We were asking for about $500,000. In discussions with the cities, they were very interested in participating in homelessness. They wanted to support the mission. They wanted to support the other homelessness diversion activities. So rather than dividing them up, they have contributed to this homelessness diversion bucket, and with the intention that some of it go to rescue outreach mission and some of it go to whatever other efforts the county pursues in this respect. And we've gotten a commitment thus far from the cities of $370,000 to go towards homelessness diversion efforts. We have been continuing to talk with the Rescue Outreach Mission to make sure that that organization is stabilized. And as you'll recall, we did an agreement earlier this year to provide 2 years of funding for an executive director and another staff person, and that was at $350,000. The ARPA discussion, the rescue plan discussion, was for a 3-year term, originally with the $2 million that the county had committed and another $500,000 anticipated from the cities. In talking with folks at the mission and talking with Commissioner Herr, who is your liaison to that board, we have trued up that original agreement to be from a 2-year agreement to a 3-year agreement, consolidated that with the other $2.5 million that we anticipated. So now we're at $3,025,000. It's kind of an odd number, but that's how it worked out. For the rescue outreach mission, which is it's an increase of about $600,000 over what we originally anticipated, not having the city's money in the mix. Now that we have another $370 from the cities, that leaves almost $1 million for other homelessness diversion efforts in the county, which is we were at about 1.3, so it's pretty consistent with where we originally started. Additionally, for your consideration today, I think that some of you have received information. I know they reached out to the chairman's office. He asked that I bring it up today. We've received a request from the Worley Park housing development. They are a facility that provides housing for homeless individuals and families. They also provide wraparound services as part of that, as part of their program. They asked for an allocation of $1 million, $250,000 a year for 4 years. The Community Services Department met with them, and their recommendation is an allocation of $125,000 a year for 3 years. So that'll be something we can talk about when we get to the action items. I know that the applicant was here earlier today. I think, yeah. Sure. Somebody is here from Worley Park if you have questions. That they're and our community services folks are here as well if you want to ask questions about that. This is the first time we've talked about this item, so this is something new for your consideration. So we can stop if you have any questions on that now, or we can hold it off until the end when we talk about the action items, whatever the...
Why don't you finish and then we'll have questions.
Okay. The next category is the affordable housing funding. To remind you, you allocated $2 million for inclusion in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Community Services is developing an investment plan for those dollars. They are also staffing up. As you'll recall, you authorized in this year's budget a staff person to help administer the affordable housing program. So I'm sure when he or she gets here, they'll have a much more specific program for you to consider with respect to these dollars. The next program is community facilities. This is a funding category that doesn't have a designated project with it, but we set aside funding to provide the opportunity to develop facilities in qualified census tracts, which is, as you'll recall, a significant theme throughout the recovery dollars is directing funds to qualified census tracts within the community. Next category is community parks. There's some new stuff here for you on this. Community parks was something that we supported significantly with the CARES Act money. We all recall that during COVID, the outdoors was was the place to be, and it gave us some opportunities to really enhance some of our parks and other outdoor facilities. The rescue dollars also offer that opportunity. You allocated $2 million of ARPA funds, recovery funds, to community parks. Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, we had some remnant CARES Act dollars available. And my recommendation is that you direct the remaining, we directed some of it to the Small Business Assistance program. I would recommend that you also direct the remaining $1.6 million of the CARES Act money to the Community Parks program. And I've given you a list of projects that I think are good candidates. That Rick Durr has put these together. With the exception of one, they're all in qualified census tracts. The remaining CARES Act dollars, along with the recovery dollars, amounts to a total of $3.6 million. You had already committed $1 million of the rescue plan money to the Midway Trail and Linear Park. We've added improvements in Bookertown, Lake Dot, the Midway Park, which is separate from the Midway Trail, the Sunland Park, Wynwood Park, and Jamestown, and that rounds out to the remaining $1 million of the recovery money that's available. Additionally, with the $1.6 million of CARES Act, Remnant CARES Act, we're recommending that you direct $1 million of that to the Inclusion Park at Rolling Hills. It's the one project that's not in a qualified census tract, but it's not required to be because if we use CARES Act dollars. And then the remaining $600,000 of CARES Act money, direct that also to the Midway Trail and Linear Park because we expect that's going to be about a $2 million project. So these are new. And I will ask you a little bit later to take action on them, but they do meet the requirements of the Recovery Act, and they are consistent with the discussion that we've had on investment in community parks with these funds. Any questions on that? Okay. Next is revenue replacement. This, as a reminder, is a provision in the Act that allows us to address revenue impacts to the county in order to maintain continuity of service despite impacts to the county's revenue stream as a result of COVID. We did a little bit of restructure on this in consultation with Lori because we keep getting more information about how this needs to be structured. We had originally had $27.5 million for budget stabilization over the next 3 to 4 years. We have adjusted that upward because we anticipate some of the other initiatives that you have going are going to have a greater impact on the reserves moving forward. So this will help with the budget stabilization. So we shifted another $14 million to that. We still have the $2 million for website and information services, and then $5 million is designated as administration simply because that's what the Recovery Act requires us to do and how they require us to kind of structure this. It will still provide that same revenue replacement, the same impact, we just had to classify it differently. And then finally, the final category is infrastructure. We had $10 million, I'll start at the bottom and then go back to broadband. $10 million allocated for the Midway Drainage Improvement Project, which is about, I have $18 million, but it's probably going to be closer to $20 million project if we're lucky. The staff has already started working on this project. The RFP for design work is on the street. I think they've actually gotten it back since I did this, prepared the presentation, and the selection of the consultant to do the design work should be to the board probably in late January. So making great progress on that. The broadband, we have $4.7 million allocated to that. $200,000 of that was to do the coverage study, and then another $4.5 for actual infrastructure improvements that may be necessary. Hopefully, with the new infrastructure bill passing, there will be funds available through that would allow you to redirect this $4.5 million, but it's there in case you need it. The coverage study, the RFP review is complete, and staff is currently reviewing that. It will come to the board for selection either December or January, so that's moving forward as well. We were really anxious to get that moving because we don't know what the infrastructure bill might require, and if we wanted to really be ahead of the curve and make sure that we had all of our ducks in a row if money became available there. I won't go through this. I just wanted to remind you that there was a significant amount of reporting requirements associated with this funding, and your resource management team, as well as other folks on staff, will be mired in this for the next 3 years. So something to look forward to. So, so the action item page. As a follow-up to the discussion and the items that I presented to you earlier, I've kind of distilled it down to a number of action items to keep things moving forward. The allocation to the Sheriff's Mental Health Program, which would be to cover that anticipated $777,000 shortfall. Adjusting the county allocation for nonprofit assistance, which allocating that downward so that we're at just the $400,000 that we anticipated we would need now that we've got city participation. Additional allocation for Rescue Outreach Mission, as we discussed. There is the requested allocation for Worley Park. Approval of the additional community park allocations so that staff can start working on those if that's the board's desire. And then just accepting the restructure of the revenue replacement. I think that's everything that needed action. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Or
Okay, we've gotten this. Let's go into questions and/or discussion. Do I have Commissioner Herr?
What I would ask is that we take each bullet point individually, discuss it, vote on it, and move on from it so that we actually can just kind of move through these fairly effectively.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, so we can move along quicker. So let's just go to the first one.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Before we do that, is there anything we want to add to this? Because there are things we can actually add to this, correct?
this is your program. This is the board's program. So yes, whatever.
Where would that be, County Manager? Where would you want that to be voted on? At the end, in one of these bullet points, or where would you like that to be?
Well, considering that it may impact decisions on these other things, maybe you should get those out on the table.
Okay, so let's get those out on the table. Commissioner Zimbauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all know, and I had my office forward to you all, is a request by the Boys and Girls Club of Central Florida for the Oviedo area. Boys and Girls Club, a request for $2.5 million for land and building improvements. Hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to read the letter of request. It documents the impact from the COVID, how many additional young lives they've had to facilitate during this and will continue to facilitate as the pandemic has impacted those families. And for those of you who are unaware, the Boys and Girls Club is relatively a new thing in the Oviedo area. It is something that has been long overdue. The work that they do in serving meals and focusing these young men and women in the right path and getting them on in a path to be productive members of our family, of our community, as well as helping their families. I think everybody knows the good work that they do there. So I'm asking for support from my fellow commission on that $2.5 million.
Commissioner?
So I didn't know we were coming with the Christmas list.
Nor did I.
So I thought we had a process in place for nonprofits to apply for these funds, and I would like to continue with that process regardless of the organization. I think it keeps it fair. I think it keeps it clean. I'm uncomfortable with shooting out names and organizations from the dais without backups or agreements or, when you looking at Rescue Outreach Mission as an example, we've made a large commitment to them, but it has not gone without a financial version of a colonoscopy for that organization. We have made them bear all in that agreement. So I feel like, with these funds comes transparency and accountability and commitment, and I'm not saying that Boys and Girls Club wouldn't do that, but certainly I'm not interested in giving any organization those types of funds without an associated transparent conversation and legal agreement.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I
Commissioner.
mean, that goes to say that I believe that with Commissioner Zimbauer's recommendation, those agreements would have to happen. And that's a given, I would imagine.
Yes, I have no intent of trying to hide anything. I think we're in the sunshine here today making this request. It would be my anticipation that staff would adhere to the ARPA requirements. Our legal counsel would oversee that to make sure that, it's done appropriately. In no way, shape, or form am I asking to write blank checks or checks that can't be supported. So to Commissioner Lockhart's point, I have every expectation that we will follow the federal guidelines before we do anything for any organization, which I think we've already done up to this point.
Chairman?
Commissioner?
So if I think using ROM, Rescue Outreach Mission, as the analogy is a good one. The agreements did come after the fact, after great consternation, but in addition to that, there was also a requirement of submitting financial documents, staffing documents, business plans, sitting on their boards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that situation may be a tad different, but this one is not that different. Additionally, I have the concern that we're not looking at this, I'm going to borrow your words, holistically, in that because they were the first to get a letter into the office, we're looking at that and what's next and what happens at the end when one comes and, man, that's the one we should have supported. And if we had just taken 10% off of every other one, we could have done this one. So there has to be a process by which nonprofits, all exceptionally worthy work that happens in our community, come before us that's a little more succinct than this. Because I can tell you, if we're doing round robin from the dais, I would tell you table it and I'll come back to the next meeting prepared to do round robin from the dais. Because that was not an expectation that I came to this meeting with.
And I have no problem continuing this because I have one that I'd like to bring forward as well. And we weren't asked to do that, but I have one. I actually emailed it to the county manager when I received it yesterday. And hopefully it got forwarded to everyone. If not, I have a copy of it. And that's mental health with Allie's Hope.
Allie's Hope, yeah.
That they're doing work with all the schools. And there's excess money in the mental health that was clearly depicted. And I think that what better way to address the issues that are happening in the schools and or COVID or the pandemic is to help our students. And I think that's a great way to leverage money with an organization. And I have no problem asking them to provide all the proper documentations and all the wherewithal that needs to happen to make sure that it's above board. But, if we need to continue this, that's fine. But I think there's enough money here to do all these things. I really do.
Yeah, so let me be clear on what I was asking to be
Commissioner
continued.
is next. Go ahead.
Just this addition, I think the bullet points that you brought forth don't need to be continued. We came prepared for that. But the notion of adding addition onto this, and quite honestly, one on the list falls into that category. There needs to be a process built by the team by which the submission happens, the required paperwork happens, and then it comes to us, as opposed to we all come here with our wish list. That it just doesn't seem like that's going to create the best outcome, quite honestly, for any of us or the nonprofits, and most of all, the people that are being served by the nonprofits.
County Manager, do you have any comment?
So I think a process is a good idea. The direct assistance, so the direct assistance to nonprofits, neither one of these two proposals, the Allie's Hope or the Boys and Girls Club, would fall into that because the limit is $25,000. But there is not a process right now for the mental health requests. There is a bucket of money there. There is money for community facilities. So there hasn't been. Or homelessness diversion, for that matter. I mean, ROM was kind of a one-off, and we did allocate money and then go back and look at a lot of things, but that was, and I get the impression that maybe this is being patterned a little bit after that one-off. But I think if you're going to set up a process, it's just hard. The difficulty in the process is, what do you want to do? Do you want to set a limit? Do you want to just have proposals come in? There is no, but you're correct, there is no process for those other categories. We have some specific processes for the smaller nonprofit assistance and for the individual assistance and small business assistance. But for these other sort of undesignated categories, such as mental health and community facilities, there is not a process in place.
Commissioner?
So I think it would be a good use of time over the course of the next couple of weeks to have staff come back to us with a process at our next meeting for us to have that discussion. Let's have the process discussion absent from a name of an organization, because I think we need, as best we can, to not only keep the politics, but the politicking out of this. The ROM is our only emergency homeless shelter in this community other than Safe House of Seminole for domestic violence abuse. We have lots and lots of nonprofits that serve families and children in this community. And I'm not saying that Boys and Girls Club isn't a lovely one, but if this needs to be not just about what my favorite is or what your favorite is or what we need our staff to come to us with a process that keeps this completely and holistically what's going to be best for the community, and come up with a ranking system, come up with a point system, come up with whatever it is that you all think would be best to bring back to us. I think I'd like to hear those ideas.
Any other comments?
I'd like to hear your comments, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to hear your comments, Mr. Chairman.
Well, honestly, I think that there needs to be, excuse me, there needs to be a process, I think, clearly. I don't think anybody has objected to that. I think that it's important that they fall within the categories that we have discussed. I think, as all have said, there's a number of great organizations in this community that could do it. I will just tell you that I am prepared to ask for money for the Sharing Center, which I think has done a great deal of money.
I'll throw out Shepherd's Hope.
Which has done a great deal. Well, you can do that if you want to.
Well, he's sitting in the back, and so I saw him, so, yeah.
So has done a great deal of work for, the homeless and other aspects of our community, which I think is also something. And I quite frankly, the only organization that allows children with their mothers when it comes to human trafficking is in our county, and that's Lifeboat Project.
Yep.
And I would very much think that they should have some money for this, because, I wasn't looking at the million and the $2.5 million, but I was looking at, $500,000 and $250,000, and talking to the county manager. That was doable within the context of the money that we had. But the first and foremost that I would always be prepared to support is the fact that, and I think all of these would come under, and any others that want to do would come under this system and would be successful. So, okay, let's do the system, let's get it done, and let's get these organizations through the CARES Act, not through the CARES Act, through the American Rescue Act, who are doing so many great things in this community, but for them, government would be doing it, and let's try to get this thing out there and get it done quickly. So
what are you suggesting, Mr. Chairman?
So I'm suggesting what I think everybody else is suggesting. Let's get the staff to put together a system and get the requests, and let's ask for let's make sure that we get the process correctly.
That's fine. I just think that in the additional allocations that we're doing here, we just need to wait until we vet it all then.
Well, some of these are not really additional allocations, although one of them.
Let's all be recognized, please. Let's go through the Commissioner Delory, then Commissioner Herr.
I have no problem going through whatever process the board wants to go through, but even on this page here, it says additional adjustments, additional, and we just need to vet it all together at one time, then holistically. When we have a program, but any revise or allocation numbers, vet it, bring it back to us so we can all vet it all at one time.
So all of it you're suggesting, just so I know, then Commissioner Herr, you're suggesting that all the bullets be placed within the context of this of this process that we're putting together.
That's what we're talking about right now.
Okay, Commissioner Herr?
And I'm fine with that.
I'm not fine with that. So we've already done the due diligence and the work on all of these initiatives. What I think I hear you saying is that you would delay the work on the Sheriff's Mental Health Initiative, you would delay the work. And by the way, I want to be clear, these additional allocations were adjusted allocations from what we already approved based on going back to the cities. These are not additional allocations. This is us living up to the word that we put out there initially, and I am looking at the county manager, We said, this is the number we're going to do, and we're going to go to the cities and ask for their participation. And if we don't get the cities to participate, we're going to backstop the number that we said we were going to do. We did that with ROM, and we did that with the sheriff's office.
We did that with Sheriff's Office. We did that to a certain extent with ROM.
Correct.
We didn't do it on the additional third year of that additional
Understood.
175.
Mr. Chairman, waiting another month then to do this, because there's enough money there for them to operate, all these organizations, for a month? I don't see a reason why we should rush it then.
I need a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to continue the items as presented. Let me get to the page that says additional, and have staff.
31, the page 31.
On page 31, have staff bring it back to us, vet it all, including Girls and Boys Club, Allie's Hope, what are the organizations? Lifeboat.
Sharing Center.
Sharing Center, and if there's any other organizations.
So we've just bypassed the process.
I did not say we're approving it. I said continue these items and have staff vet it and bring it back to us.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll make a second.
Okay. Second for discussion. Commissioner
discussion.
Zimbauer.
So, point of clarification, we've sat here and talked about process, and then I think I've heard my fellow commissioners say that where there is a process, here's the list the process went through. So I want some clarity on what the expectation of my fellow commissioners are on the entities, or for that matter, any entity that may come forward either from this board or from the general public or those entities themselves. Is there somehow a different process we want to adopt now for these others that is not the process that has been utilized for these entities? So I need some clarification there, whether we want to go through the same process, or we're going to come up with a new process, just so there's clarity before I'm ready to vote on a motion.
Commissioner Lockhart.
So from my perspective, providing clarity, the Sheriff's Office Mental Health Initiative is something that we are already very committed to and has been vetted. I don't see any reason to delay that. The adjustment of the allocation of nonprofit assistance merely moves it out of a bucket into another bucket. It is not designating it to a particular outcome. It is an allocation.
In that one, I'm actually suggesting you take money away from that.
Right, right. And then the additional allocation for Rescue Outreach Mission, again, that is an organization that we have been knee-deep, neck-deep in for quite some time. I don't see any additional need of review there because our staff is so intimately involved. The allocation for Worley Park is brand new as far as, from my perspective, hearing about it just recently, so I would think that that would go into this other new bucket that we're talking about. And the community parks are our parks and our projects, so I don't know how much more we need to delve into that. And then the restructuring of the revenue replacement is also not allocating it to a particular entity. From my perspective, what I'm asking to have a process for are the outside organizations that are coming for funds for a new crack at the at it. that we need to have some good, deep conversations, and our staff needs to have the opportunity to really understand what it is that they're going to be doing with the funds and take time. And I also want to make sure, like, I'm not thinking that our staff is going to come up with a process, come up with a scoring mechanism, and then in a month have it all done and ready to go to allocate. I think that's probably, I did not have that in mind. So from one commissioner, that would be my clarification.
Commissioner Hurd.
I'll add clarification from my perspective. If you just look at it from the bigger picture, we've had discussions on this dais that went in detail around mental health and around rescue outreach mission, around the parks, et cetera. We have not had a discussion on this dais about Worley Park. We've had the notification that there's been an ask, and now there are items that are coming up from the dais. I think those new items deserve to have the opportunity to go through a vetting process. What I'm suggesting is that it would be easier on staff if that vetting process didn't consist of us beating your brains out for our favorite project. We have to do better than that as a governing entity. And so to make it objective, which I think the nonprofits would want, there should be some submission requirement, need requirement, et cetera. I don't think it has to be overly complicated, and I don't think it has to delay it that long. I see no reason to hold the current programs hostage, because we don't want to, from the dais, approve programs that, from my perspective, have not been vetted.
If I could make a suggestion.
Please do.
I think that, I think everybody's had a good point, and I concur that I think that the vetting process should not be a long-term process. We know the needs of this community. The staff can take these suggestions and also additional requests and vet them in a relatively reasonable amount of time. However, I think that, with all the things what Commissioner Lockhart said, I agree that we could do today, if we chose to do it, the Sheriff's Mental Health Initiative. I agree that we could do the additional community parks allocation. I agree that we could do the restructuring of the revenue replacement. I do feel, since the rescue mission is a new ask, that should be put in the bucket with the others that have come forth, both the Worley Park and and all the non-profit assistance. And that would be a recommendation that I would make. Commissioner?
So, Nicole, rescue outreach mission is not a new ask.
So rescue outreach mission, part of it is new and part of it isn't. So
And let's put some math around that.
So the initial rescue outreach mission proposal was $2 million from the county, $500,000 from the cities, and then we had the $350 that had already been approved.
So 2.85.
2.85, which I think is on the slide.
Yep.
The new part of it is the additional 175 to take the 2-year agreement, make it a 3-year agreement, consistent with the other money. And then the other question is, do you want to make up the shortfall? Because the cities have committed to 370. I will say that the cities didn't want all of their money to go just to ROM. It is a kind of a joint, an unsevered contribution to homelessness diversion, and with the understanding that a portion of that would be used for ROM. They do think that is a worthy investment, but frankly, the brain damage of trying to figure out how much would go to ROM and how much would go to other homelessness diversions, they really just thought, we're just going to contribute to this bucket and let the county figure out how they want to distribute it.
And what was it that we voted and approved?
You voted $2 million, and then we voted $350 initially, then $2 million, and with the understanding that we were asking the cities to contribute $500,000.
And with the understanding...
And we've approved that, right?
We've approved that.
Yes.
That's already been approved.
Right. And so the additional question today is, do you want to make up the shortfall? If you assume maybe the city's half the money is going to ROM, half of it isn't, however you want to look at that, there is a shortfall there because we didn't get to the additional $500,000 from the cities. And then there is an additional 175 ask for the 2-year agreement to go to a 3-year agreement, which really will not be a separate agreement now. It's all going to be one. But
And just to be clear, what was your warrant with regard to carving out the $500,000 to the cities, to me?
what do you mean, the warrant? That we should, just as with the sheriff's office, that we would want to, it wasn't my decision, but it was my expectation that the county could make that difference up.
Correct, and that's been communicated, and so it's a little bit different. Where I do concur with you is that the 175 is a new ask, and if we want to delay anything, we can delay the 175 to be added to the agreement after the fact. But delaying the whole thing,
No, I was suggesting just the 175, whatever the new money is, that's all I'm
We're
suggesting.
and that's
So-
what
That's
I
all
was
I'm
thinking.
suggesting.
Commissioner Zibhauer.
So again,
I'm not opposed to the 175.
and maybe this is a better ask of
Please do
staff
that.
this time.
Or more.
I just want to know the process for vetting this. Are we going to use the process that's already been in place for the nonprofits that have been utilized that gets us here today? Or are we advocating we're going to come up with a new process? I've heard ranking, I've heard we don't want to rank, we don't want to get too complicated. If we're going to treat them different than the others, that's all I care to know. That's my first question. From the aspect of the sheriff's mental health, I'm prepared to move forward on that today. As far as the county allocation for the nonprofit assistant, whatever adjustment we need to do there, I'm happy to move ahead on. Rescue outreach mission, look, this has been going on for 4 years. This is not part of COVID, ARPA, just happened lately. We've been trying to stand Mother Weaver's dream up on its feet for now going on 4 years. This county and its citizens have allocated monies long before COVID monies and long before ARPA monies, and we're still not there. Because of that, I'll be prepared to move forward today with the current ask with a very affirmative for this commissioner, that's it. I'm done throwing money at this process. I'm done throwing money at this project. Either stand on their own feet or the citizens of this county need to not continue to spend money, good money after bad. But I do want to know what the process is. Is it going to be what we already have in place, or is staff going to come up with a new process?
Commissioner, County Manager.
So I'll comment on that, although because it's kind of a legacy for me. I won't be involved, although I will be happy to help for the next few weeks if they want my help. So I'll use the sheriff and ROM as examples of how it might work, because those are the two big significant non-county programs. And although the sheriff is a governmental entity, it's kind of similar. When we started the ARPA process, I went to the sheriff's office and said, in anticipation that they would want to partner somehow, do you have a program? Do you have something that you think you might want? So let's get out in front of it. They submitted a proposal, and we vetted that against what we had available from a funding standpoint and how it fit into the rescue plan. Because while there is a lot of flexibility in the rescue plan and the recovery dollars, there are some guidelines and there are some things that anybody using money, including the county, that we have to comply with. So it was a review of the proposal and then a report back to the board about here's the funding that we have, and that's the squeaking. It's not a mouse.
It's me. I was driving her crazy by messing.
Where's the squeaking coming from? Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, you all can't hear it, but it's killing me.
Commissioner torture.
Come on, go ahead.
So it was, how does this program fit into the recovery plan, the recovery fund plan, and how much money do we have, and in a sense, what sort of value does it bring to the community? Is this really something that's of value to the community? So we went through that process, and we sort of did a similar thing with ROM. We knew that there was a need with ROM. We did we reviewed what the proposal was. Commissioners Herr and Lockhart are correct. We asked for a lot of information, really wanting to understand how this fit in. That one was a little bit easier because homelessness is a specific category that is identified in the recovery plan. But it was really, there was not a ranking, there was not a, you meet X, Y, and Z and you get the money. It was an assessment of what the need was in the community, how this addressed the need, and did it qualify for recovery funding. And I would suggest that the proposals that we've heard about in the last couple of days, the Alley's Hope and the Boys and Girls Club and Lifeboat and Cheering Center, all the things that have been brought up today, could all conceivably fit into the recovery fund. There are questions that need to be asked and things that need to be verified and reviewed. But they're all over the board. We're at $2.5 million, and that really would be something that maybe, based on what I understand of that project, it would really more fall in the community facility bucket than the mental health bucket or some other nonprofit bucket. These are large asks from nonprofits that don't fit into the nonprofit program. With the nonprofit program is really designed to kind of address the very specific needs that we address during care. So these are different than that. My suggestion would be that if there is a consensus that these are things that you would like the staff to look at, then let's vet them the same way we vetted those other two, ROM and the Sheriff's Office, not with any real specific program or ranking, but just to say, here's our findings, here's how it would help the community, here's what money's available, and then report that back to you, and you can make your decisions. And in the meantime, if there are other programs or other nonprofits, this is like the Coconut Telegraph going out there now, other nonprofits that might want to submit similar substantial projects that would be outside of that smaller nonprofit program, maybe now's the time to do it, and maybe in January, December's kind of a short time frame, but I would hate to put that on staff, but maybe in January they could come back and report on the ones that we know about today and anything else that might come up, and then you'll have a little more information. I think developing sort of a structured process might be difficult because they're so different, and the proposals that are coming in are so different.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
to help the process along, I'd like to amend my motion.
Okay.
And that would be to approve the items that says approval and revised allocation presented here today, include all those, and then follow the process that our now county manager suggested, and bring it back to us in January on the projects that we've been talking about.
So you're doing all six, okay, let me clarify.
I'm doing everything that's on this page.
Okay, the 6 bullets on page 31,
Correct.
you're moving to approve, and before I do it, is there a second to that?
The seconder will agree to an amended.
To that? Okay, Commissioner Hur.
That wasn't my entire motion.
Okay, I'm sorry, let's finish the
I
motion
just
then.
want to ask you to take the first bullet as a separate item, because it involves the sheriff's office.
That's fine, and I have no problem doing that as well. So remove the sheriff item. I'd like to
First.
tentatively make that as a separate
Awesome.
motion.
Yeah.
You want to just take that up first, Commissioner?
Yeah,
So,
let's
Mr.
go
Chairman,
take it
I'd
up
like to make
first.
the motion to allocate additional funds to the sheriff's mental health initiative.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second,
With that-
discussion.
With an amendment, friendly amendment. And I know I brought this to my fellow commissioners previously. On the sheriff's program, there is, in light of new unfolding situations that the sheriff has been able to secure, we have committed, if there were excess funds that were needed in our program and in our finances, we would focus them towards the sheriff's program. So I'll make that second with that friendly amendment.
I'm not following you.
Hold on, yeah, I mean, let's, why don't we do approval, and then you can make that amendment. So the motion is that, you've made the second. Now do you want to make amendment to the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
That
Go
would-
ahead,
that
make
would-
an amendment.
That we will remain committed, any excess funds, after we get through this whole vetting process of whatever we're ultimately going to do, any excess ARPA funds will be considered for the sheriff's mental health program.
Would be considered.
Correct.
But not approved.
Correct.
Commissioner Zimbauer, if I can, I think all of us are committed to that already.
Of course.
I don't know we need to make that a motion,
Okay.
because we don't even know what's going to happen with this other, with, the others come on. So, I mean, I'll commit to you personally that I will do that, and so will everybody else, but let's not make that part of this motion.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you.
Amendment
So in the
withdrawn.
motion in a second, discussion,
Yes, I'll be abstaining from that vote because I have a conflict of interest with my employer and the sheriff's office.
okay. Motion and second with abstention. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 4 with 1 abstention. Now,
Mr. Chairman.
we have the other 5, yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the other 5 as submitted here today, and in the same motion, ask the county staff to review the other allocations or any other additional items and bring it back to us in January.
Second.
Motion and second, discussion. Commissioner Lockhart.
Could I ask that we take Worley Park out of that since it has not been through that process and we have all already acknowledged that?
Is that a form of an amendment?
Sure.
Is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
Is there discussion? Commissioner Delory.
I'd like to ask County Manager, why is Worley Park in this now?
That's my question as well.
question.
If it hasn't been through any process, why is it on here?
They specifically asked to be presented to the board.
Okay. Since we have a motion to take them out and to put them into the process, is there any further discussion of amendment?
Why don't I just amend my motion to do that?
Well, we've already got amendment to vote on it. Let's just vote on it. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, passes unanimously. Now, we have a motion to include all 4 of the remainder. Now, I have one question. Of the 4, when we're talking about ROM, are we still including or not including the 175?
Any additional money should be coming back to us and vetted at the appropriate time.
Okay, so that was part of your motion. That's what I just wanted clarification of your motion. So this is these four, with the exception of the 175 shortfall. Okay, everybody understand that? We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. 4-1, passes motion. So the first one has been approved, the next 5 have been approved, except for the Worley is now into the discussion with the others, and the 175,000
Mr.
shortfall.
Chairman, those other items will brought back to us in January.
And the other items that we have all discussed, plus any others that want to get into the queue. Okay? All right, now, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry. First of all, I want to apologize. I see half of you are turning blue. We are turning blue too. It's very cold up here also. We have turned it up twice today, and Terry is going to try it again. We put it at 75, and it seems like it's 28 in here, and we're very sorry. Maybe the body heat might help a little bit, but there we are. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Does everybody want a 5-minute break before we go?
With all the money we're spending, we can't afford civil
digital
service.
How many times have we asked for that?
A bunch.
We want a digital. Yes, I think we should get a digital. And as the last act of the chairman this year, that's what I want to do. Is there a motion for that?
I would make a motion, we no longer use a government functioning calculating thermostat.
Okay, and there is a second to that, and it's all in favor, and say aye. We're going to take a 5-minute break, folks. Sorry, I know, but listen, all of us have, anybody need to go to the restroom, we'll be back 5 minutes, 3:05. I am going to begin the next process of this meeting, and the next process of this meeting is going to be on the public hearings and the proof of publication, and I will read there. I need a motion for the proof of publication. Is there a second? Motion is seconded. Any discussion? All in favor of proof of publication, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to now go into, and I apologize beforehand, but this, by law, I have to read these things, folks. First, the public hearing on the rules of public hearings. Our staff will present each item for consideration with staff recommendation. The board will have an opportunity to ask questions of staff when the presentation has been finished. The applicant will have the opportunity to make a presentation. The board will have a chance to ask questions once the presenter has finished. The members of the public interested in speaking either for or against the project issue, please fill out, and many of you have already, the yellow speaker forms located in the lobby indicating the item number, whether you are for or against, and place the form indicating tray in the lobby, and it'll be brought up to us. Members of the public will only be allowed to give comment once per item. If you would like to have your comments submitted for the record, please fill out the green forms, and some of you have done that, located on the table in the lobby, and place it in the form, and they will also be brought to us. And we will pass those around up here, synopsize maybe one sentence. Speakers should state their name and address clearly for the record, whether you are for or against an item. Speakers will be given 3 minutes to speak unless they are an official spokesperson for an HOA or a legally organized group, and then they will be given 6 minutes on that item. If the board member has questions regarding the speaker's comments, an opportunity will be given once the speaker's time has expired. Speakers should limit their comments to pertinent information regarding the items under discussion. Keep your items brief. The clerk's office is required to retain any documents, photographs, drawings, etc., that are presented to the Board of County Commissioners. So if you show it to us, please be prepared to leave it with the clerk. Once all the speakers are heard and the applicant will have the opportunity for rebuttal if necessary, we will close the public hearings and put the matter in the hands of the commission for discussion, recommendation, and motion. Following the motion and second, there will be board discussion on the vote will be taken. The commissioners do not cast a vote objecting are considered to be in support of the motion. And then we are also going into the quasi-judicial public hearings, and while the board welcomes comments from all persons of interest in the proceedings, the Florida law requires that the board's decision in a quasi-judicial action be supported by competent, substantial evidence presented to the board during the hearing on the application. Competent, substantial evidence is such evidence that a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. There must be a factual basis in the record to support the opinion, testimony from both expert and non-expert witnesses. Persons presenting testimony may rely on factual information that they present, that is presented by the county staff, that the applicant presents, or a factual information included in the county staff report to support their testimony. All persons who present written materials to the board for consideration must ensure that the copy of such materials is provided to the clerk for inclusion in the board's record of proceedings and official minutes. Has any commissioner received any oral or written communications regarding quasi-judicial items? Please disclose at this time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I've had several conversations with residents and staff and consultants. I'd like to submit that to the clerk for public record.
Commissioner, her?
I've had conversation and emails, and those will be submitted electronically.
Commissioner?
Same.
Commissioner?
I've also had conversations that I'll submit electronically.
And so have I, and I am submitting them electronically also. So with that, we are going to go to the public hearings, quasi-judicial, et cetera. Commissioner Hurd?
Yes, Chairman, I'd like to ask that we move item 42 to the beginning of the list for administrative purposes.
For administrative purposes, is there any objection? Without objection, 42. 42, very quickly. Guy, you're up.
Gee.
Guy. Did I say Guy? Sorry. Guy. My bad. Guy, you're up.
No problem. Guy Cunha, Administrator, Office of Economic Development and Tourism, regarding the Brownfield designation. The proposed area, oh no, that'll be, it could stay there. The proposed area is 1980 Cameron Avenue, Sanford, Florida, located in unincorporated Seminole County, approximately 14.82 acres. The current zoning is M1 industrial, and the future land use designation is industrial as well. The proposed use for the area, once rehabilitated, is development associated with the applicant's site development and maintenance services. The designation of a site or area as a brownfield does not carry financial or environmental liability for the county. The designation allows for the cleanup and redevelopment of a site while promoting job creation in the area. A brownfield designation allows the owner of the property to enter into a voluntary cleanup agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Postcards were sent out to all addresses within a 500-foot radius of the proposed area of designation, and a community meeting was held on October 20th, 2021 at the Boomba Sports Complex. I would now like to invite Michael Schnapstyler of Cobb Cole Attorneys at Law, who represents the Brownfield applicant, to provide further insight into the Brownfield designation request.
Please, sir, you have to state your name and address for the record and be as brief as you possibly can.
Good afternoon, Michael Schnapstyler with Cobb Cole, 149 South Ridgewood Avenue, Daytona Beach, on behalf of the applicant. I'm going to be super brief, but I just want to recognize Chairman Constantine. We wouldn't have a Brownfields program if it wasn't for your work in the legislature 25 years ago. I wouldn't have a job today if it wasn't for that work you did in the legislature 25 years ago. And then the work you did afterwards when you amended the program to add incentives and opportunities for parties like my client who have voluntarily agreed to redevelop and clean up a site that didn't cause the problems at. So I do have a PowerPoint. I'll just breeze through it as quickly as I can just to show you how the applicant meets the criteria, and happy to answer any questions you all have today. I also want to thank the staff. They've been fantastic. Guy and his team, Dana Carr, they've been great to work with. So as staff mentioned, it's 14.82 acres. Our client is JCMJ, an all-terrain tractor, local business here in town. They have bought the site. When we made our application, and just a couple days ago, they were the contract purchaser, so they are the owner of the site. Brownfields are properties that are having trouble being redeveloped because of actual or perception of environmental issues. Our law provides for a brownfield area, which is something a local government designates to send a message to the state that we want incentives targeted on these specific properties. After that brownfield area, that process follows a specific set of Florida statutes. When it's designated by the applicant, they have 5 specific criteria. Does the person who owned the site or have authorization interested in redeveloping and cleaning up the site? Here, we have the applicant. They are the owner. They want to redevelop it. Will at least 5 new permanent jobs be created? We've made a submission to staff. We think we're going to have far more than 5 more jobs out there. Our client is a site development company involved in a lot of the grading business and infrastructure and utility work that you see. They do a lot of work here in the county. I was just downtown today for lunch and saw some of their equipment out there at a site. Is the redevelopment consistent with your comprehensive plan and land development code? It is. We work with staff on verifying the land use and the zoning. Everything that they're doing out at the site is consistent with the current designations. Is the designation properly noticed? We went through the full advertising procedures and we worked with staff. And then have you provided assurance of financial viability? We did provide financial records about the business to staff to show them that they have the sufficient financial resources to accomplish the work. Very quickly, once the designation process is done, a local party enters into a brownfield cleanup agreement with the state. That is your commitment to complete the cleanup work. You have a very specific process you have to follow. It's a contract. You have to honor it. Some of the benefits: liability protection, technical review, and tax credits. This slide just talks about how opportunities are available to get reimbursed for the work that you do on cleanups. There are 26 brownfield areas that have been designated in this county over the years. 15 sites have been cleaned up or are in the process of being cleaned up, and 8 have reached closure, including 1 by the city of Oviedo earlier this year. This is a map in blue that shows all the areas that have been designated. Statewide, 533 designated brownfield areas, $3.3 billion in capital investment in these areas, and almost 87,000 jobs since the program was created 25 years ago. So pretty significant legacy there for our brownfield program. And just two quick success stories. The city of Oviedo has Solari Park that they're working on right now, 3.7-acre site. It's going to hopefully do a lot to stimulate economic development in that area downtown with the master drainage facility. We completed the cleanup. Our firm personally got to work with the city on this, and they got their no further action letter this summer. And then another site we worked on off of Lake Mary Boulevard in the city of Sanford is Best Holdings. It's an old aluminum extruding facility that's now the home of a large pool manufacturer. We cleaned that site up in 2019. My colleague Jessica Gow and I are here to answer any questions that you have, and appreciate your consideration of our request today.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions, Michael, so thank you very much. I have nobody, do you have a question?
No, I don't.
I have nobody here to speak on this, so Guy, do you want to follow up on anything? Are there any questions of Michael or of Guy?
So one thing, since this is one of two hearings for us, the second one for the resolution would be at the December BCC. There is an option to have a motion to amend the time from 5 p.m. to earlier during the day. That's up to your discretion.
Commissioner Hurd.
Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion to recommend advancing this item to the second public hearing as required by the statute to a meeting on December 14th, and allow the staff to amend the time to a time appropriate for the hearing.
Second.
Motion and second. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. Brownfields are great if we can get new jobs and clean them up. Thank you, Michael. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now on 36.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
For the record and for the benefit of the public, if the county attorney would explain this is a legislative item.
That's
Okay.
correct. That's
And,
correct.
Commissioner, I was going to also explain two things. So thank you very much for starting the process. Number one, this is a legislative process, which you want to explain in 1 minute or less what that means. Ms. Carlton?
Yes, that's as opposed to a quasi-judicial item, which, as the chairman read during his public hearing announcements, requires competent, substantial evidence.
Please speak into the microphone so the citizens can hear, please.
Can you hear me, citizens?
Yes, go ahead, please.
All right. Legislative item is different from a quasi-judicial item in that it does not require competent, substantial evidence, as you heard in the remarks that the chairman read earlier today. So,
And also the fact, and I think all of you are aware of this, at the planning board meeting last Wednesday, they did not take up the rezoning due to the fact that they felt that the first decision as to whether to open the uncut portion of Raymond should be done first. So that other issue will go back to the planning board and will not be decided today. So we're only doing 36, but I will also acknowledge that those that just put down for 37, since you may not have known that, I will give you also the chance to speak, and I do have a number of people. And with that, the way this process will work, the staff will talk. We're going to have Ms. Giles put a brief explanation of the process, then, or of the issue, then the questions, then the applicant will have the opportunity, again, questions from the staff, then you all will have the opportunity, both pro and anti, and then you will also potentially ask questions, and then we will go back to the applicant for rebuttal, again, potentially ask questions, then, and/or to the staff, and then we will make a motion of whatever the commission decides with debate. All right, with that, Ms. Giles, you are recognized.
Yes, good afternoon. Joy Giles, Senior Planner for the Planning and Development Division. Item number 36 is a resolution to amend the point of closure for a public right-of-way known as Raymond Avenue for property located approximately a quarter-mile west of the intersection of Virginia Avenue and Shepherd Street. In 1992, the Board of County Commissioners adopted a resolution to open a portion of Raymond Avenue from East Central Parkway to a point 25 feet south of Hillcrest Street. In 1996, the Board of County Commissioners amended the resolution to further open a portion of Raymond Avenue from East Central Parkway to a point approximately 55 feet north of Hillcrest Street in order to provide access to the Raymond Oaks subdivision. The applicant, GSL Holdings LLC, has petitioned the county to further amend the 1996 resolution to open a portion of Raymond Avenue from East Central Parkway to a point 150 feet north of Ridgewood Street for the purpose of providing access to the proposed Hidden Woods Reserve subdivision. In response to community feedback, the applicant also proposes to construct a T-type turnaround and install gates and landscaping at the end of Alpine Street and Ridgewood Street in order to prevent cut-through traffic from the Raymond Avenue extension. The gates and landscaping will be maintained and owned by the proposed Hidden Woods Reserve Homeowners Association. The developer of the proposed Hidden Woods Reserve subdivision will also be required to improve the subject portion of Raymond Avenue to county standard for road width and pavement. If the request to open the subject portion of Raymond Avenue is denied, access to the proposed Hidden Woods Reserve subdivision would be from either Oakhurst Street or Shepherd Street, both of which do not currently meet county standards. The developer would then be required to widen one of those chosen access right-of-way points from 18 feet to a minimum of 20 feet in width and resurface the roadway from the entrance of the proposed Hidden Woods subdivision to Virginia Avenue. Staff has no objection to the resolution adjusting the point of closure on Raymond Avenue and no objection to the proposed closure of Alpine Street and Hillcrest Street, Ridgewood Street. And staff recommends adoption of the resolution as presented. Thank you.
Question, Commissioner Zimbauer.
Thank you. Mr. Giles, quick question, just for clarification on the record. What's being asked here today, is this being asked to completely open Raymond, its full length, or just adjust it a little
Yes.
further than what it previously was?
Yes, that's correct. It's a request to open a portion of Raymond Avenue, and I can show you on the map over here.
I understand the map, and I
Yes.
appreciate that for the public, but you're not asking us to consider opening Raymond completely up,
That's correct.
only a portion of it.
Only a portion let's see, forgive me, I've lost my notes here. Okay, it would be to a point approximately 150 feet north of Ridgewood Street.
So in comparison, if you have the numbers, in comparison to where the road currently terminates, how much further is that?
I believe it's approximately 700 feet.
So we are being requested to extend, if you will, or open up Raymond another 700 feet further than it currently is, but not fully connecting it to the other end of Raymond.
That's correct.
So it would not be a completely pass-through street.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Commissioner.
Just to follow up on that, so that actually doesn't even extend all the way to Oakhurst?
Correct. It would fall short of Oakhurst.
Right. Thank you.
Any questions, any further questions of Ms. Giles? Seeing none, we're going to go to the applicant. Is the applicant here and wishes to speak?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Becky Wilson. My address is 215 North Eola Drive, Orlando, Florida. I'm with the Lowndes Law Firm, and I am here representing GSL. They are the contract purchaser for this piece of property. The property is shown in red. It is a little over 9 acres, about 9.42 acres. Our request, as staff stated stated is to open a portion of Raymond to gain access to this property. And you can see from this map why opening Raymond is our preferred access point, and it's because it gives direct access down onto Central at a signalized intersection. I'll show you later on what happens if you open Oakhurst. Just a little background, and this right-of-way was actually dedicated in 1956. So it is right-of-way dedicated for the use of the public. Your staff may be able to answer this. It's unclear, but it appears that at some point, when I went back and read the 1992 meeting minutes, that Raymond was not a county standard road, it was a dirt road, and that at some point, someone, I believe the county, put some barricades out there. And so in 1992, Altamont Springs actually asked the county if it would consider opening Raymond to make that full connection. And even back in 1992, there were people on both sides of that argument as to whether to open it or close it. And what was decided in 1992 was to open just a small portion of Raymond and have it paved. So then in 1996, I mean, it's ironically, if you live in Florida long enough, its history repeats itself. So in 1996, Raymond Oaks subdivision came into the county with the exact same request that we have here today. And they said, we want to develop this piece of property to subdivide it for single-family homes, and we'd like for you to open, county, a portion of Raymond so that we can gain access to our property. At that time, the owner of the property that my client has under contract showed up at the 1996 hearing, and he said, hey guys, if you're going to open it up to develop the property south of me, I'd appreciate it if you'd open it up all the way to my property. And there's some discussion on that, and basically they say, if you want to open up Raymond in the future, you got to come back to the county, or maybe you can go through Oakhurst, but it wasn't clear about emergency access and whether or not that would be best for, like I said, fire and emergency access. So just to give you a little bit of a lay of the land, what is in blue are streets that are improved, not to county standards, but that are improved and used today. So there is existing right-of-way, as you can see in blue on the south, going to the Raymond Oaks subdivision. And commissioners, to your point, what we're asking to do is to open what you see, it's kind of a yellowish green color, to open the rest of that to get up to our proposed development. From the north, Shepherd, Oakhurst, Ridgewood, and Alpine are all existing streets that have homes on them. Shepherd and Oakhurst do not connect in any way. They just dead end right there where that Raymond Avenue right-of-way is. Now, Ridgewood and Alpine, there is kind of an alleyway connection between those two roads. And so one of the concerns we heard when we went out and talked to the community about this is, if you improve Raymond, you've now connected vehicularly Ridgewood and Alpine. So Ms. Giles explained it, but I'll show it to you in this. So what we're proposing is that there is a hammerhead turnaround, which would be built in the existing right-of-way for your emergency services vehicles. We would also install Knox box on emergency gates so that would then make the connection, and your emergency services, when they need to access those roads, because you know they don't like backing up those trucks anywhere, they would now have a paved road instead of this small alleyway to come down. So the county also asked that we dedicate an additional 30 feet on the subject property in order to have an even right-of-way coming into our property. And then the remainder of the 30 feet that goes all the way up to Hidden Woods Cove, that remains unused and in fact, really permanently closed because the road will now dead into our subdivision so that you can't keep going forward. It would then be up to you all as to whether you ever wanted to, in the future, vacate the rest of that. I do believe that it has some utilities in it. And speaking of utilities, that's another thing that I want to point out. We have to bring the utilities up Raymond, so through that right-of-way. So even if the choice is to make us vehicularly connect through Oakhurst, there will still be impacts in that right-of-way in order to extend those lines. This is just an example of what the Ridgewood and Alpine connections would look like. And I'm happy to get into those further if needed. This is, again, another detail. And we wanted the gates not to look commercial or industrial, but instead to have a rural feel. And our HOA would maintain those. So when we talk about emergency access, this really highlights one of the reasons we support the connection through Raymond. It's 1 mile to the closest fire station in this manner. If instead you make us go through Oakhurst, it's about 3 miles for emergency vehicles to get there, which of course impacts response time. It also really demonstrates the choice that you all are faced with today, and that is it better to have traffic to take the most direct route on a collector to get onto an arterial road? Again, both Raymond and Oakhurst are local roads. Or does it make more sense to send the new traffic all the way through these several other local roads before you get to an arterial? We, of course, believe that the more direct route is preferred. So just a quick synopsis: it improves fire and emergency service access now, from what you have now and in the future. It avoids disturbing the right-of-way in front of, there are about 22 lots on either Oakhurst or Shepherd. As I mentioned, the sewer connection is already having to come up through Raymond, and it creates a long-term solution for Raymond Avenue, which we see has been discussed since at least 1992. With that, Chairman and Commissioners, we just respectfully request that you adopt the resolution that is before you today, and I'd just like to reserve the opportunity to address any concerns we may hear from the public.
Questions? Mr. Zimpower.
Counselor, can you explain to us where the gates are proposed to go? Who will actually own the property on which the gates will set?
So the gates would be within county right-of-way, and we would have a maintenance agreement with our homeowners association and the county so that we would be required to maintain those.
Okay, are you aware of anywhere else in the county that we've put gates in the county right-of-way for this purpose? If you are, fine. If not,
I would defer to your staff to answer that question.
Great, thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, we're going to get Commissioner.
I have a question for you. So, and again, I'm not trying to open another can of worms, but I'm trying to look at it more holistically. I'm looking at the map. Has anyone even considered Olive Avenue or Baker?
Olive Avenue or Baker, so that would be coming from the north? No, we've looked at these. My understanding is that same thing, that neighborhood also doesn't want the...
Nobody wants it, but I'm just asking what would it do?
Connection.
I'm trying to make an educated decision, so I need to look at all issues.
During public testimony, do you mind if I confer with your staff and my client and come back with an answer?
Good all night.
All right. Hopefully not.
Well, no, we don't either. and nor do these fine citizens there.
All right, ladies, but if we keep talking, they might. Okay, so thank you very much. Now, I'm going to open up public hearing. I think we all understand that We heard that each of you would get 3 minutes unless you're the president of the homeowners association or such. We have 3 written comments, and I'm just going to say opposition they want to make Raymond the thoroughfare, so that would be Ed Nunez and Rochelle Olinsky, I believe that's what it is opposed to opening Raymond, and Jared Pittman is also opposed to opening Raymond. Again, I told everyone that we would also get, Mr. Kevin Muscant, you didn't put support or opposition. Are you here, Kevin? Are you? He had to leave. Okay, so he had to leave. So we're going to go with the folks. And remember, people, 37 is, the rezoning is not being discussed today. So if that's all you wanted to talk about, just understand that that's not going to be there. And please, all of us, I've got 30 applications, and I don't know how many are going to be in cyber. So if it's already been said, you might want to say ditto, or keep going. But first, we're going to go to support of this, and I have one in support of this, and that is Mr. Greg Bretz. Mr. Bretz.
Chair, as he comes up, I got an answer to Commissioner Delari's question, and that is that the right-of-way available to the north is only 25 feet, and we need larger right-of-way, so Raymond is 60 feet right now.
And just as a full acknowledgement, Mr. Bretz and I went to college together.
We did indeed.
And high school. Good to see you, Greg.
Good to see you, Lee. Greg Bretz, I'm at 248 Shepherd Street, and I'm here to speak on favor of opening up Raymond. That obviously seems self-serving, but I think that the Raymond route has less direct negative impact on houses than either Shepherd or Oakhurst. And when I say direct impact, I mean, well, I realize there's a gated community, Raymond Oaks, but they are behind a gate, behind a wall, and they'll have traffic going past the gate, but they won't have traffic driving on their road and in front of their house. And as you go out Raymond, once you hit the end of it, the pain's over. That spills out onto a nice 4-lane divided parkway, which can disperse the traffic easily. Either Oakhurst or Shepherd, once you get to the end of those streets on Virginia, you've still got a long way to go, whichever direction you go, to go past a lot of houses. That's going to impact a lot of people that don't even know they're in play. So that's my pitch.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Greg? Seeing
I have
none.
one question.
Oh, yes, go ahead, please.
If you spill out through Shepherd or Oakhurst, are there sidewalks on the streets that we would spill the traffic onto? I can see.
There's no sidewalks. Now, if you go out Oakhurst, further on beyond Virginia, I believe there's a sidewalk that may extend all the way.
All the way up there, but
Yeah,
there's a good portion of this between the time you would come out of this subdivision, either down Oakhurst or Shepherd, where there are no sidewalks.
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to say if they asked to speak on 37 as we go through this, Mr. Curtis Kuhn, and you wanted to speak on 37. Do you still want to speak on 36? Mr. Kuhn? Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Reverend Tom Liebert is in opposition of 36. Reverend?
I would just respectfully ask to be last among our group that is speaking, if that is possible.
If that is, there are people that do have, will do that, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead, I'll let you do that. Okay, but then I'm going to go to, okay, we have an attorney, so I'm going to let him go last. Okay, then we have Craig Catfi, and you wanted to speak, C-A-T-T-A-F-I, and you wanted to speak on 37? Do you still want to speak?
Yes.
Okay, yes, sir.
On 36.
On 36, he knows. I hope.
Craig Taffy, 273 Shepherd Street. I'm in opposition to Raymond because I don't want it. I don't want the traffic. I know why they're doing it. Don't want it. And I don't want it on Shepherd neither. It's a dead end. We like a tranquil area. It's going to increase the car count. There's enough speed on Virginia as it is, and North Street. It's very tough now. Just going to bring more people to the area, and I do not want it. I am opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. No, any questions? Seeing none? Okay, Miss Lynn Singletary.
Good afternoon. Lynn Singletary. I live at 119 Raymond Oaks Court. I've been there for 23 years. Do you want to can you put this on the... That's just going to show you where I live. So in our home division, our Oak Club, we have 38 owners who have signed the petition, and I believe you all have seen the petition. So the point I wanted to discuss today is I believe the developer is planning to put 23 homes on that development. If we take the calculations of the size of the lots on Oakhurst and Shepherd, that is about 12,911 square feet. I believe that the contractor is planning on, it's about 9,500 square feet. So if you take those homes that, to make the area compatible with what is on Oakhurst and Shepherd, and even in our development in Oak Club, you're looking at more like 17 to 19 homes. So it's our opinion that if you just use Oakhurst and Shepherd, 17 to 19 homes really is not going to detrimentally impact the traffic, especially when you look at all the roadways that feed into Oakhurst and Shepherd. And we don't see a need to open up Raymond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Singletary, any questions? Seeing none, I have, and this is for 37, so if you do not want to talk on 36, you do not have to. That will not be coming up today. So Deborah Laney, L-A-N-E-Y, do you want to speak on 36?
And maybe should we continue to clarify that 36 is the opening of the
Raymond.
right-of-way?
Right.
You're right, because I think sometimes the numbers,
Good point. Anybody, so Miss Deb?
Deborah Laney.
I am, sir. I am. Thank you but I am. Thank you. Yes, sir. I understand that. That's why I'm doing that, sir. I'm asking everybody. Yes, Miss Laney.
Hello, I'm Deborah Laney, and I reside at 159 Raymond Oaks Court, and I have done so for the past 2 years. I'm representing 38 of the residents in the Raymond Oaks subdivision, and our concerns are set forth in the petitions. However, one area of concern is there are a total of 63 trees of 5 different species that would be obliterated should this area be knocked out from, let me see, right through Raymond. I'm sorry, forgive me, a little nervous. But of special note, there are 44 mature oak trees, 10 of which are live oak trees, one of which is possibly between 80 and 100 years old. To me, it is irresponsible to destroy a majestic protected tree that cannot be replaced in our children's lifetimes. The only responsible choice to prevent destruction of a natural habitat and community resource, and one that will provide low vehicular impact, is to use existing resources. I should add that my house is right on the corner of this proposed, if it were to go through Raymond Oaks, and so all of the traffic would be just feet away from the side of my house. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any questions? Okay, I have a number of people. I'm going to go through the 37s first, just to make sure that they're going to talk or want to speak, and if they do, they can come up now. Mr. Bobby Wells? Or is you're on 38? You have 37 and 38, but I think you want 38. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. David Larson? Yes. Okay. Please come on up. While you're doing that, I'm going to ask Mr. James Johnson. Do you still want to speak on this, on Raymond Avenue cut-through? Mr. Johnson, are you here? Not seeing him. And Mr. Tom Yelko is also, do you want to speak on Raymond Avenue opening? Thank you, sir. Okay, so only Mr. Johnson is not here. Okay. Mr. Larson, please go ahead. Mr. Yelko, you're going to be next then.
Good afternoon. My name's David Larson. I've lived at 160 Raymond Oaks Court for 18 years. I'm a homeowner representing 38 others in our subdivision of Raymond Oaks. The location of my home is shown here on the map. Oh, in the previous one, that's okay. Yes, in black there. I'll be directly impacted by the opening of Raymond. A major concern that I'd like to address, as you can see on this map, if you'll go to the blue one, is that the use of Shepherd and Oakhurst will allow for a massive dispersing of vehicles. Whether it's 17 homes or 24 homes, if you use both of those roads, you're talking about very few homes going down those roads and being able to disperse. Now, earlier the lady said that everybody was heading to I-4. I've lived there for 18 years. I rarely go on I-4. I go to Winter Springs, I go to Oviedo, I go to the mall, I go in all kinds of different directions. And I believe the people that live in those homes will too. They're not all heading to I-4. If you look at the red line up here, the proposed route that she's asking for dumps them all into the back of the mall, where 1 million other people are visiting that mall. Now they have to come around and clog up Central Parkway and Palm Springs to get where they're going. And again, everybody doesn't go to I-4. Furthermore, utilizing Shepherd and Oakhurst will actually lower the cost to the taxpayers of Seminole County. By the developer adding ribbon curbing to widen the road and to meet county standards, as noted in a report that we supplied to y'all, that's going to prevent the road edge deterioration that now exists that is an expense to the county. So it'll lower the cost to the county. Opening up Raymond Avenue will destroy the habitat for the wildlife that lives there, destroy many live oak trees, large ones, and it will all but eliminate the permeable area that now exists. Paving Raymond Oaks like they propose will cause significant drainage issues, as the finished floor elevation of the homes to the west, at least 5 homes, are more than 2 feet below their proposed road. Not only that, adding that road will burden Seminole County taxpayers for maintaining that road. It's unnecessary. They can simply use the roads that exist now and not burden the taxpayers with having to maintain Raymond. Furthermore, those 5 homes that will probably be flooded from time to time with the stormwater that they're going to dump off, those homes, our children's bedroom windows, mine in particular, are less than 150 inches from that road. Those homes were built when Raymond was closed. Those homes were built and purchased by us with the understanding that Raymond wouldn't be open. We've been using that park, maintaining that park, and using our money to maintain that park for the entire neighborhood for 26 years.
Mr. Larson, can you wrap it up, please, sir?
Okay. We strongly feel that development needs to be considerate of the adjacent and surrounding neighborhoods and the taxpayers of Seminole County. Allowing Raymond Avenue to be used will diminish several well-established Seminole County neighborhood communities and place unnecessary expenses on the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Larson, I believe you also asked for you also gave a written comment, and you've also gave a full explanation here that we've passed down. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we've gotten that. And yes, Commissioner
So, Mr. Larson, can you tell me where this park is that you're talking about and who owns the park?
Okay. That park is located right in this area, in the closed-off portion of Raymond. And that park, with the county's permission, my understanding, we have been maintaining that. We put a sidewalk in at our expense. There is a fence across the front of it. There's irrigation. And we've taken care of that for 26 years. And this entire community throughout here has been able to use that park to walk through to get to the mall on the sidewalk.
Okay.
Okay, as well as everybody to the south of there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Could I ask a couple of members of our team to maybe have a discussion about that and be prepared to answer some questions maybe at the end of the public comment?
Yeah. County manager shaking her head
Okay,
yes.
great. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yelko, I told you, folks, when I call your name, I'm going to say who's up and who's next. So if the guy next or gal next could get close so that we don't have to have the entrances and we can make it a little bit faster for everybody, I'd appreciate it.
We don't have walk-up music.
Yeah, we don't have walk-up music to the batter's
We
box. Yep, we can't let you choose your own song to come up. Mr. Casal, or I believe it's Mr. Cassell, Mr. Casal, I tried to get everybody that was in support of the breakthrough first and then opposed next, but you've just given me a yellow copy, so I've got to go a little backwards with you, but please, you're next. And then after you, is there anyone else that hasn't filled out a yellow form that wants to speak? Speak now or forever. Well, sir, we've got over 30, so you're going to come up, I promise you. And if you don't, we'll give you the chance to speak.
And I will say, I, along with Commissioner Delary, it was kind of a team effort to try to organize them all, and so they may have gotten shuffled, so we'll make sure everybody that wants to talk gets to talk, but I'll take responsibility for anybody who's out of order.
We're going to get everybody. And there was no real order. We just got a big load of them, and now some people have asked to speak last, so we're trying to accommodate them also, or near last, and I'm getting more as we go along. So let's go to first we've got Mr. Yelko, and then we're going to go to Mr. Casal, so please step up to the plate over here, Mr. Casal. You're next. Okay, Mr. Yelko, and please forgive me if I'm saying your name wrong.
No, you said it right.
Oh, good. Thank you.
My name is Tom Yelko. I live at 200 Ridgewood Street. I've been a resident there for going on 27 years this Thanksgiving. Lived in Altamont Springs for about 40 years. Was raised on Aloma Avenue. Grew up eating Maryland fried chicken, by the way.
Thank you for your service, as a customer.
I'd like to point out my driveway is on Raymond Avenue, and this little parcel they're talking about opening it up. If they open that up, the gates are a joke for one thing. People are going to drive around the gates. I don't know if anywhere in Seminole County there's a gate. I spoke with the fire department on the other side, next to Douglas, next to Cracker Barrel. They don't even service that area. The fire department that services our area is over by the police department, so that whole point's gone right there too. I have a solution.
We're listening.
Can you folks see that? This is their plan. With just a little fudging on paint, I made up another plan. It uses two roads. You got Shepherd, you got Oakers, minimal impact. If anything, they're going to gain a little property. They'll be able to make their landowners give them a little bit more property. It'll be less impact. There won't be no cut-through traffic. We're talking about opening up that I-4 ramp. there's going to be, we don't even know how many cars are going to be getting off that I-4 ramp. You got City Furniture getting ready to open up. You got the Majesty Building getting ready to open up. And if all those cars, if you live in Longwood, Castleberry, and Winter Springs, you're going to be wanting to cut down Raymond Street and cut down Oakers, or Ridgewood and Alpine Street. I just don't see it happening. There's 10 toddlers that live on Alpine Street. I raised my daughter on Alpine Street. If somebody's going to get killed, what's a child's life worth? Don't tell me $450,000, like Biden's telling everybody. That's. I wish I had more time.
Oh, boy.
If you look up here, they did the same thing. They had the same size piece of land as they did in Victoria Oak Park, too. What they did was they drove right down through Victoria Park. I'm sure the cops who lived right on the end of that piece of property didn't like it either. I know them personally. Matter of fact, Kim's here somewhere in the audience. He lives right across there. He doesn't want to see it open up either, but I know they're going to open up. You can't stop progress. We don't have a problem with the 23 homes going in there, but the least impact that they're going to make, like I said, if they go down Oakhurst and Shepherd, would be the least impact. We don't get no cut-through traffic, and if they get a little loop around, just like we do on my piece of, like I said, my driveway, you want to put a wall up or a gate, I need access to that road. And people are going to be driving through my front yard. I know how it is. They'll crash the gate. And there's no other, I don't know of any place where they got a gate, where the police or fire department's going to get out and unlock an old rusty lock or have a clicker. It just, I don't see it happening.
Thank you, sir.
Don't open up the road.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Mr. Cassell, you're next. Ms. Shaddix, you have asked to speak on 37, 38, 39, 40, and non-agenda item also. 36 is not part of this, but 37 is. So you're willing not to speak on 36, correct? Thank you very much. Okay. I just want to make sure, because this is about the opening of Raymond, and that's not part of any of your discussion. Okay. So, I'm sorry? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Cassell, you are next. Thank you.
Yes, my name is John Castle. I live on Hidden Woods Cove on the south side of the property, so we are affected by this development. We've been in the area for 19 years now, built a house, and look, I'm speaking on 36 and 37. I'm for opening up Raymond to, as long as they're deadheading those streets that die into it, and the 20 homes that will eventually be there are heading south to Raymond Avenue. On 37, I'm pro the development of the property because living there for the last 18, 19 years, on the south side, there's approximately 15 homes. 10 of those have been vandalized in the last 10 years, our house personally. On our street, there's 5 homes, 4 of which have been vandalized. So there's a real transient aspect. There's a lot of criminal activity associated with the 10 acres, and there's nothing more that I would love to see as a neighborhood flourish on that property. It's amazing how much traffic comes through the north side of that property onto Hidden Woods Cove, looking for a way through on Raymond that know of that 10-acre property. So, I mean, I've got a $10,000 security system in my house to keep track of tags that go down the street because we've had so much criminal activity in that area for the last, 17 years, and that's something that's never been talked about with this development. So I am all for exiting to Raymond, south side, and I'm all for the development of this property and some homes.
Mr. Cassell, I just want to remind you and everyone else, we are not talking about the zoning or the development of the property at this time. I understand it's related. Yeah. And so gave you some latitude, but we're talking specifically about the opening.
I'm for opening up Raymond Avenue to the south side.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miss Bauer, you are next, and Mr. Bannon, you are after her, and then Mr. Shard, you asked for 37. Do you still want to speak on 36?
Just 36 now, yes.
Okay, so you're third. You're in the hole. So Ms. Bauer, Mr. Bannon, and Mr. Shard. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Deborah Bauer, 423 Eagle Circle in Castleberry. I'm not a resident of this neighborhood, but I do have family and friends who live here, and I'm speaking to the board to consider the impact of what the elementary school population in this neighborhood is, how it will be affected if these roads are opened up. On the surface, this looks like a great development. It's infill, it's going to help if it's built properly, if it's built in consideration of the residents who are living there, we've heard the developer say that he wants to be good neighbors. I think it's great if they can do it the proper way. But currently, adding more traffic the way that this is currently proposed is going to be a detriment to the individual families who live there. And I want to draw particular attention to one point. This school area is serviced by Altamont Elementary School. It exists 0.8 miles away. They currently have 665 students enrolled there. The majority of them are lower-income students who walk. This is a walking neighborhood. These students have very little, if no sidewalks. There are currently no sidewalks down great portions of Ridgewood, Alpine, Hillcrest, going all the way up to Virginia. All it takes is one car to make a tragedy. And I think one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is on Virginia Street, there are speed bumps there that have existed for decades. It's one of the few areas in Seminole County that currently has speed bumps. The reason why those speed bumps were put in is because 25 years ago, just as the case today, traffic is horrendous. People cut through thinking that there is a connection. They don't realize that Raymond dead ends in a lake in portions, that it's not connected through, and they go down these streets thinking that they can reach Central Parkway already. I can guarantee you that this will continue to be a problem if the commission does not act wisely to try and consider what is the least amount of impact that can be made on the residents of these areas while still allowing the owner to develop his property. So I really oppose, as this development is currently right now, opening Raymond and especially putting the access gates on Alpine and Ridgewood. It's just a tragedy of one dead elementary school student being hit by a car. It'll be on the news, and I think that anything we can do to safeguard those students and those children, we must do for the best interest of the community and the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. Mr. Bannon, is there any questions? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm very confused.
Okay. Ms. Herr, Commissioner Herr, and then Commissioner Lockhart. Ms. Bauer, you need to stay up. Mr. Bannon, could you come over here and get prepared for, stand over there? Thank you very much. And then, Mr. Shard, you're right there, so thank you.
So I don't know that I have any questions for you, Dr. Bauer, but I do want to at least clarify my understanding, and possibly from the applicant or from staff. The proposed plan is to go down the road that is not Alpine, Ridgewood, or Oakhurst. The proposed plan is to have gates there that are only open for use of emergency, and that's been debated by the citizens, and I heard you loud and clear. However, it's not to be open for through traffic from either this or the current subdivision that's already on Raymond. So I was a little confused by your request.
Yes, so here is what I believe is going to happen. These roads you're going to see, and right now, one thing that I don't think has been clarified is Alpine and Ridgewood are actually already connected. They are not dead-ended currently. There is a portion of Raymond Avenue that connects them so that you can go down one road and traffic is heavy. I mean, I have been there sitting in the porch of neighbors' yards at 7 o'clock at night, and I've counted more roads, more people going down what is just a turnaround street than in my neighborhood of Deer Run. Right now, I think if you have those currently proposed dead ends, whether they are T-shaped or hammerhead, those roads are going to be paved. You're opening up a Pandora's box so that what happens in a preliminary site plan towards what goes towards a final site plan starts out as one access gate, two access gates, which honestly is another question I had. Why do we need two fire gates if it's on two separate streets if this is to allow emergency access? I would think that one would be enough, but I could be wrong. I think that you're opening too much of a door to let in possible roads being extended. And it's gonna make the cut through from, I think what's not understood here is Virginia connects to North Street. North Street is the artery that goes to Raymond Avenue that connects to 434. People will be, and they already are, but quite frankly, if they know that they can get through a couple of blocks, if anyone's been in Altamont during rush hour, 5:30 traffic, and they're trying to get, say, bad accident. I've done it myself. I hate to admit this, but I've gotten off at 434, and if I knew that I could cut down over to 436 relatively easily, I would go through the neighborhood.
Thank you.
And I think that could happen here.
Commissioner Lockhart.
Yeah, so real quick, easy, one-word answer. So which option, opening Raymond, or
Where I got to go on the west side of I-4. It would be nice, but I remember that, I wasn't here, but I talked to Dawn, who lives on the corner of Hillcrest and Raymond Avenue, just before the cul-de-sac, and she says that a lot of people go down that street and then they realize they have to turn around and use the cul-de-sac and get back out, and that increases the traffic needlessly. Opening it up at this point is not a good idea, and I think that when I designed, when I first heard about this project over a year ago, I did a sketch of a project that I would do on that property for 18 lots with a community center and a tennis court and a retention pond, and keep that stuff blocking the 18 residences there, and opening it up to both Shepherd Street and Oakhurst, and do exactly what the lady showed on the map, where there is a connection already between Ridgewood and Alpine, and do the same thing with Oakhurst and Shepherd, so that they can go around the block without entering the proposed Hidden Woods project. Plus, the streets would continue and go around to the west, and just like you're doing it there, yes, just like that.
Thank you, Mr. Shark. Could you finish it up, please?
Okay, so I am opposed to it just for that reason. I would think that there would be a better way. I'm not opposed to the neighborhood. I'd like to get on board with it, because I've got the experience in land planning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Is there any questions, Mr. Shark? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mr. Barnett, you're next, then Mr. Carey, you are next after that.
My name is Vaughn Barnett. I live on 301 East Hillcrest, which are right on the corner of Virginia and Hillcrest. And I was part of the homeowners association when we first opened up Raymond, and we had cut through traffic through up to Hillcrest, and it was really bad. So we got together, with the commissioners and stuff, we got it blocked off at Hillcrest. Now, we are concerned with this new opening up Raymond, even though those gates are there, that we're still going to get cut through traffic. And also, we're just concerned about the new development that they're putting in, which is 25 homes. Well, you figure, okay, that's 50 cars. It's going to be moving through the neighborhood. And if they go through Shepherd and one of the other places, that's still going to increase the Virginia Drive traffic, which is already heavy enough as it is. And even with the speed bumps there, some people come through there flying. So I'm against opening any street that could create more traffic. So I guess that makes me against the whole project, I guess.
So, and that might be next month, sir.
So, like I say, that's just what I have to say then.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any questions or anything?
No. Mr. Carey, see, we told you you'd get your shot. And after that, Mr. Wynn Adams.
Thank you, Chairman. I apologize for my anxiousness earlier. My name is James Carey. I live at 209 Ridgewood Street. That's two houses from what we called the alley here, right, earlier. It's actually a road. It's actually a road that a lot of us use. And I prepared these statements based on last week's meeting. Today, agenda's changed. It's a whole different thing. But let me just go with what was told last week, right? So I think the decision here today is whether to take a right away from thousands of current citizens, a right of access that is shared publicly, and provide it to a privateer, a developer, right, for their profit. There are no residents in Hidden Woods, as somebody just mentioned, right? There's owls, there's eagles, hawks, and the squirrels that feed them. We have hundreds of homes, thousands of public users that will be impacted. We have a private developer who's unsatisfied with the let's count them, guys. We got 4 existing pathways out that wouldn't require this discussion at all, right? These 4 existing roads are not even considered on their web access development plan. We've been saying things like right of access and easement, okay? These words are for landowners without 4 other options. I really like to take them off the table when we talk about this today. There's no right of access question here. If anybody thinks that this plot doesn't have right of access, merely look at the map. There's lots of right of access. So we're taking away something from people who already have it. So, right of access was settled, we believe, in 1996 by a decision of this board to leave it closed. We think that was the right decision. And that was based on traffic patterns. I don't think traffic has gone down in the succeeding 25 years. So after last week's zoning meeting, after the public agenda item not being what was actually talked about at the meeting, today another public agenda item, and now we got split agenda items. Guys, it's all about opening up Raymond Avenue. So Hidden Woods approached the zoning committee for lot size and then jumped right to the southern opening. The attempt was so self-dealing. There were 50 residents present in opposition. The developer assured that commission that there were opinions running both ways, and apparently we do have parents running both ways, but that meeting, they pointed out that they had 130 petitions, which we did not bring into the record today, saying no to the object. We had 130 petitions saying no, signed petitions, not one signed in favor. Okay? So today's request should be denied. Right? They will request a compromise. The portion of the road they intend to annex is open to all, thus getting their southern access outside of the gated community and leaving Altamont Heights residents subject to the tsunami of traffic. The parents, the children, the pets of Hidden Woods will not be run over by this traffic. Our citizens will. We'll need to deal with the traffic, the noise, and the garbage. Any compromise should be denied. If allowed, next we'll have to meet and decide where the traffic lights on Virginia Avenue need to go. Virginia Avenue will become like Palm Springs, a major artery. At the east-west, all of the east-west roads from Palm Springs to Virginia will become major traffic points. They will need major road rework. In closing, I would ask the commissioners to vote for the people in this case, to deny the Hidden Woods Raymond Avenue request. Further, I would ask that this body decision be one that can't be easily challenged in some future, more successful private developer's attempt at slipping this through unnoticed under some disguised lot size public announcement, which is what I encountered last week. The citizens of Altamont Heights would like to close this issue for all time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Subject
Carey.
to your questions, yes, sir.
Any questions? Question, Mr. Zimpower.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Zimpower.
So you indicated that you feel that the decision that the Board of County Commissioners made in 1996 is the appropriate decision, and we should rely upon that solely, and that was the right decision made. Tell me what you think about the decision in 1992 that then was amended in 1996, 4 years later. What are your thoughts there?
So they extended one notch up, really. That 50-foot and then that 150-foot impacted nobody in Altamont Heights. Not one person in Altamont Heights felt that, right? So those decisions south of Raymond Avenue really don't affect me, sir. But my child that I raised went to the same schools, Altamont Elementary, Millway, and Lyman. She's now at Emory-Riddle, 19-year-old third-year student. Okay? I want every kid to have that same capability, right? We walk those neighborhoods. The reason there's no sidewalks is because we walk on the street. Literally, I'm the second house, and I have hundreds of people walk by my house, walking their dogs, driving by. Right? This is a public right of access that we all share. Come by on July 4th and see if 1,000 of the voting public do not use that sidewalk that somebody actually put in there. Thank you very much for that. That little park they're talking about, that's just that strip of land, what somebody calls an alley. Hey, that means a lot to us. As you can see, it means a lot to the people here. I don't know why they get southern access. Why didn't I think of it?
That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Carey.
Marion? Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wynn Adams, and followed by Mary Ann Cunningham. Ms. Cunningham, are you still here? Wonderful.
Commissioner, my name is Wynn Adams. I live at 646 Fellowship Drive in Fern Park, Florida. And the reason why I'm here is because I was on the county commission when this decision was made back in 1996. And if you check the minutes, if my memory serves me properly, you'll also realize that we all 5 of us voted against opening up Raymond Avenue. In fact, what is read here is resolution to open an uncut portion of Raymond Avenue public right-of-way. It was actually incorrect. It should be reopened because there was a dirt road cutting through that area. I know because I drove my car through there. The reason why we all voted against it is we wanted to stop the cut-through traffic. We recognized it would be better for traffic be going down Palm Springs or Virginia Avenue versus going all the way down into Raymond. So I highly recommend that you do not reopen that uncut portion. Or the, as you say here. So are there any questions about what the intent of the board was at that time? Because I can answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, former Commissioner Adams. Are there any questions? If you want to stay, there might be at the end, but thank you very much, sir. Miss Mary Ann Cunningham, followed by Laura, Haslach. A lot of you didn't go to parochial school, did you?
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Cunningham. I'm at 256 Alpine Street. I know this is hard on a lot of my neighbors, and I'm sorry. But I'm here for one thing, and that's the Raymond Alpine Ridgewood. I've raised my family in this house for 22 years. There are 13 kids on this block. 13. There are families that go biking because, like everybody has told you, it's a wraparound to Ridgewood. It's a safe area. There's dog walkers. There's people walking early in the morning here, you know. The lady from the developer said, you know, that it's no impact if we open up, you know, Raymond Avenue and have access. There's a lot of impact because now, not only 22 years ago when I bought my house there, it was because it was a quaint little neighborhood, country living. Now I have to contend with I-4 dumping off the off-ramp, you know, that people will cut through my little neighborhood. And I am the first street on Alpine that they will come down. Now I have city furniture, and I know progress is being made, and I'm not against progress being made. But I didn't want progress being made in my backyard. So, anyhow, that's what I'm here to say. I'm a mom.
Thank you, Mary Ann. I appreciate any questions of Mary Ann. Thank you. Sir? No. No, sir. No, sir. And Laura, please forgive me if I was just trying to have a little levity.
That's okay. I did go to a parochial school in law account, so.
You didn't have Sister Mary Catherine then, did you?
No, I still have terrible writing. My name is Laura Haslach. I'm 248 Ridgewood Street. I'm here as a property owner, and I'm a parent of 2 elementary school students. This developer is creating a risk to the safety of my children by asking this board to overturn a resolution to close Raymond Avenue. At a community meeting held by this developer on April 29th, the president of the land development said, "We do not go into neighborhoods and ram ideas down your throat." And then he submitted plans to do that just to my neighborhood. These plans will have a substantial negative impact on the West Altamont Heights neighborhood's safety and tranquility. His plans do not simply end with opening Raymond Avenue. Once he overturns this resolution, my neighborhood's safety will be open up to the whims of the developer. What do I mean by that? After he opens Raymond Avenue, he has proposed several options to modify Ridgewood and Alpine streets that connect to Raymond Avenue. They include an alley option, they include gates and fencing option, and hammerhead option. Keep in mind that these have not been resolved. They are not set in stone. I don't believe that these proposed options are going to be strictly for emergency access that the developer claims, and I do not want to be beholden to a foreign HOA that I do not partake in to maintain these proposed gates. The residents of this new development will not only need direct access to I-4, they don't want to have to go all the way around to Central Florida Parkway to drop their kids off at Altamont Elementary. Why do that when they could easily go through these two exits that may or may not be open to Raymond Avenue, okay? So what happens when Google Maps and Waze finds this shortest route? Jackpot. There's a dangerous speeding cut-through on traffic on streets with no sidewalks. There are currently no sidewalks on Ridgewood and Alpine, where children play daily. My neighborhood is West Altamont Heights. It's less than 2 miles from Altamont Elementary. I believe .8 was a figure that was given. That's where my daughter attends, and she can walk to school. These streets are where she learned to ride a bike. It's where she plays basketball in the driveway with her friend 2 doors down. It is a peaceful, quiet street where at least 10 dog walkers passed by between the hours of 5 and 6 p.m. on an 18-foot road with no sidewalks. In conclusion, I would like to quote a very knowledgeable source on this very thing. Private property rights is a buzz phrase some developers use as a legal excuse to dismantle the local planning process. But property rights go both ways. Neighbors near new developments have the same rights to enjoy and protect themselves from diminished property value and their quality of life. That was Mr. Lee Constantine, September 17, 2021. Wise words for this board to follow. Please vote to protect our children and vote no on overturning the resolution to keep Raymond Avenue closed.
Thank you, Laura. Any questions? Seeing none, Ms. Kim Reif, R-E-I-F, for Mr. Kim Reif, and then David C. K-R-A-I-S, and then Dawn K-I-N-T-I-G-H.
My name is Kim Reif. I live at 862 Victoria Terrace on the north side of the property. And I wanted to display that on the screen. Gates won't work. I've seen it doesn't make any sense. Gates won't work. We've gone back to 1992 and 1996 to talk about some things, so I think what I have to say here is relevant. I get nervous when I speak in person. This property could have been accessed in 1996 when Raymond Oaks was built, with little to no disruption in the neighborhood. Again, it could have been accessed in 2001 when Victoria Terrace was extended from North Street, with little to no problems at all. But why did the owner wait so long to want to develop the land? And the answer is billboards. The owner had 4 billboards on that land that face I-4. On this email that I'm going to read from Timothy Freed from FDOT, he states that settlement with the property owner for losing the billboards was $897,000, and the settlement with the billboard company was $1,614,000. So combined, that was about $2.5 million of taxpayers' money that was paid to make the billboards go away a few years ago. That is factual, and it's part of public record. In my opinion, the best way to access the 10 acres, like I mentioned, was previously in 1996 and 2001. But the owner chose not to sell the 10 acres at either opportunity. In my opinion, and from sources, the billboard company could have paid the property owner approximately $100,000 a year for the right to have their billboards on their property. At $100,000 a year in the 20-some years from 1996 when Raymond Oaks was built to when the billboards were taken down, the property owner could have earned around $2 million in that time. Also, as documented on the screen, the property owner got $897,000 recently. So that's close to $3 million over the last 25 years in revenue that property owner could have got. So he waits until now, where he's totally going to disrupt a community. He waits till now. He had ample opportunity and great access at two other points in time, but he chose to enrich himself through billboard revenue, and he ends up looking great and doing great, and there's no good way to access his property without disrupting and disturbing and ruining this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I just want to tell you, you say you don't like to speak in front of public. You did a very good job.
Thank you.
David, and followed by Dawn, and followed by Maria Fernandez Pittman.
The FDOT document.
Hello, my name is David Craze. I live at 260 Oakhurst Street for the last 44 years. Our neighbors have enjoyed the peace and quiet of our dead-end street and beautiful environment that Florida provides. There now is a new development coming into our neighborhood. We welcome them. However, let me inform you of the impact it's going to cause on Oakhurst or Shepherd. In Oakhurst, we consider it if Oakhurst is considered as an entrance, the following actions must be taken. Bring Oakhurst Street up to county standard, widen the roads, reduce the size of our lawns, removing valuable trees and installing sewer lines for the Hiddenwood Reserve, relocating water lines, telephone lines, power poles, CCTV cables, mailboxes, and adding sidewalks. Other roads also being affected are Virginia Ave, North Street, Palm Springs Drive, which is already full and bumper to bumper at Christmas time and 4th of July seasons. Fire protection. The time for a fire truck has been estimated at 7 minutes to reach Hidden Woods Reserve using Raymond, 14 minutes using Oakhurst. My question would then be, does this open the door for a lawsuit in Seminole County if in the event the house burns down because of the added time? If Raymond Ave is used as an entrance, Hidden Woods Reserve I'm sorry, a little bit nervous.
Take your time.
Take your time.
If Raymond Ave is used as an entrance to Hidden Woods Reserve, the impact would be, I'm trying to think of some, but I come up empty. Sorry. There's only 3 houses facing Raymond Ave. All the rest are side roads that are not going to be as impacted as Oakhurst would. They already have access to sewer lines from Raymond Ave. The remainder of the road that would be developed is uninhabited, does not have power lines, telephone lines, CCTV cable to be relocated. And also there was a couple of misquotes up here from people that were quoting how many people or how many houses are on Oakhurst. There's like 23, not 17 as you were informed. So I want to thank you all for allowing us to have our voices heard, and please consider our concerns before making your decision.
Thank you. Sir, is there any questions before? Okay. Sir, you did say that you were opposed to the opening of Raymond on your speech comment.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make sure that you're really saying you're in support of opening. Thank you, sir.
My mistake. Yeah, I'm
No problem.
in favor.
No problem. I just wanted to make sure that we had that.
Thank you for bringing that out.
No problem, sir. Dawn and Maria, and then Nick Anderson. Not the basketball player.
Hi, my name is Dawn Kintine, and I live in a very unique area of this whole discussion. I live on the corner of Raymond between Hillcrest and Alpine, where the pedestrian park exists right now. And I was part of the 1996 resolution and moving into my home during the 1992 one. Sorry, I'm a little nervous and cold. So I do have some background on that. The 1992 original resolution was because Central Parkway was being built. It was not there. I lived on Center Street on a dirt road that became Central Parkway and had to leave my home and bought a beautiful home on Raymond Avenue that then, a couple years later, was being plowed down. It's been a consistent thing for me. I live at 755 Raymond Avenue, and I'm adjacent to Alpine and Raymond and the pedestrian park. I've lived there since 1993, raised my family there for 28 years. I was active in the Raymond closure project that resulted in the 1996 commission resolution that supported our concerns and the creation of the natural pedestrian park that we have that the residents all donated and paid for, and the HOA from Raymond Oaks chose to continue to take care of. I'm also representing 130 residents that signed petitions that you all should have seen and received. These are residents not only from West Altamont Heights, but we keep having this discussion and completely forgetting about our neighbors in San Leandro Springs. Do you have the map? From where the pedestrian park is, in the cul-de-sac where I live, there are 46 homes. There are people that live there on Hillcrest, Highland, Citrus, and Orange that are all in unincorporated Seminole County that have all been impacted by the 1996 resolution. We took a fall for the neighborhood. Those of us that live on Raymond said, we want to protect the West Altamont Heights neighborhood. We will take the traffic. It has been a nightmare. We have accesses on these small dead-end roads for I-4 construction trucks, because that's the access on to build I-4. The exits coming off of I-4 are exits that dump off the new expressway. There is no on-ramp there, so there's no advantage to the new homeowners in Hidden Woods. All it does is back up traffic down my street. I've spent $6,000 to put in a circular drive in front of my tiny little house because Raymond Oaks entrance sits right where I back out of my driveway. I'm trying to imagine this opened even further with two-way traffic coming and trying to get out of my driveway. I sit at the end of Central Parkway now through several light changes just to turn right to get onto Douglas Avenue. All of us that live from Hillcrest down to where Central Parkway is are already dealing with massive turnaround traffic. I'm begging you, please, do not open Raymond any further or to any more traffic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dawn. And I also want to tell you that we also received your written form.
Thank you.
And so, is there any questions? Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Fernandez-Pittman, Mr. Anderson, and that's followed by Ms. Beckwith.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria Fernandez-Pittman. I am a resident at 200 Alpine Street. With the exception of going to UCF, I've been a Seminole County resident for about 26 years. My husband and I have been living in the West Altamont Heights neighborhood for about 6 years, and we chose this area over all others in Central Florida because we are on a dead end, because as you can see, my house is directly next to that walking path we've been discussing today, and it's a dead end. It's so quiet. We love our neighbors so, so much, and so that's why we chose to live where we live. I'm a resident and live alongside 130 other individuals in this subdivision, and that you see, and you all have seen our petitions. Our concerns are set forth in the petition, and the concern I want to stress is tearing down the beautiful naturally covered oak area that runs along our home on Alpine through Widge Road will disrupt and displace so much wildlife that we have come to know and love. Just the other day, my husband and I were walking our dog in the morning, and we saw this beautiful, huge owl just sitting on one of the trees there. If this were to happen, we wouldn't get get those wonderful moments that we love having here in Seminole County. I believe that it's not necessary to destroy this area of natural habitats to accommodate the developer when there are more viable solutions to access this neighborhood on Oakhurst, Shepherd, and other areas. If this area is removed, we will lose the natural lands and wildlife that Seminole County prides itself on. Lastly, I would like to note that I have not been personally notified about any sort of destruction about the area right next to my home, because there is a potential that they could be taking part of my yard to make this thing happen, and I haven't been notified by the developer by that. Also, as Ms. Bauer had said earlier, we don't have any sidewalks on Alpine Street, so that's something that would have to be put in. There's so many dog walkers, families, just people going about their business all over Alpine, and we also don't have streetlights on our street either, I think with the exception of 1 or 2, so that's something to take in consideration as well. I think that is all I have. If you guys have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
You're welcome.
it. All right, Mr. Anderson?
Hi, my name is Nick Anderson. Last time that I heard anyone refer to me or ask about a basketball player, I was at TSA. He was like, you don't look like Nick Anderson, I know. So, but yeah, I live at 156 Raymond Oaks Court, and I've lived there since 2016. I'm a construction engineer. I've been on heavy highway projects around the country, and so I've been doing some of this similar work for my job. And I'm here to discuss the T-turnarounds, the general constructability, and the safety impacts of the community. Now, the T-turnarounds are going to be placed at the end of the 2 roads where they will be used in a non-standard utilization, and that will cause safety impacts to the area because they could easily be left open, they could be broken, or simply bypassed by someone driving through a yard if they don't like the cut through or the traffic on Central Parkway. So, in order to construct this, they'll also have to use some non-standard cross sections of roadway in order to deal with the narrow length or the narrow area of the right-of-way where it already is built up. There will be many utilities that will need to be relocated. There will be many trees that will also be needing to be destroyed, as has been mentioned many times before. And when they go into the roadway section of their plan, you'll notice that on the north there, when they come out of their development, they make sure to leave a large buffer against the roadway and their neighborhood.
Can you point to it, please?
Right up there. And so then, once they get into the existing neighborhood, down to the south, that buffer disappears. There are already houses right there where they will have no area to build the road, and if they try to have cars go in there, it will have a very detrimental impact. If a car, for example, would go off the road, it will be precariously close to someone's bedroom. And in this neighborhood, it's been mentioned many times, there's a community natural resource of this walking path. There is many of the speakers before have said that they use this place all the time to go walking their dogs, their kids. I have a 3-year-old daughter that I take back there, nightly, just to take a walk and get to see the nature. This plan would destroy all of those trees, the nature that we go back there for, and we'd have safety concerns that we wouldn't be able to take our daughter back there safely. As far as the utility access goes, I've been in many construction projects where you can make a utility trench in a much narrower section of roadway than what they have to work with in the existing apron. So if they say they can't put a utility in there because of constraints, they're having problems with their contractor. And the amount of work that need to be required for this option to take place is so inexplicably large compared to going right into Oakhurst and Shepherd, which butt right up against the property. If I was on a construction project where we had a plan like this, I'd make sure I went to the designer and be like, what's the reason here? There's no reason for this. It doesn't make any sense to me. But like I said, in conclusion, the proposal causes safety concerns. It destroys a community natural resource we've all enjoyed for multiple years. And it all is to build a roadway that is not needed. So thank you for your time.
Thank
Any
you,
questions?
Mr. Anderson, and Ms. Fernandez also, thank you very much. We received both of your packages and your written report also. Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Anderson? Seeing none, Ms. Beckwith, and followed by Mr. Mac Allen Cope. And after Mr. Cope, it's Mr. Ledford. So if y'all can start coming up here, appreciate it. Ms. Beckwith, it is yours.
Hi, I'm Janice Beckwith, and I live at 113 East Highland, the corner of Highland and Raymond. I've only been there 29 years. I've raised 5 children there. I have 5 grandchildren now that come there. When I moved in there, it was a dirt road. There was no hotel at the end of the road. There was a flashing light, no traffic light. That piece of road that was barricaded ended up being a playground for my children. Then we had Raymond Oaks, and the developer came to me and asked about opening it, and I said, oh my gosh, 2 cars per house. You know, that's going to be quite a bit more traffic. Well, now if you calculate it, it's 3 cars per house because now their kids have grown and tried. Then you have UPS, FedEx, Amazon deliveries coming, and they don't all come in one truck and make their deliveries. They come multiple times a day. I'm right there on that corner with my bedroom. I've recently become a widow, and I live there because it's safe. When they did the development of Raymond Oaks, we had theft. On my street alone, there was a bicycle, a ladder, a generator stolen because of contractors in and out. I have people now, my husband passed away and I went and put reflectors because I don't know where the sprinklers are to mow. I walk through traffic and kids, I guess, are picking up my reflectors. I have to go out and find these sprinklers again. That's all fine and dandy. It's not the cars going down. We didn't have a hotel at the end of the road. It was woods. We had a fox family that went through. The owl, the lady said she sees it. That's my husband. He's come to see me ever since he passed away. I don't think we can take much more traffic coming in that way. With the hotel, recently, and it's just been recently, and I'm going to say within the past 6 months, I think they changed the ownership of it. Now I have the police watching the hotel because of drug use. So I've got all these other cars coming through, and if they put in another development with 3 cars per household, it's going to be too much when they have another access that they can come. Please consider it, and I got to tell all of you, I'm proud of all of you, because I voted for every one of you.
We're proud of you, too.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Beckwith. Yes, please, sir. Mr.
I'm going to wait for Mr. McGuire to pass out my written statement that I'm going to be reading into the record. So
okay.
If I may have that moment. Chairman Constantine, my name is Matt Cope. I'm a qualified land planner, having practiced for 4 decades. I hope you can hear me through my mask. I'm immune compromised. I've been this way for 5 years, so it's just something I have to deal with.
Yes, sir.
So you have in front of you something that wasn't considered in the package of information that is in your agenda items, and that is primarily what this is you're reviewing the staff cover sheet and the applicant's narrative. But what isn't mentioned in there is any consideration of your comprehensive plan and how your comprehensive plan specifically has in your transportation element an objective and policies dealing with cut-through traffic and how you can prevent cut-through traffic and at the same time preserve existing residential subdivisions. So it's been really nice that luckily my time in front of you has come after you have heard all of these people express their personal feelings that are literally written into your policies and that are approved in 1992 and then in 1996 that does not need any amendment today. If you'd like to ask me any questions about any of the material that I've submitted to you, I'm available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cope. Is there any questions of Mr. Cope? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I do have one question.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Sorry. Are you retired, Mr. Cope?
I am.
You ever consider doing consulting work for the county?
I would.
There you go. Hey, you got to leverage every opportunity. Thank you.
Mr. Ledford, followed by Raymond McGuire, I believe. Followed by Jeff Singletary, followed by Reverend Tom Liebert. And then that would conclude what I have.
My name is Keith Ledford. I live with my wife of 60 years at 409 East Hillcrest. We bought that property in 1983. I was with a group of men who closed off Hillcrest, with your permission, in 1996. We knew at the time, just take one stroke of a pen. And of course, we got the benefit of less traffic. Things have changed drastically in every way, politically, socially, emotionally, traffic-wise. When you come off of I-4 with the new exit around the Magic Building, thousands of cars are going to be dumped off of Central Florida Parkway. When they try to take a left at the bottom of that hill where the red light is, there are going to be some horrendous accidents. There already have been. So it would just take one stroke of the pen to open up Hillcrest, make a wonderful cut through. We have difficulty getting on to Palm Springs Drive, were it not for some committed Christian or some good Samaritan, we'd be stuck there for a long time. I can envision now that we're going to be stuck in our driveway for a long time because of what's, by the way, the lawyer for the company said, and it's in their, it's not in your map, but it's in their map, they're planning on opening up Raymond all the way to Central Park, which is exactly what Mr. Zimbauer asked. And this, oh no, oh yes, that's exactly the plan, and I'm here to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And
Does anybody have a question?
Congratulations on your 60 years of marriage, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McGuire. Yes, sir. Followed by Mr. Singletary, followed by the Reverend.
So my name is Raymond McGuire. I'm with McGuire Eminent Domain. I'm a lawyer. I represent Raymond Oaks HOA, which abuts the applicant right to the south. And my address is 535 Delaney Street, Orlando, Florida. And there was a couple of things that our previous speakers did not cover that I'm going to cover, but I'm not going to be very repetitious of them. I just want to address one question that came up about the park. When you have right-of-way that is owned by Seminole County, and it has the 63 trees that are in the arborist letter that has been submitted to you, and they average from 9-inch to 28-inch, and we haven't even counted the ones under 8 inches, that's a park. And that's what they're all enjoying, is walking through that area with all those trees. And you can put the utilities through there, like Nick Anderson indicated, and you won't disturb that park. That's easy. That's 10 feet of a trench. That's quite different than a wide road. The next exhibit that you sort of saw, and it got handed out to you, was a compilation of the size of the homes on Shepherd and on Oakhurst. But that's not the size of the homes, the size of the lots. The size of the lots average 12,911 square feet, almost 13,000 feet. And the relevance of that is that if you and the Board of Zoning Adjustment with the PD require the homes that go on to this proposed development of the 9-something acres to be the same size as the surrounding lots. There'll only be about 17, at most 19 lots in there. And the relevance to opening or not opening Raymond Oaks is that if they were required to have traffic from the development go down both Oakhurst and Shepherd, you only have about 18 homes that are creating that traffic. That's not much of a burden on the road network that already exists there. And I furthermore want to now show you a financial impact to the community. Let me see if I can get this one, if you'll put that.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. There's a remote mic there, sir.
You're going to need to speak into the microphone.
There's a remote mic.
There's one right there.
There's a remote, Mr. McGuire.
$250,000 of construction is needed based on a contractor that estimated based on what the developer said they wanted to do to Raymond Avenue. If you want, and that's bringing it up to standards that the staff wants that to be done. And they also would want, I'm sure, to bring Shepherd and Oakhurst up to standards. That would only be $100,000. 40% of the impact in terms of construction and all the environmental consequences, that's just the dollars. That's not talking about the impact to the trees. And I just want to emphasize on this one is that, and it was said to you, that people that are leaving Hidden Woods, it's not that many people, but look at all the blue options they have of getting to different places in the community. And I really would stress that Mr. Cope did a good job of emphasizing to you that the staff has not properly looked at the impacts, and they've not required of the applicant to look at what is really happening to these roads and to their proposal of opening up Raymond Avenue, and it's written in there, so I'm not going to repeat it for you. My last comment is also an exhibit that's been given to you, and it doesn't focus very well. This supporting document, we went out there and we measured the pavement in front of each house on Oakhurst and Shepherd and determined that there was an average of about 1.5 feet of lacking in pavement to bring it up to standards. If the developer was told, okay, if you're going to access through Oakhurst and Shepherd, you'll need to, put curbs in. It'll improve that road. It's going to be a benefit to the community instead of destroying the habitat and the walkway and the park that currently a lot of people are using. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Mr. Singletary.
My name is Jeff Singletary. I live at 119 Raymond Oaks Court. I lived there for 23 years. I'm the president of Raymond Oaks Homeowners Association, representing 38 others in the subdivision of Raymond Oaks, which you can see right up here. All of the commissioners that I'm looking at right now, and Chairman Constantine, you should have received our 38 petitions. I believe I forwarded those to your offices. So my question for you today is, what do Chairman Dick Vanderweed Vice Chairman Pat Warren, Commissioner Randy Morris, Commissioner Wynn Adams, and thank you so much, former Commissioner Wynn Adams, if you're still here. Thank you, sir, for being here. I appreciate it. And Commissioner Darrell McLean have in common, normally not much.
Boy, is that, that's a true statement right there.
That was priceless.
However, on January 9th, 1996, per resolution number 96R6, they unanimously voted to close Raymond Avenue. Resolution number 96R6 further states that closure of Raymond Avenue will not have a detrimental impact relative to accessing the property, which we know it to be Hidden Woods, which the applicant is proposing. The property also in resolution number 96R6, it further states the property will still have access via Shepherd Street and Oakhurst Street. Raymond Oaks Homeowners Association, San Lando Springs, and West Altamont Heights, as a community at large, strongly oppose the opening of Raymond Avenue via 38 petitions from Raymond Oaks Homeowners Association and another 138 from West Altamont Heights and San Lando Springs. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Singletary? Seeing none, thank you very much. And Reverend? And we did receive your document, Mr. Singletary. Thank you very much. And Tom Liburg.
Hello, my name's Reverend Tom Liburg. I've lived at 115 Raymond Oaks for 6 years. It's highlighted there. And I realize for everyone here, having the preacher speak last is a dangerous thing. But I'm here as a member of the community. I think everyone else has pretty much spoken to the opposition, the reasons many of us oppose this development from, and here's a picture of the crux of the matter. That is Raymond Oaks, the park that's maintained by our subdivision. Straight on back is where that road would go. To the right is West Altamont. To the left is Raymond Oaks Court. There are better ways of doing this. And 3 communities have come together to ask you to find a better way. A former commissioner has come before you to ask for a better way. We have 3 neighborhoods where we know as this development continues, it's going to affect Raymond Oaks, it will affect Shepherd. We want to work together to find a way to minimize the impact for everyone in the neighborhood to preserve what we have, why we purchased homes here, why we have families here. I think there's probably still a way to do that, but for that to happen, that falls on your shoulders. In the efforts of zoning and how this happens. We want to support our folks on Shepherd and Oakhurst if the most logical opening seems to be there. If that happens, we want it to be done safely because we're part of the community as well. So please, in your considerations on behalf of all of us, avoid extending this, avoid failed concepts like the T-turn, the changes that'll happen that'll create unsafe roadways right next to homes, and help us do what's best for our community, which is in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I do not have any more cards. Just in full caution, does anybody else out there compelling that have not spoken and have Mr. Stemek, did you fill out a card form? Go ahead, come on up, sir. But please fill out a form. You can do it after you speak.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Al Steinbeck. I live on 232 Oakhurst Street.
I lived there for 28 years, and I actually own 2 homes on Oakhurst Street. I live in one, and my family, and the other one, my father-in-law lives right next door to me. So the impact of this is going to be on trees, and everybody talked about trees. Like Oakhurst was just as bad as Raymond Avenue. In my opinion, open up Raymond is probably going to be less impact. And everybody talks about oak trees. I have a huge oak tree right on my edge of a driveway that's going to have to be taken out. The Oakhurst does not have any. The road is not ready. We walk our dogs. We have no sidewalks, just like everybody else walks down the street. It's no different than Raymond Avenue. So I don't know why everybody thinks that Oakhurst is going to be less impact. I really don't believe so. So we also have a family, also lived there for a long time. So either way, there's going to be impact on trees. So I hope you decide in the right direction. But in my opinion, I think open up Raymond will be probably less of an impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, we're going to go back to the applicant. Oh, yeah, that's good. Good point. Anybody online there, James?
There are no hands up, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, James. So we're going to close the public hearing, other than if you're asked a question from the commission, and we're going to go back to the applicant. And the applicant, please, you are recognized.
Thank you, and I'll try to keep my comments brief. Part of your packet that you received from your staff includes the 1992 and the 1996, both resolution and meeting minutes. And just to read it into the record, consideration of resolution closure of Raymond Avenue from 1996. And I'm going to butcher this name, but I'm sure someone here can correct me. Mr. Simanson advised that staff has received plans for a new single-family subdivision, Raymond Oaks. The developer proposes to connect to the existing public right-of-way known as Raymond Avenue. He further advised that Raymond Avenue was previously closed by the board on May 12, 1992, at a point 25 feet south of Hillcrest Street, between this subdivision and Center. In order for the new subdivision to gain access to Center Street, the point of closure on Raymond Avenue should be relocated to a point north of Hillcrest Street. Then discussion ensues, and our special guest, motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Warren, to adopt the appropriate resolution. To do what? To open Raymond to allow for a new subdivision. So we are simply asking for the exact same amendment to a previous resolution. And I just want to go through a little bit our thought process and how we have tried. I don't know if this is...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Are you supposed to be doing another presentation, or are you supposed to answer the statements that were made? This is
I'm going to address some of the statements,
I
Commissioner.
believe this is rebuttal, and so I'll allow it, please. Yes.
So there were several statements made that we are creating cut-through traffic and we're opening this all the way to the north. Again, that is not true. We are not dedicating an additional 30 feet of right-of-way. It is the request, and the resolution before you only opens Raymond up to our southern property boundary. It goes no further. The concern about cut-through is what we are trying to address with the gates. Now, you all know, and we very much appreciate our emergency services people, and their job is to be able to get to people as quickly as possible. So if it was up to them, they would love to have Ridgewood open to Raymond and Alpine, because then they can service this area better. What they don't want us to do, and what your county standards don't allow us to do, is just keep those two roads as the current dead ends they are, connected by this alley. So in order to address the exact concerns that we've heard here, that is why we have proposed these gates to prohibit that cut-through traffic. These are your roads. If what you all would prefer to do is not have the gates and have the full access, we have no problem with that. If what you would prefer to do is have those as dead ends, similar to Shepherd and Oakhurst, again, those are your roads. That's okay with us. We were simply coming up with these gates as a solution to some of the concerns that we heard. And what I am hearing is that, you know, the notice that went out is to open or not open Raymond. That notice did not say, if you keep Raymond closed, then everyone on Shepherd and Oakhurst, your good neighbors on Raymond have suggested that they open up your roads and that they cut down the trees that you think are in your front yard but are actually within this 60-foot right-of-way. And instead of impacting a few sides of the houses on Raymond, where on Raymond Oaks, there is a wall. Instead of that, they're going to move all of your mailboxes, and it's going to impact many more people. And we also will point out that Shepherd and Oakhurst do not have sidewalks right now. Raymond does, and we would connect. There's a portion of Raymond that does.
All right, everybody, please.
There's a portion of Raymond with sidewalks, and we're required to add.
All right, y'all.
All right, guys, I think we got the message that there's not sidewalks on Raymond. Okay, so go ahead, ma'am. Just then please be specific about, you know, where the sidewalks are that you're talking about on Raymond.
Okay, we can pull them up, but we would have to connect to the existing sidewalks that are on Raymond, or bring them down. If you go on Shepherd or Oakhurst, right now there are no sidewalks. So when we're talking about safety, which is what I'm trying to address, we are trying to choose the route that would be most safe and provide for connecting sidewalks. Just one other thing to mention is we've talked about the requirement for a county standard road. And that is in your engineering, it's called the County Public Works Engineering Manual. And that is really what's driving the size of the improvements that would be required to Raymond. And, you know, we would like to, and they would need guidance from you all, that if you choose to open Raymond, that you direct your county engineer and public works department to work with us so that we could build a cross-section that remains more rural in nature. For example, that we would only have 20 feet of paved roadways, we could have swales, we could have the sidewalk just on one side, and that would begin to diminish the impact to the trees that are there now. And if instead you all decide to not open Raymond and you want us to use Oakhurst or Shepherd, I do want to point out that still requires a minor amendment to this resolution. As you can see, you know, there's a little 30-foot connection that's currently closed we would need to make. But also similarly, I would like you all to direct your staff that to the extent possible, we could keep Shepherd and Oakhurst in cross-sections as they exist now, so that we are not significantly impacting those roads with adding curb and gutter, widening the roads, and all that would be required for county standards. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Questions? Thank you very much. No, you can't have questions, guys. Thank you, though. I'm sorry, Win.
This is not a question.
Win, I cannot. Win. If somebody asks you a question, okay? All right, is there any questions? Okay, staff, would you please come back up? Is there any questions of staff? Commissioner Herr.
So I've attempted to Google Earth to, and I can't get in close enough, sidewalks or no sidewalks And quite honestly, if there are no sidewalks, would they not be required to put sidewalks?
There are no sidewalks down Raymond. There may be a small, and Bill, correct me, a small portion of sidewalk from Central.
There's a small.
From, I'm sorry, at Hillcrest with the Raymond Oaks subdivision, yes.
All right, guys.
Yes.
Okay, are you asking them?
So my second half of my question, let me just go with the second half of the question. Let's presume there's no sidewalks, they'd be required to put sidewalks.
They would be required to put a sidewalk in on the portion that they improve. From the portion, if approved, to have it open from the portion that is being opened to the entrance of their development.
Other questions of the staff? Commissioner Lockhart.
So I do have a question for staff, and Joy, I don't know that you're the best person to do this, but I do want to say to our neighbors that are here, we know how emotional this is, but it really would help us get through this process without the shouting out. We've heard you all loud and clear, we really have, but we're going to try and make this as professional a process as we can. Mr. Abel or someone from Leisure Services or someone who can talk about this park and what the ramifications of this park are. Did we had a lot of time to think about that.
Nicole, would you like to answer that? County Manager?
We've been having an offline conversation. It appears that the park is in the Raymond right-of-way. So, and I can try to share my screen here.
I think we saw a picture of it.
Yeah, we saw a picture of it. So that's where Raymond, that entrance is where that's the entrance into an open Raymond right-of-way.
So I guess my question for the attorney, what happens when we have a county-owned piece of property that has been improved with our blessing, maybe, sounds like, with residents adding?
We haven't confirmed that there was any sort of communication with the, there may have been. I'm not saying that there hasn't been, but I can tell you that our Leisure Services folks are not aware of it.
County Manager, I think that what she's indicating, and please, I'm not trying to put words in, but since you closed it, they felt that was closed forever, and therefore they could start doing things in that.
And we know we have unopened rights of way all over this county where people start to use it as their own space, and then they find that there will be a road that will be going through at some point in time. And so this is not an unusual circumstance for county right-of-way that's unopened to be utilized by neighbors, only to find out. In fact, I have an area in my district where a large retention stormwater pond was to be going in, and neighbors had been using the area for quite some time, and that was a shock. So this is it frustrating as it is, it's not unusual.
And I will say, I'm not saying definitively that nobody at the county gave them permission, but those of us who are here don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay. So I guess I would just ask if there are any legal ramifications of that as we continue to have this conversation, what those might be, if you just let us know.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner.
Can I ask a question in that same vein, please?
Absolutely.
Is there any right-of-way to utilization permit that was giving out over the past couple of decades to do any park improvements?
Right-of-way utilization permit probably would not have been sufficient to that.
Just asking the question. I'm looking for a document.
We can do some research for you. I just can't answer that question tonight or this
I'd
evening.
like to know if there's any documents in our archives or public records
We can
of
look for that.
Just because, much to the chagrin of most people, that when the county takes or maintains private property for X amount of years, it becomes public. So my question is to the staff, if there's public property that's being maintained by the citizens, does it revert to the citizens?
Sounds like another item coming up on our agenda.
There's no prescriptive.
Chairman?
There's no prescriptive
Yes,
reverse.
Commissioner Zimbauer has the next question.
I have a question, I think, for our county engineer, and maybe the attorneys as well. My question is, where in this county, if at all, have we permitted or authorized private gates to be put in the public right-of-way off-site, off the property of the property owner?
For the record, John Slash, Public Works Director, County Engineer.
When we were going through the motion about the reviewing that subdivision, and that was brought to our attorneys, if we can put that gate in the right of way, and they respond, yes, we can.
So my question is a little more direct than that. Where have we ever done that in this county?
I'm not aware of any specifically.
They exist in Sanford. They exist in my district. I don't know whether they're Sanford or ours, but they exist at the back of subdivisions, all in the Sanford area.
But are they in the public right-of-way or on the property of the HOA or development?
I'm not sure.
I'm not going to know that off
exactly.
the top of my head, but it's the same exact principle.
Okay.
I get the right-of-way question,
Yeah,
but it's the same
exactly.
process.
My next question, thank you, Mr. Dredge. My next question is for the fire chief. Now that we have learned that we have all these great accolades of one of, I think I heard, the only one in the state of Florida, and maybe one of 3 in the country.
No, the only one in the nation.
Well, only one in the nation, there you go. In any way, shape, or form, this proposal to open Raymond or not open Raymond, does it in any way, shape, or form impact our ISO rating once this development has been built, number one? And number two, what is best practice as to what you would like to see happen? I know that's putting you on the spot, but
No, and that's fine.
From a public safety, that's something I need to know.
Otto Droz, Fire Chief, Seminole County Fire Department, and so from narrowly construing the issue from an emergency response perspective, I would love to have the road open because that gives us access from Station 12 off of Douglas. Right now, the access is from Station 11 across the street from Altamont, or in Altamont City Hall, in the new one that we're building.
Right across from my private office.
That's right. So from that perspective, it's going to give us quicker response time. Now, you asked another part to the question, does it impact our ISO? Well, we are now in ISO Class 1. Now, quicker response time improves our score, but our rating can't get better than it is now.
But is it going to decline our rating?
No, because it already exists a certain way right now.
Based upon the numbers and times that we have now.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have.
I have a question for the chief as
Commissioner
well. So the comment was made by one of the citizens that one station services it. It's not even the station that was referenced by the contractor, but what I just heard you say is that you would switch station service if the road is opened.
That's correct, because the way that we operate, the CAD always, or the computer automated dispatch system, always recommends the closest unit response. Now, at the point that Raymond gets open, then Station 12 would be able to access off of Central, and it would be a much quicker response time.
And then follow-up question to that is, the alternative is that Raymond stays closed and either Shepherd or Oakhurst, I hear that the citizens are saying both, but it's either Shepherd or Oakhurst is opened. Does that create any concerns? I don't care about our ratings as much as I care about getting to the people in this neighborhood in time to have no negative safety impact.
Right now, the response time to that property would be approximately an 8-minute drive time. That would be significantly reduced because it would be less than 2 miles of drive time.
So it's an 8-minute if we go down either Shepherd or Oakhurst, and it is what's the number?
It would be,
if you go
if
down
we're
Raymond?
looking, generally for emergency response, it's, a minute every half mile. So if it's a mile, it's 2 minutes. If it's a mile and a half, minute and a half.
So
Or 2.5 minutes.
cut drastically.
Yes, ma'am.
For 18 people.
Okay, guys, please. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Okay,
Thank
you still
you.
have another question?
Not of the
Commissioner Zimmer?
chief, I'm sorry. I think I need Mr. Dredge back. We heard discussion about what may be impacted if this development was required to go down Oakhurst and Shepherd. So we heard, I think, Mr. McGuire indicate maybe a foot and a half of additional pavement may need to be put in place, et cetera, et cetera. Can you, and I understand we have county standards, and I don't think he was quite referring to county standards in the entire cross-section, but tell us what you believe the impacts will be on Oakhurst and Shepherd if that was the direction that this development would take.
From construction, on those side street, what you have a direct access of all those driveways to the street. Okay, when you widen those streets, it's going to impact those driveways. You have to impact whether you replace the entire driveway or the apron or a small section of the apron. And to put curb and gutter on all street like neighborhood, you need to look from the drainage. What's the impact of the drainage? Those are the two impacts I would be concerned about this area.
So let me ask you with that answer. If hypothetically we were going to put another 50 vehicles, or even if it's another 75 vehicles between these two streets that already exist, what impact are those cars going to have on that roadway as far as a drainage issue, number one? And number two, this is just following our code because they're accessing it and it needs to be brought up to county standards. But this board could direct you otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure we're clear on that. Thank you.
Does any commissioner have any other questions of the staff at this time? Or now, forever, and forevermore? Any other questions?
We should have asked the pastor to pray for us during deliberations.
Commissioner Hurt.
I think Mr. Abel was going to answer a question with regard to the park, but we shooed him away, so
Did you?
he was up here.
I didn't shoot him.
I think he snuck away. I don't think we shoot him at all.
A man that big can't sneak anywhere.
He was ducking. He was ducking.
Back, you'd forget the question. Joe Abel, Deputy County Manager. That piece of property is not in the parks inventory for leisure services for Seminole County. We do, however, from time to time, have, when Public Works has right-of-way that's not being used as a roadway or something, they will have it on their maps or in their inventory as listed as park. Roseland Park is a perfect example where we have a neighborhood park there, but it's also, a portion of that is in what would be the county right-of-way. But there is nothing in our inventory, and I've been here for 14 and a half years, there's nothing in our inventory that says that is a park, nor have we done anything to improve anything in that area to make it a park.
Follow up, please.
Commissioner?
Have we conveyed the right to utilize it as a park, or had any conversation or correspondence that's like, hey, yeah, go ahead and use it for a park if y'all want to develop it and improve it and et cetera, et cetera?
Not during my time here. But I can tell you, again, it's like a lot of other right-of-ways. It may be used as a footpath. People may use it because it's there, it's unused. We have that, in the rural areas on right-of-ways. But there's nothing that we've done in that particular area that would identify that as a park property or even a trail property or anything else in our inventory.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Abel.
That's not to say that somebody's not going to be able to pull a letter out of the bottom of the drawer.
Oh, got it.
So we can do that research for you.
Okay. Any other questions of any staff member before we conclude that and we debate among ourselves?
I do have a question for the county attorney on a possible conflict.
All right.
So Attorney McGuire, sitting here, represented my family in a eminent domain taking in downtown Orlando approximately 20 years ago.
Did you make money on it? Just kidding.
It was against Orange County.
Yeah, you made money.
So with full disclosure, I need direction from the county attorney. I don't feel I have a conflict.
No, sir, I don't believe that constitutes a conflict. You don't stand to have special private gain from it.
Understood. Just full disclosure. Thank you.
And I will also say that I have litigated against Mr. McGuire in eminent domain when I represented Orange County.
All right. Anything else? Any other commissioners? All right, as we close this and we start debating among ourselves, I'm sorry, sir, I wish I could I wish we could have a feedback and forth all day. I really do, but we can't, okay? Please hear me out. We're going to debate among ourselves. I do not want, whether you're for or against what the individual is saying, please give them the respect that they gave you when you were speaking, okay? We're going to debate this. I don't know how it's going to come out, but I want you all to know that, I mean, we respect every one of you taking today, and it's been a long day, to be here with you. But I don't want anybody shouting out yays or boos, okay, as we go through this. And I would appreciate that decorum. It's my district, so I'm going to jump in here and talk first.
Please do.
You know, I'm looking at this from a different perspective. I'm not looking at this as what's going to happen to the development, Hidden Woods, whatever it's called, because it doesn't exist, Hidden Woods Reserve. We'll decide the zoning from A1 to PD at a later meeting. My decision is based upon the fact that we have, in 1996, gave our word to the citizens there that this 700 feet would not be broken through. Now, we heard a little bit about 1992, and yeah, that was 25 feet, 8 yards. This is nearly a football field. Close enough. I have walked it, and you all know that my ankles don't always do well walking, but I've walked this, and it's beautiful. And it's an amenity for everyone. And yes, you can't call that little section, I think they miscalled it a park. It's not a park. It's a tranquil area where people can walk through with trees. Nobody has done any great improvements on that, and those that, you know, what is there is not something that could yay or nay this decision. The decision that I am making here is, and I will tell you, I've also driven down Oakhurst, Alpine, Ridgewood, Shepherd. There's no question that there's concerns there too. But that's not the decision we're making today. The decision we're making today is whether or not, before a development is approved, that we are allowing, or we are going against a word that a previous commission made unanimously 25 years ago. 25 years ago. People have grown up, a new generation is there, people have raised their children, people have homesteads there that they have lived for, and we've heard as many as 28, 29 years. And I think that that's an amenity for that entire area. Now, I will tell you, when I lived, you know, when I go from Altamont Springs City Hall back, you know, I would go through all those streets too. Everybody does that. I know you do too, Commissioner Zimbauer, with your business when you want to get to the other side of the town sometimes and get down to the mall. The fact of the matter is that we are looking right now at the existence of what people have grown up with and expect their county, the word of their county, to keep. Now, if this project comes back and we improve it, I'm sure that we will find improvements, whether it's Oakhurst, Shepherd, both, whatever. But at this point, and I've talked to the developer many times, they never wanted to consider those choices. They came up with one path, a path that they thought would be the best for them, and that's all they've concentrated on. Nobody else was ever talked about as far as Raymond. They did have a meeting with the citizens, and Laura, thank you very much for pointing out my words. I believe in every single one of them. And right now, the fact of the matter is, my concern is that the people that live there have invested their lives, their community, their income, their families. And the fact of the matter is that tomorrow, we can concern when it goes to the planning board whether or not we're going to approve this PD and what improvements need to be made and where the entrance needs to be made. Because I'm fully also believe in the private property rights, and I have nothing against this project. But they've chosen the path of least resistance for them. And I think we have to concern ourselves with the citizens that have lived there and expect us to abide by our word. And our word was that we would not open Raymond again after they opened up 25 feet for this one thing. They said, no more, this is it, it's done. And I believe that we have to stick to that promise that we made to these citizens. And when this project comes back, and I fully expect it to, we'll find what improvements we need to make on Oakhurst, Shepherd. But to use that as an excuse to open up, not to use that and to open up this, I think is wrong. And I am asking strongly, begging my fellow commissioners to support not opening Raymond.
Is that a motion? Is that a motion?
If you, now that I'm not chairman, yes, it is a motion.
Second.
Motion and seconded. Is there further discussion? Commissioner Hurd.
I just want to go on the record and say that if this comes through and the notion is that we're going to force it down one of the other streets because we have an obligation to them too, and full disclosure, I'm a former San Lando resident, many, many years, family property there on Shepherd Street. And it will change the entire dynamic of Shepherd and Oakhurst does shoot out to North Street, and so that creates a thoroughfare on that street that's probably somewhat untenable. And so my perspective will be, and I'm just giving you full disclosure, is that we will have to shoot those folks out through multiple locations, and there will have to be sidewalks on those streets. This is a walking neighborhood, and it's, from my perspective, you can sidewalk Raymond and get them over the road to the school more efficiently than you can do all of that. Just going on the record that I think the property owner does have property rights. I think it is consistent with the surrounding area to develop it. And if we go down this path and don't open this, I'd like to just, for the record, make sure that we all understand that we are putting the people that are going to live there at an 8-minute response time as opposed to a 2-minute response time, and we apparently know that. And I'm not going to put kids down a street with a sidewalk and a road that's untenable.
And Commissioner, I will tell you that I've also talked to many neighbors on those two roads and everything, and it is our obligation, as it is the developers, if they're going to develop this property, that they need to improve those roads and take the proper considerations and concerns of those neighbors when they are working on the development of this property. So I agree with you 100%. With that, oh, you have another, is that your hand? Okay.
So follow up to that, I don't think it's the developer's responsibility to develop, to improve multiple roads. I'm just the new guy, but the developer's only responsible for improving the area in front of the development. And so I want to be real clear as to what we're saying, and I'm going to look to the attorney to give advice on that.
If I could, just a question real quick.
Okay, remember it's a PD, folks.
I understand.
Yeah.
So I want to be clear. Are we now talking about the development?
And we're not supposed to.
Raymond?
We're not supposed to.
We're only talking about Raymond, but the other one has been brought up by a commissioner, so we followed, we allowed her to continue to finish her conversation. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any, Commissioner Lockhart?
Well, yeah. I mean, I understand your perspective, and I fully understand the thought process of making a commitment and people living in an area with an expectation. But we also know that things do change, and this is an infill piece of property. And I know you don't want to talk about the property, but the only reason we're talking about the road is because we're talking about the property. So I'm going to skate on thin ice here. When the concept of opening Raymond came to me, it made very good sense to me for the reasons that were already stated by staff and by some folks that were here in support of opening Raymond. It seems to be the path of least resistance. It impacts the fewest number of people. It improves response time. All of the rationale for why that made sense to me made sense at the time. And I was a little surprised to hear that there were people, I mean, there's always people in opposition, but I was really surprised to hear that there were so many people in opposition living on these side streets, because to me, the next logical conclusion is they're not going down Raymond, they're going down one of those other streets. So, to Commissioner Herr's point, if this is not the path that's taken, those cars are going down another street. And I am not one for future information and for staff's information, we've talked about this in the past, that necessarily thinks that every street has to be brought up to county standard, particularly in older established neighborhoods. The one that I live in is one of them. And maintaining the character of this neighborhood is very, very important, regardless of what access point is utilized. So, yes, sidewalk safety, but kids have been growing up in this neighborhood for years without sidewalks. Kids have been growing up in my neighborhood for years without sidewalks. And if it means, as we've all had sidewalk discussions around here for a long, long time, if it means that we have to talk about coming off that, or maybe not having the roads be as wide as we might like in order to maintain the character of the neighborhood, I'm open to that discussion. I just really hope that the folks that are here today that are asking what they're asking for realize what the other consequence of the request is. And it may not be in front of your house, but it's going to be in front of a neighbor's house.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Zimbauer.
So I agree and concur with Commissioner Lockhart, and this board has the ability to direct staff in those matters as far as what our expectations are in a section of road. And I think we've done that in the past numerous times. And this does become a problem in an established area when you have the very last parcel to ever be developed or the last one out. And I think what I've heard, and I've talked to many people in this community, they're not against the development, but they are concerned about the access points. What we have here is what we find ourselves in many times is you're really pitting one neighborhood against the other. So some are more affected if you open Raymond versus not opening Raymond. Others, if you go the other route, are obviously impacted more than if you went in Raymond. So at the end of the day, there are traffic going up and down Raymond, Shepherd and Oakhurst. And we heard some discussions on what really should be done as far as oak trees and sidewalks. As you've indicated, we beat sidewalks to death. We have a sidewalk policy, but then yet we hear from mothers that tell us we want sidewalks for our kids to be safe, but as soon as we go to put it in place, then the residents say we don't take down the trees, but don't come on my property to do your sidewalk. So in these matters, we're sort of caught in a quagmire of how do you make sure the citizens stay safe? They don't want sidewalks, but you don't take down oak trees, but you don't widen the road and drainage. So I concur, it's going to have to be in these infill last parcels to be done. The staff's got to know that we're going to have to give direction on what really needs to happen as far as the impact to the existing community.
And Commissioner, I think with all this discussion, if this motion passes, and I've said, right off that there is no great solution right here to, Oakhurst and/or Shepherd, and we have got to be cognizant of the fact that we've got to protect those citizens too. And I think that, we have to look at some innovative approaches if this project goes forward. So I think the staff has heard, our concerns. If there's no other debate, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Is that 1? 2? It passes 3-2. We're going to take a 5-minute, 10-minute break?
Let's take 10 to 15.
Let's take 10-minute break and and give the people the chance to get out, and we will go from here. So we'll come back at 5 till 6, and 16 and 38 will be up next. We are now going to...
Boys and girls.
Yeah, with less people here, it's going to get even colder.
True.
Okay, we are going to go to number 16. Remember, in the morning, we pulled 16 and moved it to the afternoon because we felt the people that would be interested in 16 and they asked would also be interested in 38. So number 16 was part of the early morning consent agenda and so let's remind ourselves 8 hours ago that it was to adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution accepting the maintenance map on portions of Sipe and Pine Way from East Lake Mary Boulevard, south and west to Bristol Avenue, and directing the map to be recorded in the public record of Seminole County in District 2. Commissioner Zimbauer and John, you are up. Please, sir, you knew that, so what are you doing sitting over there?
Get up here.
We got to get him some music as he comes to the plate, because he does like to have that, entrance. He really does. He will never get over there. He likes that entrance. Joe, work on that, okay?
For Director, County Engineer. This continue from last meeting to allow the resident to ask any question. After that last meeting, we sent letter to the resident and to inform them with the board decision. Nothing changed since last time. I can answer any question you have on the map or...
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly, is that finishing your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, questions. Commissioner Zimbauer.
I know we went through this quite a bit at the last meeting. I just want to, for the record, verify that the maps that have been forwarded to us and the surveys that have been done and the consultant work that's been done along Sipes, we have identified what our right-of-way is. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Madam County Attorney, we had a long discussion at the last hearing about similar to things that we just talked about in the last hearing we just had on the item before us, about the right-of-way and it being used by private property owners for maybe planting trees. And last case, it was a little, I don't know if it was a park or a surreal place with trees or whatever Commissioner Constantine indicated. Regardless of what that's utilized for, it's still our right-of-way.
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Very good, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions of Mr. Dredge? Seeing none, I don't know, there is no, we are the applicant.
That's right.
So there we go. So now we're going to go into public hearing. And we do have a number of people, and I'm going to start because you were here at the last meeting, Mr. Spolsky, so I'm going to start with you, sir. You are recognized, Mr. Spolsky.
Good evening, John Spolsky, 1425 East Airport Boulevard, Sanford, Florida. And you absolutely are correct, a continuation of what we spoke about before. And one of the things that was brought up in the last conversation had to do with the legality that Mr. Shields brought up as far as what really constitutes maintenance of right-of-way, and as far as the citizens who live there. And I brought it up, and Mrs. Hurst said it may not be fruitful to go back to 2014, but in fact, there were 5 affidavits entered into record. I don't know if you've looked at them or not. I've got copies of them if you would like to see those. But there were 5 residents there that claimed that they were responsible for their sections of the maintenance in front of their house. The case that Mr. Shields stated, I don't claim to be an attorney, which I'm not, but I do have one here today who could give more insight into what Mr. Shields was referring to with the taking of right-of-way, with the claiming of it as the county has done now. This item here obviously is very connected and correlated with the next item that's on the agenda, which has to do with Palmetto Point. One of the biggest things in that item has to do with means of ingress, egress. And one of my main concerns is on this mapping, if you decide that, yes, okay, we feel confident as far as the way that Southeastern Surveying has mapped this thing, that Neil Newton has done his research and what have you, and that we are going to forward this. My concern is that the developer could come back as far as the alternate that's been offered and make the ridiculous idea of traveling via Pine Way to Brisson to get to East Lake Mary Boulevard, which is just asinine to even think that anybody would take that route. So it may sound off the wall here, but as far as the mapping that was done by Southeastern, if it could be broken up, there's 3 maps there, into only sites at this point, as far as you agreeing to the mapping there, so that the developer couldn't come back at a later date and utilize that right-of-way mapping and utilize Pine Way as a means of ingress, egress, to preclude that from ever happening. Because no one has been able to answer me yet from the county is there enough room on sites to put in all the improvements that are going to be required as far as the storm drain, the road width, the sidewalks, the electric, the water, the force main. It's still undetermined. And that's what I'm very concerned about will happen down the road with the next item that's up for hearing. And that would be a travesty. So the legality will be answered with Mr. Spain when he gets up to speed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Spolsky? And I just want to let everybody know, just like the last meeting, there are people that signed up for both 16 and 38. We're on 16 right now. Okay? So we'll talk about 38 after we get rid of 16. If it's pertinent to 16, that you talk about 38 a little bit, then that's, we'll accept that. But I just want everybody to know that. And if they just want to talk about the rezoning, then they do not have to talk about 16 if they don't want to. I just want everybody to know that. And with that, I have a Diane Grove, I believe it is, and Ms. Grove did put in a green slip, and I think it's on this issue because there wasn't any specific title, but I am concerned about the probable impacts of Lake Drive. Would that be in effect this project? Yes, I thought so, and I just wanted to let you know.
The Lake Hayes Estates.
Oh, you're on Lake Hayes. Okay, let me take that. I'll put that somewhere else, okay? No problem. I apologize. I was trying to get, just didn't know, which one. Okay, since we've already talked about that, now we have this for 16 and 38. Ms. Haller. Do you want to speak on 16? Going once, going twice? Okay.
Chairman, who's after her?
Yes,
So we can get
I'm going to
those
do
lined
that. Don't worry, I'm going to line them up. George Sellery is next. And remember, you don't have to speak if you don't want to. It's 16 and 30. Joe Humphreys is next. Mr. David Loban, I believe, is after them. Linda Barker is next. So I'm just going to go to that point. Right now, we have Cindy Howell, followed by George Sellery. So be up there, George. Okay, I just wanted to make sure he's. I was looking down at his name.
Hi, Cindy Holler, 1731 Beacon Drive, Sanford. So I know a little bit about this because I've been following this Sipes Ave and Palmetto issue since planning and zoning, and so I've read a lot about it. And I come from a smart development perspective. So if the taking of sites is approved, is the county, I would love for the county to put this on the record, going to immediately allow the developer to improve the roadway at the developer cost? And further, if the development does not proceed similar to what happened in 2014, will the county immediately improve the road at county expense, which is really taxpayer expense? So this is because it's such an important taking. Traffic on Pineway should not be encouraged. Not be encouraged. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Next, I think I've already mentioned, but next is George.
Then through.
George Sellery, 5231 Shoreline Circle in Sanford. I've got this one here. So we have to go back in history a little bit on this one, because back in 2014, this was not a consent agenda item. This was a public hearing item. And it was a public hearing item because it was absolutely integral to Brenthurst, which is now Palmetto Point. Okay? At that time, the Public Works Director, Mr. Corey, spoke and talked about, oh, we've maintained this and everything for all that time. But Commissioner Carey grilled him pretty good and looked at the ditch maintenance limits being outside of the right-of-way. Kevin Spolsky came in, dear friend of mine, great guy. You all know him, or most of you know him. Kevin came in and basically ripped the county's presentation apart, piece by piece. And I want to submit that for the official record, because this is quasi-judicial, so let's keep that in there. So anyway, at that point in time, Mr. Spolsky stated, he presented 5 affidavits, which you wonder if those people in the statute, 95.361, Paren 7, says those people may be able to trump, so to speak, the right of the county. If any of them do or not, I'm not positive of that. But Mr. Spolsky went on to state that in the history of Seminole County, the history, maintenance maps were only done 3 times. Commissioner Carey, at the time, basically confirmed that and said all 3 times they were for public schools, okay? And I want to read this. It's important, and I've got it up there, right there. Commissioner Carey stated that as a public policy issue, if you look at what the purpose of maintenance maps have been in this county, they have been used very sparingly, and they've always been used for public purposes. Commissioner Carey further stated that taking the right-of-way for a purpose that is not a public purpose is not a good policy to set. Commissioner Carey stated if they want to go to the end of the road and develop as a developer and they don't have the ability to widen the road to whatever it takes, then they need to do the work with the neighbors to get there, and it is the responsibility of the developer. It is not the responsibility of the board to use their powers through a maintenance map process. And if you fast forward to the present day, the April 21st DRC meeting, Public Works clearly said, repeat and revised comment, it is not clear that there is sufficient right-of-way to access the property. Even if the rezone is approved, the project cannot be developed unless the right-of-way is resolved. So, and they voted to deny this. They voted to deny this back in 2014. So, you know, I guess you've got to look at this. Is this a public purpose? Because you're opening Pandora's box if it's not. There's a lot of developers, you're all probably aware of some of them, that would love to have the county just do the same thing for them. Take the road, and then they'll maintain it for you as part of their development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sellery. I tried to do all the supports and then the oppositions, but there was no supports until now. Mr. Coover. Then Mr. Humphreys. And then Mr. LeBon.
I wasn't going to speak until Mr. Spolsky said, don't approve the Pineway right-of-way map. On behalf of my client, we would object to that. We're planning to bring utilities down that road. So we'd like to know where the county's right-of-way is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Humphreys. again, followed by Mr. Laban, followed by Ms. Barker.
Hi, Joe Humphreys, 883 Cardinal Point Cove, here directly from the Orlando Part Institute for your entertainment and amusement. So, anyway, while I was getting injections in my arm and nitroglycerin shot under my tongue, I was listening to everything that was going on earlier today. And what I've constantly heard, and not just in this meeting, but multiple meetings, is history, history, history. As Ms. Sneed said, she said, if you don't know where you're coming from, you don't know where you're going. Well, when I was growing up as a kid in a very historical area, I remember a fellow by the name of George Washington said we were a country of the majority, not the moneyed. I added the last part. I've been to this area. I know this area. I know people that live out here. This is like a lot of the country roads that Mr. Zembauer and others have grown up with in this area that I know people that have farmed for years. My concern, the reason I'm speaking at this point is, as George just pointed out, what's the compelling public interest? As a guy that was involved in the development business a little bit, I can see what the compelling interest is. I have a piece of property here that I want to develop, and I need a better road to get to it. It's kind of like the conversation we heard earlier. So all I'm saying is a conservative guy that doesn't want to spend a lot of money, if a developer wants to come in and build, knock yourself out. You have that right. But don't ask me to foot the bill to get the traffic to your development. That's why I oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Laban? Hello? You're here still? Ms. Barker?
Oh, Barker? Yeah. Thank you. Linda Barker, 3405 South Mellonville Avenue, Sanford, Florida. What we're looking at here is the history of Sipes Avenue. In 2014, in July, county taking of right-of-way was denied by the BCC. Same meeting, approval of the development rezone by the BCC with conditions. And I would like to refer back to what was said earlier by Commissioner Constantine. Your word is your word is your word. And when the commission commits to something, I think they need to stand by it. September 14th, there were 2 county maintenance work orders. 2. 2014, never annexed by Sanford, so we go down from 2015 to 2021, well, to 2020. There's a total of 8 years in here. So 2015, no activity, no maintenance orders, not annexed, not taken by the county, no activity from developer. So same in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. 1 maintenance order, no other activity, no additional maintenance order, not annexed, not taken by the county, no activity from the developer. And all of a sudden, in 2021, no maintenance orders, but a new developer goes to the DRC in March for newly renamed development. County begins survey process in order to facilitate taking Sipes Avenue right away, which is needed by the developer, still not annexed by the city. So my question is, how many takings like this has the county done? This is all very suspicious, and I respect you all as a board. And I want to make sure that our city officials don't step into areas where it could be
Thank you.
tricky. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barker. Is there any questions, Ms. Barker? Seeing none, we'll move on to Ms. Harmon.
And who's next?
Who's up after that?
Followed by Mr. Sprint Spain?
And who's after that?
No one.
Oh, good. Okay.
Good
Trying
afternoon.
to keep 'em rolling.
Nancy Harmon, 752 Pioneer Way, Geneva, Florida. I have one question before I really start my question, or my statement. Commissioner Zembauer said that you all have the information as to what the county owns and what your right-of-way is. That's never been presented to us today, and it wasn't clear on the drawings that I saw. So I'm just wondering, what does the county own? Or is the county saying they don't own any of it, and they're now wanting to take it? So that's just a question I have, because I don't understand, okay? Now, having said that, and following up with Linda, I'm looking at the resolution, and basically within the resolution, it states that when the county's maintained or repaired a road for the past 7 years, then they deem that the county is responsible for that road. Recognizing what was just presented, there has really been no maintenance. The other thing I noticed is that there's no infrastructure capital improvements plan for these roads, and clearly for the next 5 years, and it appears there hasn't been for the past, 10, 15 years. So I'm trying to understand, why are we doing this? In my mind, I go back to the development order. In the development order, everybody agreed to that the developer would take care of the right-of-way, and in exchange for that, the developer would then develop the land. I believe we should hold to that. I don't believe as a taxpayer, I should have to pay for that. Now, having said that, if the county later or at some point wants to deem those roads to be county roads and take responsibility for them, I think we should have that conversation as part of capital improvements, getting them on the list to be improved, doing ditches, whatever. But it appears to me that this is just one of those situations where, I said before, and actually from the record, there have been no map discussions, no surveys until March when this came up. The PMZ actually asked, can the county take the roads? Can the county do these things? And at that point in time, Mr. White stated, well, we're just starting to look at that. As the minutes went on for the next couple of PMZs, it was stated by the applicant's representative that they were talking, there was conversation with the county ongoing as to what was going to happen. None of that got presented to any of us. None of that discussion between the county and this applicant of what kind of decisions or, dog trading or whatever you want to call it was going to take place. So I think there's information that has not been presented either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. And now we have Mr. Spain.
Great. Thank you, Chairman, fellow commissioners. For the record, Brent Spain of Theriac and Spain, 1809 Edgewater Drive, Orlando, Florida. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of John Spolsky and several of his surrounding neighboring property owners. And if my PowerPoint goes back up there, thank you. So I'm going to go through a brief PowerPoint, so that way you all don't have to stare at me. You all should have a black and white copy of it. The first couple slides, these are just the proposed map reservations that Commissioner Zembauer made reference to. The pink area is the alleged area that's maintained. The green area is dedicated or platted right-of-way on Sipes. Here's a picture of Sipes looking toward the 90-degree angle, just so you have a reference of what the actual road looks like. But really, the next two slides are the most important. The county staff has taken the position that under this statute 95.361 sub 2, that the county has the ability to essentially take this roadway as a county road. And I want to emphasize the underlying language. It speaks to when no one knows who constructed the road. And it says, when such road has been regularly maintained or repaired for the immediate 7 years by the county, and then it's only to the extent of the width that actually has been maintained or repaired during that immediate 7 years. And there's a few key points. One, the statute is required by law to be strictly construed. The reason for that is the county is, in theory, taking private property under a much shorter window. Secondly, the third bullet point is that it requires more than occasional or even periodic maintenance or repair. And when you look at the public records, and Mr. Sellery referred to this, in the last 10 years, our client did a public records request. There are 5 work requests submitted. I'd like to introduce them into the record. And you'll see that only 3 of them fall within the last 7 years. And you look at those 3, one of them was removing roof material that was improperly dumped in the shoulder. The second one was patching bad edges of pavement near Kentucky Street and Sipes. That's a platted right-of-way based on the survey that is attached to the agenda item. And then only in March of 2020 was there some ditch cleaning at the corner of Sipes and Pineway. So we would submit, just under the statute, the required maintenance for the immediate 7 years hasn't been met to meet that standard. Again, it has to be strictly construed. If there's any doubt, tie goes to the runner in this case, which is the private property owners. This is the slide that ties into some of the testimony, and hopefully the version in your handout's easier to read. But there are 3 points I want to make. This is from the 2014 meeting. One, the Public Works Director at that point, and this is in the first excerpt from the minutes, confirmed that the ditch maintenance limits are outside of the right-of-way, which is what the county has been maintaining. So essentially, at that time, the Public Director's view was, we're maintaining the paved area. The second bullet point talks to a question from Commissioner Haran, and the county attorney confirmed that the county can't use a maintenance map to enlarge the area of dedicated right-of-way. All you can use a maintenance map for is to establish right-of-way for what has actually been maintained and repaired routinely. And then the third excerpt, this is what Mr. Sellery had quoted from, but this is actually a cut and paste out of the minutes themselves. And you'll see Commissioner Carey calling this practice into question, specifically for this location. And the quote that Mr. Sellery read to you about, look, if the developer wants to go to the end of the road and bring the traffic out to Lake Mary Boulevard, that's the developer's responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the county to make that happen. So with that, we would respectfully submit that the burden hasn't been met under the statute for the immediate preceding 7 years. I would echo my client's comments that in the event that this board were inclined to approve this right-of-way reservation map, either in part or in full, that be taken into serious consideration when we get to item 38, because Sipes Avenue is absolutely critical for that proposed rezoning and the commitments that were made. So I appreciate your time and listening. I would like to introduce into the record the excerpts of this matter from 2014 from the official minutes. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Questions of Mr. Spain?
I
Yes,
actually do
Commissioner.
have a question, but I'd like the passage put back up. So help me split the hair with the question that Commissioner Haran asked of the attorney. I was reviewing your material. So you put a document up there that Commissioner Haran confirmed with the county attorney that they cannot enlarge dedicated public right-of-way through a maintenance map, semicolon. They can only establish right-of-way by maintenance map. So put that in English for us.
Yeah, so the layperson's view, if I take off my lawyer hat, that means I can't come before you and say, adopt this reservation map, and I want 60 feet of right-of-way, but you guys have actually only been routinely and regularly maintaining 15 feet of it. You can use the maintenance map to establish that 15 feet, but you can't use it to go out and grab land that actually hasn't been regularly maintained for that immediate 7 years prior.
Understood.
Any other questions?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
So you, tell us about the property descriptions along this roadway. Have you reviewed those for any rights-of-way or easements along Sipes?
What I've reviewed, Commissioner,
In other
is...
words, legal description of the parcels along Sipes to see and tell this commission, is there right-of-way there, an easement there, or not on these properties that are up against Sipes?
Yeah, I haven't pulled, in complete transparency, I haven't pulled every deed along Sipes. What I did pull is when you look at the proposed maps that are on the screen or in your packet, on the Sipes, that's on the bottom, and then on this, there are references to 3 or 4 official book and page numbers.
Right.
And I did pull all of those.
Okay.
So a couple of those are old plats.
Okay.
And then there's one, which the reason I pulled it is I couldn't figure out why it was in pink on the map when it had a book and page number instead of in green. And that's actually an older deed involving my client Spolsky, and it's actually referencing right away for, it lesses out a drainage, easement for drainage. So I believe that's why the surveyor didn't put it in green per se, because they didn't view it as platted or dedicated right-of-way. It references just drainage. But yes, I pulled every one of the documents referenced.
So help this board understand, if there is a right-of-way for drainage, I wouldn't need a right-of-way on my own property for drainage, would I?
Well, quite frankly, I don't even know why they put it in the quitclaim deed to begin with. Because I agree with you, I don't need an easement across my own property.
Right.
So it's encompassed with it. But again, I pulled the book and pages that are referenced to see, okay, well, where does this right-of-way come from? And again, that's not shown when you look at the diagram up there right now. The green area, those are areas that are referenced in, or allegedly referenced in, these old recorded plats.
Right. Well, my question is, and you're a smart guy, I mean, you do this for a living. If a property has a right-of-way or an easement for drainage, in your opinion, lacking any other description, what would that typically mean?
Yeah, well, see, I think they're lessing it out. It's actually allowing the properties to the north and south to drain through across their property is what it is. It's a quitclaim deed to the property, less this area for drainage. And so there are properties, the Spolsky Trust property adjoining Sipes Road, Sipes Avenue, there's property to the north and south.
Sure.
So that's what I think it's referencing, is to allow that the drainage to flow through there and across the front of that property.
Okay.
But it doesn't speak to road right away.
I do have some questions for staff when we get around to that.
Mr. Spain, we're completed. Any more questions of Mr. Spain? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Now, Ms. Shaddix, I see you holding up the wall there, and just want to make sure I don't have one for 16. I have for 38, 39, 40, and something not on the agenda, but I don't have anything for 16.
Okay, that was a mistake. I think on the 16th.
Today, because the Greens.
Well, you know, I was going to tell you, I came up here, Katrina Shaddix, 1133 Covington Street, Oviedo, Florida, 32765. I filled out the green forms by mistake today, and I don't want to fill out yellow forms, so I wanted to make sure that you know I want to speak on those.
And I do know
just-
that.
Okay, great.
I got it all.
And
That's
on
why I keep
16
saying 38, 39, 40.
Okay, so I just want to support Mr. Spolsky, Mr. Celery, and Mr. Spain's comments in opposition to the county accepting a maintenance map. Merry Christmas, that's the shortest public comment you'll ever get from me.
And we're thankful. Okay, we have that in a good way. Come on, we have to have a little humor. All right, so with that, is there questions of staff?
Yes.
Please, go right ahead. Commissioner Delory, then Commissioner Zimbauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess it's for the county attorney first, then the county engineer. What constitutes regular maintenance?
Well, Commissioners, what I would suggest is that Jimmy Beach Jr. from Public Works is present here in the chambers. He is the individual who researched the maintenance issue and executed an affidavit stating that based on county records, the county has maintained it for the past 33 years. So I think it
But
would be...
from a legal
I don't know if I can
standpoint,
hear you, County Attorney, if you could get into the microphone, sorry.
but from a legal standpoint, is that once a year, once a quarter, once every 2-3 years? What, in your opinion, would be regular maintenance?
I would have David Shields speak to that issue because this is his
I have the answer to the question.
matter.
Shields,
and
you are
he is-
recognized, sir.
Thank you. David Shields, Deputy County Attorney. We have a 4th DCA case that tells us what the test is. The test is not whether the maintenance is proper or frequent or thorough or open and obvious. The test is whether the maintenance was appropriate to the circumstances, and if so, the statutory test is met. There's not anything magic here. I think homeowners, when they think of maintenance, they think of mowing their lawn every week, which is the normal thing to do for the homeowner. But that's not how we maintain roads. We maintain roads to a standard that's appropriate to keep the roads safe and open to the traveling public. And Mr. Beach can go into the detail on that. But that's what the case law says.
Well, I was asking the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zimbauer, you might want to stay there.
So I have multiple questions.
Can we have Jimmy Beach answer that?
Yeah, sure.
I'm up there. I've heard several comments that this is a
You want him
taking.
to answer that? Excuse me, I'm sorry, Commissioner Zimbauer. Commissioner Delory wants Mr. Beach to answer the question also,
Okay.
not just the attorney.
Jim Beach, Roads and Stormwater Division Manager. Could you repeat the question?
What I asked was, what constitutes regular maintenance, and has this area been maintained regularly? Is it every quarter? Is it every year? Every other year? I'd like to understand why you made that decision.
I can't specifically say what constitutes regular maintenance as far as once a month, once a week. I can tell you this, we cleaned the ditch in May of 2011. I went back 10 years and looked at everything. Not all maintenance is a work order.
That's what I'm asking.
The bulk of it is not. It's routine.
That's why I'm asking these questions.
So, May 2011, we cleaned the ditch. February 2020, we cleaned the ditch. We do flat ground mowing, which is the shoulder, 8 times a year. We mow the ditch 4 times a year. We did ditch mowing in-house July of 2012, January of 13, October of 13, February of 15, June of 15, October of 15, March of 16. From then on, we went to contract mowing. We herbicided the ditch January 2010, December 2012, June 2013, August 2013, April 2014, January 2015, July 2015, April 2016. I have other maintenance if you'd like for me to go into it.
You proved your point. Thank you very much.
I think you got it.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Sure.
Commissioner Zimbauer, and who do you want to answer the question?
I'm probably going to go through a litany of folks. The first thing I want to know, I have heard almost every public speaker that spoke that this is a taking by the county. So I want to know why this is a taking by the county, and it wasn't advertised as a taking, and it's not an eminent domain proceeding. So can somebody on our staff explain to me why the public believes this is a taking, number one? And then I've got follow-up questions to that.
Mr. Zimbauer, this is not a taking. If this were a taking, it would be wrong. This is not the way to do a taking. I think there is a misunderstanding of what this statute does. This statute is not supposed to change the status quo. This statute is supposed to confirm the status quo. This statute was adopted in 2003, 18 years ago. At that time, the county already had this road. It was being maintained. At that time, the statute went into effect and granted us title of the road. Now, it gave the owners a year from the effective date of the statute to challenge that in court. No one ever did. So we've had a long passage of time where this road has been maintained, as Mr. Beach has described. Now, he only went back about a decade. We could, to the extent we have records, we could go back farther. It is my understanding that we started maintaining the road as a dirt road back 100 years ago, and that it was paved sometime. I don't know exactly when it was paved, but the county paved it. We didn't originally construct it because we didn't construct the dirt road, but we did pave it.
Sure.
So what we're trying to do here is just confirm the status quo. This is not a taking. If it were a taking, it would be wrong, but this is not a taking.
Understood. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yes.
Because we've heard taking. And I've heard that from everybody that spoke here. So now, anyway, thank you. Mr. Beach? Can you give us a little history on this road? Did it start out as a farm road? Was it some property owner that put a road in? What have we done? Do we maintain it at all? Do we fix it? Do we repave it? What do we do to it, if anything?
I maintain the road and the right-of-way, and what we thought was right-of-way to the back of the ditch typically. All these years, us in Roads and Stormwater, the maintenance division, we did not realize we didn't have right-of-way there. We maintained it just as we did.
And so my next question, and I don't really need to put you on the spot here, nor do I mean to put any of the previous commissioners on the spot, but would you say that my office has been a little bit more proactive in demanding maintenance in my district than perhaps the previous commissioners, that has caused you and your staff to really figure out where ditches are and who owns them and what needs to be done?
You have. Others have beat you, though.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Good answer, Mr. Beach.
Thank you.
So you don't get the gold star?
No, I wasn't looking for that.
Sorry.
Anyway, if anybody has any further questions.
Yeah, is there any other questions? I have one.
I have one as well.
Okay.
You're not the chairman anymore. Please go.
If this is for public purpose, the justifiable public purpose, I'm supportive of it. No one has told me to this point. They've said that we've maintained it. I'm not denying that. But I have not heard anybody say that there is a public purpose for it. And I would like to know what the public purpose, not, if other people have mentioned developers' purpose, the public purpose for us for ownership.
Well, Mr. Constantine, I can give you one, in my mind, very clear public purpose in doing this. We are trying to establish a clear boundary line between the private property of these homeowners and this road. In the absence of a clear line, if there's a serious automobile accident in front of one of these people's houses and somehow an argument can be made that they're owner or co-owner of the road, guess what? They could be dragged into the lawsuit. But when we put this map in place and we put the boundary in, it's going to be very hard to say, neighboring owner, you're somehow responsible for what happened on this road. We're trying, we've established title already by past maintenance, by the statute being adopted years ago. But what we don't have is something in the public records that the personal injury attorney can look up and say, okay, there's the boundary between the road and the private property owners. The accident took place in the road. The private property owners are off limits. So I would suggest that is something that ought to be important for anyone who is a neighboring owner of a road. It's not an asset for a private individual to own a road. It's a liability, and that's all it is.
If I could, Chairman.
County Manager. And then we're going to go to
David, if you
Commissioner.
could just clarify, this is not about taking ownership of the road, it's about documenting ownership? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Is this about taking ownership of the road or documenting
It's
ownership?
about documenting. That's what it is. We're not taking anything today.
Today. Commissioner.
Well, we did acquire title of the road by virtue of maintaining it over a period of time, and that maintenance probably occurred prior to 2003. We got title in 2003. We've maintained it since then. You can run your 7 years from a number of different points, but the bottom line is we have title, but we just don't have a boundary in the public records.
Thank you. Commissioner Herr.
Several questions, and I'm not sure who they're for. Was it the developer that asked us to do this? Mr. Dredge?
Mr. Dredge, you're the one with the Cheshire grin?
Yeah, that's why I called him.
Was Director John Judge, Public Work Director, County Engineer. That issue, it go back to 2014, and that development was approved in 2014. And a few months ago, the developer, they came back, they want to develop. And we will look at the record, and we find out that we never continue from 2014, and we made the maintenance map. So we decided to go ahead and do the maintenance map. If you're asking, is it the timing because of the development was approved in 2014.
And we didn't do anything for 7 years, and now we're here.
Yeah, we did not make a maintenance, but
Seems
the
odd.
development was approved in 2014.
And so then the next question, I suspect this question is for David. Does, pun intended, I guess, does this pave the way for us to improve sites to the degree that it allows for ingress and egress for the development?
Is also in 2014 the condition of the approval of the development for the development to improve a site. That's the condition to approve site road.
I do know that. So my question stands for the lawyer. So Mr. Shields.
David, it's you.
Well, or Mr. B, you guys are pointing at each other, so I will hear from all three of you, but the timing seems as though there is an attempt to create an opportunity to have that ingress and egress go down Sipes, which is the most logical route. I think we all agree with that. And so the timing of this seems to be coincident with that.
I have no personal knowledge about the development part of this. I haven't handled this. I haven't had, all I've been involved with is the maintenance map. So factually, I don't know the answer to the question. Without a boundary to the road, it is kind of hard for someone to figure out, okay, is there any room within that boundary to expand the road or improve the road? Yes, that is true. But I would suggest those are questions for, what is it, item 38 as opposed to item 16.
Commissioner, I think that the fact that the development is imminent, I think it kind of went dormant in 2014. It necessitates the need to figure out where the right-of-way is and to know exactly where the right-of-way is in case there need to be improvements. So I don't know that it's something the county can't even give direction as to where the right-of-way is until we've clearly established that. So I do think it is a consequence of the development occurring now, although not something necessarily requested by the developer, but it is a need to identify where those boundaries are in order to make appropriate comments in reaction to the development, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, and it needs to be articulated, because it's not coincident that it's happening now, although we're sort of acting like it is. It's just the fact that it sat dormant for a very long time, and now it's come back to fruition, and we need to figure out what to do with it. But the interesting thing from my perspective is I hear two things. One is, it's already ours because we've been maintaining it for 30 years and doing a hell of a job of it. And then I'm hearing, we got to do this. So I'm struggling to reconcile it, and I can tell you that most of the people here are probably struggling to reconcile just that nature of it.
And Commissioner, that's the question that I begged with what is the real public policy here. For the Commissioner, it's Commissioner Zimbauer's district, and I want to recognize him because I think he was prepared. But before he does that, I just want to, I think, reiterate something from these minutes that is interesting I bet will be interesting to a lot of you. Commissioner Carey, and I'm going to quote this, Commissioner Carey stated that as a public policy issue, if you look at what the purpose of maintenance maps have been used for in this county, they have been used very sparingly, and they have always been used for a public purpose. The 3 times they have been done, she continues, this has been done to the benefit of the public school system. She opined, not my word, it's with their word, she opined that this is just bad policy. The next page, and this is what's interesting, if you know our history, Commissioner Constantine made the motion and seconded by Commissioner Carey to deny the resolution and the maintenance map for Sipes Avenue from Pine Way to East Lake Mary Boulevard as described in the proof of publication. It's interesting that now it's, I just wanted you to know that it's come up now when then there was no public purpose. Commissioner Lockhart.
Yeah. So I think it's interesting, since we've been talking about historical perspective a lot today, and a lesson to all of us who opine that someday minutes will come back.
Opine.
And they will be read in a public meeting as though what you said at that time was factual. And that's important to remember. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us that when we have an opinion about something, that we do look to staff, who are the experts in the room, and ask for their clarification, their word. They're not saying that anything that was in those minutes is necessarily incorrect, but no one from staff has said, yes, that what was stated was in fact true. They've just said this is what was stated. For the staff member or the commissioner. So I think this is a learning opportunity for all of us as we opine.
I love that word. There's the.
You said it.
I read it.
That's a good one.
Commissioner Delory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for David Shields. David?
Poor David.
Sorry, David.
That's okay.
For the record, this state statute, do you have to show a public purpose?
No. Let me go over what the statute says.
I just want to be clear, David.
I think it would be helpful just briefly. It's very short. In those instances where a road has been constructed by a non-governmental entity or where the road was not constructed by the entity currently maintaining it, that's the situation here, or where it cannot be determined who constructed the road. We don't know who constructed it originally. When such road has been regularly maintained or repaired for the immediate past 7 years by a county, I'm going to skip over, such road shall be deemed dedicated to the public to the extent of the width that's actually been maintained. This thing works automatically.
I get that. I was trying to find out, did it have to say that it was for a public purpose? That's what I was trying to find out.
The element of public purpose does not appear in here. It's kind of implied. Just maintaining a road's a public purpose. A road serves a public purpose, but we've met the elements of the statute on the road. We maintained it for 7 years, as Mr. Beach has addressed.
Get it.
If there's no further questions, Commissioner Zimbauer.
Well, first and foremost, I think there's a public purpose in this county identifying everything they own and everything they're responsible for maintaining, first and foremost. And I will tell you, since I've been on this board, at least in District 2, and especially down in this area around south of Lake Mary Boulevard, as well as other areas towards the rural. Often I can't get an answer whether it's our job to maintain a given area or anything. I'll get a call from a resident that says we don't maintain it. And I go down to Jimmy Beach and he goes, yeah, we maintained it, we did X, X, and X. We maintain it, we don't maintain it, et cetera, et cetera. If any of you have driven on Sipes, I will argue all day long there's a public safety issue because two vehicles can't pass going opposite directions without pulling off the shoulder of the road. So there's a benefit of knowing where the road's at for future enhancement, safety, and so forth. My goal is, and I've told Jimmy Beach and his crew, and I've leaned on our staff, when these questions come up, we need to know where our right-of-way is and whether it's the obligation of the property owner to take care of it or whether it's the county. And arguably, there's been plenty of times when this county's gone out and fixed or maintained things on private property through the decades. And Mr. Applegate, our county attorney, I think we're dealing one down on Miller Road right now, that we had maintained in the past, but now all of a sudden we don't have right-of-way, so we can't maintain it. Now I've got residents complaining about drainage issues down here, and we can't get a property owner to give us a right-of-way to take care of a problem. So I will argue all day long this is a public safety issue, and we need to have the ability to identify what we're supposed to maintain or not maintain as far as what the county is supposed to maintain and owns. So with that, I will make a motion that we approve the Sipes Avenue and Pine Way maintenance map as presented.
Second.
Motion and second. Is there discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. All right, we're going to go to 38, and this is now the rezoning, continued from September 14th, from A1 to A1A to A1, from R1A to R1A for single-family residential development on approximately 39.29 acres located east side of Snipes. Ms. Giles.
Yes, Joy Giles, Planning and Development. The applicant proposes to develop the subject property as a single-family residential subdivision in compliance with the R1A single-family dwelling zoning district with a minimum lot size of 9,000 square feet and a minimum building, a minimum width at building line of 75 feet. The subject property has a low-density residential feature land use designation, which allows a maximum of 4 dwelling units per net buildable acre and permits the requested R1A zoning district. The site is identified as being located in Sub-Area 4 under the Seminole County City of Sanford Joint Planning Agreement, which currently permits a density of 2.5 units per net buildable acre. However, in July of 2014, prior to the JPA amendment approved in 2015, the Board of County Commissioners approved a rezone of the subject property from A1 to R1A and limited the density to 2.95 dwelling units per net buildable acre. With the approved 2014 development order that's included in your package. During the 2014 Board of County Commissioners public hearing, the applicant was agreeable to additional conditions of approval that were also included in the development order as follows. A minimum house size of 2,100 square feet, a minimum of 15% open space, including an active park of no less than 18,000 square feet, installation of a masonry wall along the perimeter of the property, and a minimum right-of-way dedication of 25 feet along Sipes Avenue, and the widening of pavement along Sipes Avenue to 20 feet in width. The applicant is requesting a rezone to amend the previously approved development order as follows. To allow a reduction in the minimum house size from 2,100 square feet to 1,500 square feet, to omit the requirement for a masonry wall around the entire perimeter of the development and amend the condition to require the masonry wall along the perimeter adjacent to Sipes Avenue and allow for an opaque fence along the remaining perimeter of the subdivision. To change the access from Sipes Avenue to Pine Way and to omit the requirement to widen Sipes Avenue to 20 feet, and to amend the condition to require the developer to widen Pine Way to 20 feet to the nearest county standard road. Staff supports the applicant's request to reduce the minimum house size requirement and to allow an opaque fence in lieu of a masonry wall along the north, south, and east perimeter of the development. However, based on the recent information provided by the Sipes Avenue maintenance map, staff's preferred point of access to a county standard road is from Sipes Avenue to East Lake Mary Boulevard. The maintenance map demonstrates that there is adequate right-of-way to improve Sipes Avenue to county standards for road width, drainage, and pavement. If the applicant's request to access from Pine Way is approved by the board, staff would support omitting the requirement to widen Sipes Avenue with the following conditions listed in the development order, which are to improve Pine Way, to clear up any existing right-of-way by obtaining additional right-of-way along Pine from Bryson Avenue to the point of entrance, to improve Pine Way with drainage, piping, curbing, shoulders, and any other requirements required. The Planning and Zoning Commission met on August 4th, 2021, and voted 6-1 to recommend approval of the request based on staff's proposed development order. Staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners adopt the ordinance enacting a rezone from R1A to R1A and approve the associated development order proposed by staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions of staff? Any questions of staff? Is the applicant here, and do they wish to speak?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Steve Coover, 230 North Park Avenue, Sanford. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'm going to make it real short because it's been a long day. I was at Sanford till 11 last night. So I think we've got this pretty succinct, and then you can hear from the neighbors. We agree with staff's recommendation. We agree with staff's conditions. We agree with staff's recommended route. We will be putting utilities in the Pine Way right-of-way, because they're already there, and we will be improving Sipes within the boundaries of the map you just approved. We will not be required to acquire any additional right-of-way. That's our understanding of what we would like to see happen. I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions of the applicant? Seeing none, we're going to go to public comment. We have a number of the public that wish to comment. I'm going to start with those that have given me in support, and I have a Pastor Ron Williams. Pastor Williams.
I'm Pastor Ron Williams, 2815 Copperidge Court, Lake Mary. And you guys should know who I am. I come and pray for you. And having sat through this for just the afternoon for 5 hours, I'm exhausted. And I know you are, and so I know how to pray for you from now on.
Every other Tuesday.
I do represent Palmet Avenue Baptist Church and Liberty Christian School. And as been said about majority, we could more than fill this auditorium up. But as you said, Commissioner, ditto. And so I just want you to know there would be hundreds of people from Palmet Avenue Baptist Church and Liberty Christian School here saying amen rather than ditto. We don't want that. I'll just speak on their behalf. Talking about history, 2003 is what the attorney mentioned. That's when we got the property, 2003. Babies that were born that year graduated from high school in May, and now they're in college.
So we've been on this trek for 18 years. I am now pastor emeritus to Common Avenue Baptist Church. My son, who's going to speak in a minute, he is the lead pastor now. I was hoping that this would be done in 18 years, but it hasn't been. I was a young man in my 40s like my son. Now I'm in my 60s, and I'm pastor emeritus, and we still haven't been able to get this done. What I'm pleading with you, I am pleading with each one of you. Please, please, cut through the red tape. You are the ones who rule this place. You do. You rule Seminole County. And so please, cut through the red tape and help us get this done. I don't have all the answers to that. All I know is I'm a minister, and I have ministered to this county for years, since 1993. And I have prayed for you guys. For 28 years, I've come in here and prayed. And by the way, Miss Porter, you ought to give her a raise, and she's the sweetest lady on staff, I'm telling you. Amen. But nonetheless, I have come down here. We have participated in National Night Out Against Crime every year. We're at Alive After 5 every Thursday when they have it every month. We are going to provide Thanksgiving for Serenity Towers. For the residents there. We have a grief share ministry for those who mourn. We have Hearts on Fire that we welcome all the old folks to come in. We feed them every month. We just do a tremendous amount of work. And that's all I'm asking you is just allow us to do that, to sell this property and move on with investing in our community. That's all we want to do. And the money that we're going to get, we're going to build, hopefully my son will be able to build a building and do more ministry. And so I don't do all that, what you do, all right? And thank God that you do that. But I'm just pleading with you that in 18 years, I don't want my son to come up here as an old man and still have to give this same speech. Quit kicking the can, and you're not. I apologize. You haven't, but previous groups have kicked the can down the road. Please don't kick the can down the road. Just let us sell our property and move on. That's the side of this argument that they're going to tell you not to do that, but that's all I'm pleading for you for. Please do that, all right? Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Hold on, Reverend. Any questions?
Can I?
I have one. Go ahead, you go.
Well, I'm just going to give you the gold star that Commissioner Zembauer wanted because you finished in exactly 3 minutes, like within a second. That was very impressive.
I just have one question. Pastor, we rezoned this, I think, back in 2014. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir.
So, in the zoning, you're not asking to change the density or anything else?
Well, the developer, once again, they handle all of that. Mm-hmm. And if you'll remember correctly, Commissioner, we had some other gentlemen working with us, Dana Bennett and the former Commissioner, Randy Morris was with us. Mm-hmm. And then our balloon was deflated. I think, Commissioner, you asked, why is there 7 years? Our balloon was deflated. It's just we went home with our tail between our legs 7 years ago, and it's just we're never going to be able to sell this property. And quite frankly, since we're talking going down this road, back in those days, there was not one house out there. There are hundreds of homes on Brisson and Toll Brothers, and they have bought, Galileo School has bought land and built a building in the last several years. In 2014, there were no houses out there.
Pastor, I'm not trying to be adversarial. I'm just saying, I want you to know, all I'm asking is, I remember this development distinctly.
Right.
And you won. You got the zoning that you wanted. So I don't know what the commission, what we have done to kick the can down the road and to stop you from selling it.
Actually, going back to the bureaucratic red tape, okay? You can build your development, but it's going to cost you $1 million to fill in the ditch, electric and water down the road, improve the road. It's going to cost you $1 million. So what? No developer wanted to touch it. And I am the steward of the property. I don't want to give the property away for free. I don't think that's right. But now, really, it's my son's decision because I'm just a pastor emeritus. And so
I think you always be part of the decision, Pastor. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you listening to me and asking those questions, and here we're at.
Because I just don't want to think that we've stopped you from developing, but okay.
Well, it is a bureaucratic red tape, and I hate to throw anybody under the bus, but, there were some changes. You will remember, Commissioner, we had a change in Fayruhu Nanat Joseph, the engineer, before he was on board with us, and he was ready to make this thing happen. And then all of a sudden, he messed up, if you'll remember, and then everything fell apart.
Thank you.
Quite frankly. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Pastor Williams, the other Pastor Williams.
I don't have near as much experience keeping to the clock, but I'll do my best. Good afternoon or evening now, and I appreciate, my name is Jonathan Williams, 106 Sweet Gum Court, Sanford, right behind Lowe's if you want to come visit. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to speak on behalf of Palmetto Avenue Baptist Church and Liberty Christian School. And I drove here this afternoon in my 1999 Toyota Camry, and I think my dad probably drove in his 2005 Toyota Highlander. So we drive old cars. We've been talking about history. And our church and school meet at 2626 South Palmetto Avenue in old buildings. Several of them date back to the 60s and 70s. And this summer I watched as Pinecrest Elementary School retired their buildings from the 60s and maybe even before. And the thing is, Pinecrest deserved a new building, and it looks amazing if you've driven down 27th Street, and we're right a stone's throw away from them. Whoever did design their building did a good job, and Pinecrest, of course, deserves it. They help a lot of kids in our community, and it's a great building. And our ministry, our school, and our church are right in that same area. We're on the same side of 1792, on the same side of Lake Mary Boulevard, on the same side of 25th Street. And so we know the kids we serve. They're Title I kids. We're in a Title I zone. We have a tutoring program that tries to help those kids. And I guess I just think that if we could get this land sold, that it would alleviate some of the burden we feel and allow us to be able to serve more families in our community. You see, in the same way that Pinecrest needed additional resources, the elementary school, to be able to help more kids, we could help more kids with additional resources. And right now, there are 203 students learning at our school at 2626 Palmetto Avenue. We really can't fit any more at that location. And so if we're able to sell this land, we'll be able to do so much more. And over the years, we've tried to make the best use of the Cypress property that we could. We have had community events out there. The church has had some campouts. We even had set it up at the Cypress property as an agricultural annex for our school. We put cows out there, and we had a teacher who had a degree in agricultural studies, but that staff member's not there anymore, and we had to sell the cows, and now we don't have anything we can do with the land. And so when I think about the land, we've done our best to use it, as a church and school, but there's nothing we can do now to use it anymore. And right now, it's a liability to us. There was a fire on the property a few years ago, and it destroyed the only buildings on the property. It was a mobile home and a barn. And so we just would like to not have it. And obviously, we'd like to not have the tax bill, $20,000 a year just to hold on to the land that we can't even really use. So if you will approve this measure, it'll allow us to be able to sell the land, use the resources that, again, are going to be reinvested in our community, and make a difference. And so I appreciate the opportunity to share with you. We look forward to your support in pushing this through. Thank you.
Like father, like son. Yeah. Look at that.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to continue this. The next, now we've finished everyone in support. Opposed? Ms. Nancy Harmon. Ms. Harmon, you're followed by Linda Barker, who is followed by Larry Lawson.
Good evening. Nancy Harmon, 752 Pioneer Way, Geneva, Florida. I am not opposed to these people selling their property. I want them to sell their property because what they state their intention is a very worthy intention. I can't guarantee that they'll do it, but you know what? I'm going to trust. What I'm asking this board to do is uphold the original development order to the density, to the size of the homes that was originally stated, to requiring the maintenance of or change to SIPES, that right away, to give the road direction out of the development through SIPES, which is, from what I understand, the shortest distance, to Lake Mary Boulevard. I want them to sell their land, but I want the development order upheld for the community and for the trust that we put in these decisions that are being made for the purposes that they have been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barker, followed by Mr. Lawson, followed by Ms. Howard.
Linda Barker, 3405 South Mellonville Avenue, Sanford, Florida. Well, a little bit of background, since we've heard from the pastor. It's my understanding that this was a gift by the former owner for the church to use. And I think that's great. And it's unfortunate that they've had to pay such high taxes over the number of years. But one would assume that if, anyhow, I don't see, there are two things that I'd like to see come from this. One, that they uphold the original agreement in 2014, because to go from the suburban estates to leapfrog down to R1AA, and where none of those other houses were around at that time, the other developments, I feel that the intention of the commission was to make it less painful to have leapfrog like that, because suburban estates, like this is 1 house per acre. I'd also like to address that there's a need to, like I said, there's a need to commit to what was agreed to in 2014. I think you need the masonry wall. I think you need to stick to the square footage. And it says in the Bible, let your yes be yes and your no be no. And as far as the burden that's on the church, where the Spirit guides, God will provide. But to have a situation like this that upsets so many of the people who are surrounded by this, their permanent dwellings, I just think it's going in the wrong direction. Now, I'd like to address, in connection to this whole situation, county roads. So I live at 3405 Mellonville Avenue. We do not get maintenance. It's a county road. We do not get maintenance 8 times a month. But Mr. Beach, I will be calling you 8 times a month to make sure that our ditches are cleared out, that our culverts are cleared out, and that they're mowed, and that the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, we need to work on that, because we have an average of 65 miles an hour going between East Lake Mary Boulevard and Airport Boulevard. So I just find it kind of interesting that in general, our roads are pretty much neglected unless you call up and say, really, guys? The trees are starting to grow in the easement. And all of a sudden, this has been given special consideration. So I think I'll be calling and ask for a maintenance map to be done on Mellonville Avenue between Airport Boulevard and East Lake Mary Boulevard. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman, I'd just like to get on the record that I don't believe Mr. Beach committed that we were maintaining 8 times a month.
He said a year.
Per year.
And I would also like,
But this becomes an opine at this point, back to Commissioner Lockhart. It was 8 times per year.
and I would just put on the record that this commission, I think last year or the year before, recently approved 1 additional mowing that had been cut by the commission back in 2008 or 9. So we are doing 3 mowings a year, or we're up to 4? Or 4 now? Okay, 4 for the ditch, you got it. Great, thank you.
Mr. Lawson, followed by Ms. Heller, followed by Mr. Humphreys.
Who's up? Who's
Mr.
up?
Lawson?
Mr. Lawson.
Have you gone?
No, John.
Next.
Okay. Ms. Heller?
And who's up to that?
Mr. Humphreys is on deck.
Mr. Humphreys is after that. He's on deck.
Heller, Humphreys.
I guess he got tired and left. Okay. Oh, I need something to go off. Yeah, maybe just that's good. Okay. All right. So I just want to say I'm a deacon at my church, and I really appreciate what you do. So that's awesome. Of course, we want to serve. And so at my church, our role is to be inwardly strong and outwardly focused. So thank you. You sound like you're a wonderful congregation.
Come on.
So I appreciate that. Cindy Heller, 1731 Beacon Drive in Sanford. And so from my deacon perspective at Markham Woods Presbyterian Church, I did ask Chairman Constantini if I could have 6
based on the legal, but
Ms.
I
Howard,
don't.
I don't think you're going to need 6 minutes. No, just
Okay,
go.
I'll try.
You
I
only
just
used
don't-
1 minute your last time, so we'll give you a little latitude. Please, let's. It's a long night. Let's go.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I have to say, I'm a little bit disappointed with the disregard for God's creatures who reside on this property. And I saw the picture, of the, it's not on right now, that's something else. But I mean, it's really beautiful, actually. The countless amount of wildlife that will be adversely affected. So, I understand who you are, but we're called to be good stewards of God's creation. So, this is low-lying land on the banks of Lake Jessup. There is also available recharge area before the water runoff enters the lake. The state had purchased some of the land, but didn't around Palmetto Point. So that's kind of an issue, kind of weird. Regarding Lake Jessup, there's a little barge in Lake Jessup which is filtering. I sent you a video of it earlier. But it's inadequate. So why are we potentially making it worse for Lake Jessup and also exacerbating the flooding in the Midway neighborhood? So, I mean, I as proposed, I would ask for a denial of this item. So I was thinking, what would be best for the residents? That more traffic not be encouraged on Pineway, that the number of homes be reduced, that they be on larger lots, if there's going to be, a development, but I will get to my point here in a second, that there be no lift station in a floodplain, that this PD, if it happens, not make the flooding worse for residents of Midway. So there's a Midway Basin study going on. As a matter of fact, I saw Commissioner Herr's name in an article, which I just read the other day. So the article that I have up, though, that's on the screen, let me read this here. So about this potential development. May 17th, 2014, planning and zoning meeting on what they called Brenthurst at the time. Kevin Spolsky, who's John's brother, spoke as a resident. He was opposed to the proposed development. He stated that the entire north 10 acres above the subject property actually drains onto this property and then goes to the east and to the south. So this article that I have the first page up, but I'll give this page to the lady here.
Clerk.
Or the clerk, sorry. It's Mr. David Hampton, who is associated with Midway. The article is entitled "Midway Area of Seminole County Sees Flooding During Friday's Rain." So, yeah, we've had rain. We have rain here and there. As a developer who is building homes in Midway along Sipes Road, where some of the worst flooding occurred Thursday, Hampton said he feels like an authority on the matter, but he also tries to find balance to make sure he isn't adding to the problem. So I want to jump off that article for a minute. I just want to, so basically Midway, there's a bowl effect with Midway. So it's, this study, I think, needs to be completed. Maybe Commissioner Herr can address that. If part of this property is developed, and I'm almost finished, for the water quality of Lake Jessup, I would want, and I brought this up to the board before, Florida-friendly or native vegetation only, because, again, less chemicals near the lake. It's, important. And we're talking about a lake that's already impaired. But I have to tell you, so after viewing the aerial shot of the property.
Please wrap it up. Please.
Yeah, this is the last thing. Thank you. I'm sorry. I think it ought to be purchased personally by the city or the county and preserved. And I think the money ought to go to the church to pay off their debt and to use it to serve the community. So if I had my wish list, that's what I would like to happen to the property instead of being developed. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Let me kind of remind people, if I can, before everybody else jumps in, and then I'll answer. This is kind of like a parallel zoning. This is not a request for zoning. They already have certain. We're going to get to everybody out there, but they have a certain number of density. They're not. We cannot come in and turn down that density. They're asking for density. They're just asking for a change in the development order. So I just want everybody to understand that. We're not talking about whether or not we're approving this. Some of us voted for it, some of us voted against it in 2014, but the bottom line is they have the zoning and they have the density they have right now. First, Commissioner Lockhart, then Commissioner Zimbauer.
So, Ms. Guillet, is this in the Midway Drainage Basin?
I don't know if it's actually in the basin.
It's not.
Okay, so, Mr. Drudge, could you just come to the microphone for the record and answer whether or not?
He said it's in the Lake Jessup drainage basin.
So any activity that would occur on this property will not affect Midway?
Correct.
Not as much.
For the record, George, the Public Works Director, County Engineer, that is in Lake Jessup, should not have impact on Midway.
Thank you.
And I would also like to just remind folks for the record that the Midway Basin study has been completed and we are moving on with actual design and construction of the project, and that the board will probably see the RFPs for the design work in January. So that is moving forward.
Okay, and I'm just going to ask you, and I know this is your last meeting, but please speak into the mic a little bit better. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dredge. Mr. Zimbauer, Commissioner Zimbauer?
I'm just going to follow it. I think we've allocated total of $10 million plus $8 million of grant money to the Midway project.
10 million of ARPA and then 10 million of other funding.
So we're acutely aware of the news stories, the issues, the problems. And again, I want to be fair and open-minded to the public, but this is a long way from Midway. This is south of Lake Mary Boulevard and south of 46. Midway is north of 46.
Okay, we've got
This
a
is a
number.
long way far away.
We got a number of people, and I also told them that we're looking at almost a parallel zoning, and it's just the development order that they're trying to change. But Mr. Humphreys, you're next, followed by Ms. Shaddix, followed by Mr. Wells, Bobby Wells.
Joe Humphreys, 883 Cardinal Point Cove, Sanford, Florida. I also was baptized Baptist. My uncle was a Baptist minister who I lost just recently, and my cousins are Baptist ministers in a very rural, very not so affluent area. So God bless you. I appreciate your service to the community, and I wish you Godspeed in your future endeavors, and look forward to possibly helping you out with some of those things. That said, what I've heard today again comes back to one's keeping their word. I think every night we turn on the nightly news and we see how chaotic our government has become because people don't want to listen because they don't trust their government. We're all guilty. So we've heard that today. So I certainly support what these people are attempting to do, and there's one thing that I will challenge the pastor on, in that he called you all rulers. That's his words, I know, not yours, but I just want to correct. We had a guy that went to the cross because of rulers. They're not rulers. They work for us, for you, for me, everybody else in this room. It's of, by, and for the people. So I just want to get that on the record. We are not your servants. It's the other way around. So having said that, again, I would ask that at a minimum that the commission, again, uphold its word from previous. I looked at all the documents, and I think the development order was signed by then Chairman Bob DeLore. So I would hope that at this point, again, as the commissioner has said, all we're doing, you gave them the authority to move forward in 2014. What is concerning to me, and as you've heard from people today, it didn't go forward because of $1 million for a road. Is that really what it boils down to? Did we change that today? That's my question to this group today. Where's the $1 million for the road coming from? Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Humphreys. Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. Ms. Shaddix, followed by Mr. Wells. Followed by... He did leave. Yep. Thank you for telling me that. Followed by Mr. Sellery.
Thank you.
Hello, Katrina Shaddix, 1133 Covington Street, Oviedo, Florida, 32765, Executive Director of nonprofit organization Bear Warriors United. And what I heard from the applicant is they need money, and I know this was approved in 2014, but it's nice when we can admit that we made mistakes, and approving this for development was a mistake, and we have a ton of environmental reasons why, ranging from wildlife killing and Lake Jessup degradation. But if I can quote Commissioner Zimbauer, there is a hunger and an extreme hunger for recreational opportunities, not just in Deer Run, but for the entire county. Commissioner Jay Zimbauer urged commissioners and county staff to move quickly on purchasing the property. An opportunity knocks and only a fool doesn't pay attention. This is a really wise move. Now, why are we fighting so hard to protect green spaces for the people in Deer Run when, we should be fighting just as hard in this more ecologically fragile place right on Lake Jessup that's imperiled for this pastor in the church? Why hasn't there been any effort to compensate him for the land and to save it from development? I think that would be a great fix to the problem, because in the biological and chemical assessment and water quality of Lake Jessup, which is done by the FDP, they talk on and on and on about how development has degraded the lake. We know that's imperiled, and they over and over quote that the, it is hoped that the information contained in this report regarding water quality in Lake Jessup will continue to an understanding of the ecological health of a system as a whole and help to identify land use patterns which continue to contribute to the degradation of Lake Jessup. And I can submit this if you want, but it's years and years, 20 years of development on Lake Jessup that have led to where it is today. And we know what it is today. It's a collapsed ecosystem. So why are we going to allow more houses when you can have the chance to undo the mistake that was made by the other commission in 2014, buy the lot, let them have money, conserve the land like it's supposed to be, and everybody wins. I just don't see how developing this property is going to help anyone, especially Sadiq Jaffer, if he's the one sitting in the back row laughing.
Thank you, Ms. Shaddix. Mr. Sellery.
We kill a lot of trees during these hearings.
Gross, you're next, followed by John Spolsky.
Thank you.
Followed by Brent Spain. Did I miss anybody?
That was part of the other one.
I think I got this, but thank you very much. Mr. Sellery, you are on.
George Sellery, 5231 Shoreline Circle, Sanford, Florida. Just really quick, one of the things the pastor said is they didn't move forward with the DO because of the ditches and all that needs to be fixed. Hopefully tonight on the record, you're going to tell us if that's the county now with the district commissioner paying the $1 million to do all that work, or if it's the developer paying for that, or the city of Sanford who was supposed to annex this property but has not. According to your records, they're supposed to before this took place, but they have not. So that's going to be one of compelling public interest, I think, that you need to hopefully answer. But I also disagree with Commissioner Constantine about this being a rezone to a rezone. I want to go back to 2014. Okay? And this is a little bit different from the opining because the county attorney's involved in this one. Commissioner Carey asked Mr. Applegate, that's the county attorney, if the straight zoning application, because they didn't want to do a PD, they wanted to do straight zoning, that's in what I gave you. is given and the voluntary commitment the developer has made and that it is a condition of the approval, and that they later sell that property, fast forward 7 years, and somebody comes in here and wants to do 3.5 acres per acre, 3.5 units, would that be denied at the counter, not even getting to you? Would it just be denied because all the conditions that are put under the straight zoning for which Mr. Applegate replied that it would? Mr. Applegate explained that the contract zoning or conditional zoning laws or laws that were developed to prevent the backroom deals, kind of like 7 years later type of stuff, where things are done outside the public. He said, and this is critical, and I'm going to put this into the record, he said that if the applicant makes voluntary concessions that are in the public's interest, which they were, and these are not forced upon the applicant, which they weren't, then that is part of the rezoning and the conditions of that rezoning. So if you change this and you change the size of those homes, then you've changed that, and this needs to go back to an A1 zoning because that violates it. And they actually put all that in the motion. Motion to approve was conditioned upon the following: house size 2,100 square feet, maximum density 2.95, 18,000 square foot park, 25 feet dedicated right-of-way for SIPes. Thank you very much. They got that. Open land should be at least 15%, and the widening of SIPes to 20 feet. So are they doing that, or is the county doing that? Great question for the district commissioner. Construction of the masonry wall and the R1A setbacks are required. So again, I don't see, and that's not an opinion, that's the county attorney speaking, so I really, hopefully, someone's going to have an answer, and here are those minutes of that meeting for the public record. Thank you very much.
So real quickly, Mr. Chairman, I would like to, okay, Commissioner? Is Rebecca here? For the public benefit, would you explain to the public who is responsible for the roads on a development issue?
Yes, for the record, Rebecca Hammack, Development Services Director. The developer would be required to improve the road with the development.
Taxpayer not paying for it?
Correct, and also Public Works is requiring right-of-way dedication on SIPes as well, if the board approves the access on SIPes.
We're not buying the right-of-way?
No, there would be a condition of the approval to dedicate right-of-way.
Understood. Yeah. So the county's not paying for the road if any road's improved?
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
That was the question that was asked. Commissioner Zimbauer got the answer. Thank you very much.
And if I could just make one clarification at this point, at this point, what staff is recommending, based on the fact that staff's preferred access is SIPes, staff is only supporting 2 of the omissions from the original development order, and that's the reduction in house size and the change from the masonry wall along the entire perimeter of the property to the wall along the frontage and then the wall along the remainder perimeter. And if you do look back at the 2014 minutes, what former Commissioner Morris actually commits to as a voluntary condition was the fence around the property and the wall along the frontage. But when the actual development order was recorded, it didn't specifically state that. It just said a wall along the property, because that's how the motion stated. Just said a wall along the property.
So density on this as it's proposed?
2.95, so they're not requesting a change in density.
So that means no more houses are being requested today than it was in 2014?
Correct, and they're not proposing to change the lot size. It will still remain the same. It has to conform to R1A zoning as well as the setbacks, so just reducing the house size to 1,500, which is actually larger than what R1A allows, which is 1,100.
And Commissioner, that's what I tried to point out, that we're not changing the density.
No, I understand, but there's been things that have been said by the public that I think need to be on the record, need to be cleared up. We've heard a lot of misinformation, a lot of assumptions. I'm trying to clear that up on the record for the public. I want to now go to the county attorney
Okay, and Commissioner Hur, you will be next.
I'm sorry.
I see.
So
No, I
this
saw
is
you.
related, it's still related. I'm still clearing up with you. I have one more.
You want to go there?
Go
I'll
ahead.
go there?
I have one more clarification that will make more sense before we go off of that. So with the reduced house size, we haven't reduced the height, so presumably they could still be a two-story home, leaving more land for drainage with less square footage.
That's correct. It's a 35-foot maximum building height.
And presumably, less people would live in a lower square footage.
Yes.
Getting to the environmental issue. I just want to be clear that I understand.
And that was one of our, and I don't know what the price range of these homes are going to be, but one of the, recommendations to try to provide more missing middle housing or affordable housing is allowing smaller house sizes.
You want to go to another, or do you want?
No, I'm going to forgo my inquiry
And
with the county attorney.
Okay, Joanne Troz, T-R-O-Z.
Yes. Excuse me while my teeth chatter, though. Joanne Droz, 2530 Pine Way, Sanford, Florida. My main issue is flooding. As Commissioner Zumbauer knows, and thank you, okay?
You're
You are
welcome.
in my prayers also.
Thank you.
We had a terrible, terrible problem. Going back to Pastor Ron's words there, 100 homes, 800 plus. When we moved out here in 2007, actually 2006, we had moo cows for neighbors. Now we have over 800 homes. We're on a dry property, high and dry. We still flood, Commissioner. It's still flooding to this day. Commissioner Zumbauer brought a posse out there, the developers out there, to try and fix our problem.
True story.
It worked for a little bit, but now we get a half inch of rain. We've got 3 inches of rain on our property. My driveway's caving in. Everything it's just a disaster. It's a disaster. So why, if we've got 800 plus homes, do we want more? Okay, and you're right, it's the Lake Jessup that we're looking at here. The drainage problem is terrible. Going back to Mr. Beach over here, if you've been maintaining the roads, why do I have a big hole in front of Pine Way and Brisson that's been there for 6 years? And I've asked every road crew that comes by, fix that hole, fix that hole, fix that hole, please. Nothing, still have a hole. And it's because of all the trucks, the construction, the dirt, coming and doing their jobs, building their homes. Coming down to it, it's down to the almighty dollar and what people are pocketing themselves. It's the same people involved in this project as were in the other 2 projects. And who pays for it? We do. The animals are gone. I have turkeys on my property this time of year. Not this year, not last year. They're gone. They're all gone. Mrs. Harmon. Okay? She's right. Nobody has approached us with a survey map or anything like that, nothing similar to that. We have no clue what's going on behind closed doors. Also, she said, yeah, it was a gift. That was a gift. That property was a gift, with the understanding on the deathbed wish that it be used to build a new church and a new school. Whoops. There goes that. Yeah, you answered my question about the road improvement, who's going to be paying for them, the developer, and it is the right 1,500 square foot homes. I request that they go back to the original deeds, development order, 2,100 square foot homes. Okay, we don't need lower income housing coming in. We are going to have more children, more school buses, more trucks. People don't have 2 cars in a family. You know that. They've got more than that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
And could we have staff look into that issue on the whole? Thank you.
If nothing else, ma'am, I'm sure your hole will be fixed. Mr. Spolsky, and then Mr. Spain.
Good evening. For the record, John Spolsky, 1425 East Airport Boulevard in Sanford. Mr. Coover answered many of my talking points here when he said that they were in agreement now to take the road improvements up sites instead of the ridiculous idea that was floated back in June to utilize Pine Way to Brisson. However, he did make a comment there as far as when I was questioning the maintenance map as far as utilities down Pine Way to get to this subdivision. And one of the things in conversations with the city of Sanford that maybe some of you are aware of, perhaps not, and I think a lot of this revolves around the JPA agreement, is the utilities going there, that the city said they're tired of the extension of the dead-end lines. Extension. It affects the water quality. It affects, for the firefighters' ability, it is a bad idea. So as part, for the record, is if this gets approved for the improvement of SIPes, my contention is that water line and the sewer line needs to be a loop system back up to Lake Mary Boulevard and not a dead-end extended system from Pine Way into their subdivision. Speaking, as far as Pastor Williams' comments, we've known each other for almost 40-some years now, graduated from high school and whatever. I think he spoke out of turn, though, when he said that there were no houses out there when this, was given to them by the church. That's incorrect. There's a lot of neighbors out there who are being affected by this. In the DO of 2014, when it's been talked about quite a bit here now as far as the size of the house, I think that is critical as far as a transitional area, as far as the people who live out there, not to allow a 1,500 square foot house to be built, as far as diminishing the property values and what have you. And if they can ask for an amendment for dropping down from 2,100 feet to 1,500 feet, my request is that you honor the JPA that was agreed in 2015 and drop the density from 2.95 down to 2.5. And as far as the future of Seminole County is concerned, and this GA is going to be going over to the airport here pretty soon, you got three people there, basically, if you will, three entities. The airport, which you're going to be representing as far as in future development or whatever, and I wish you the best there. And as you know as well as I, that Director Nolan's vision for there is high-tech, high-dollar type of jobs there. He even said get rid of the antiquated buildings out there. The kind of people that are going to come to high-tech jobs don't live in 1,500 square foot houses. They live in nicer communities. So the county would recognize that, and all three get together between Sanford, Seminole County, the JPA, the airport, and come up with a concise plan as far as making this work, and not just seeing how many houses you can cram into a lot. I think the county as a whole would improve tremendously. Tremendous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Spain?
While he's setting up my PowerPoint, for the record, Brent Spain, Theriac and Spain, 1809 Edgewater Drive, Orlando, Florida, appearing on behalf of John Spolsky and surrounding property owners on Sipes Avenue. So I'm going to walk through a brief PowerPoint. Again, you have a black and white copy of this, so we'll make it brief as I'm batting cleanup. So we'll skip over the site location. That was already in the staff presentation. But what I do want to touch upon is the applicant made a comment about bureaucratic red tape. And I would submit this case involves anything but bureaucratic red tape. In fact, you all were very accommodating to the applicant in 2014, so I want to walk through some slides. This is an excerpt from the approved development order. The important language here is that the commitments that were made were supposed to run with the land and perpetually burden the aforementioned property. And then in sub 3, you'll see those are the conditions that were not the county's conditions. These were the applicant's conditions, and we're going to get to that because there was no bureaucratic red tape. But the issues before you now this evening are A, minimum house size, and then F, ensuring that Sipes Avenue is in fact widened from Pine Way all the way down to Lake Mary Boulevard. But I wanted to emphasize some of the statements, and Commissioner Lockhart, you indicated, hey, we may want to opine on things clear so they don't come back to us in a public hearing. These are the applicant's own words and their representatives. So in the first paragraph, you have Randy Morris showing pictorials of the home model renderings and showing the square footages of the homes in this project. So that was a representation made. In the next paragraph, you have Mr. Morris confirming that they need to widen, the developer needs to widen the road all the way down to Lake Mary Boulevard. The third paragraph, you have the applicant's engineer, again confirming, we will maintain a minimum of 40 feet the entire way from East Lake Mary Boulevard until it curves into Pineway. You go to the next page, you have Mr. Morris again, and this is important with the bureaucratic red tape suggestion. They purposely didn't go through the PD process because they didn't want to be slowed down 3 months, so they came before you with a straight zoning, and they themselves stipulated to these conditions and commitments. And Mr. Morris states, hey, we didn't want to go through a 3-month public hearing process. We're making these commitments on the record. And if the BCC would like that in writing, they will do it any way that would give them the greatest assurances. And County Attorney Applegate then advised, as one of the speakers indicated, if the conditions are voluntary in a straight zoning, they are acceptable. Commissioner Carey, in the third bullet point, went over the square footage sizes of the houses, because what was represented by Mr. Morris and the depictions were that the square footages, the minimums, will be 2,185 to 4,000 square feet. That is night and day from what is before you this evening. And then Mr. Morris stipulated on the record, he would like to state that the smallest minimum house size is 2,100 square feet. You go to the last bullet point. This, Mr. Sellery referred to Commissioner Carey's question to the attorney, so I won't repeat that, but the bottom highlighted text is Mr. Morris, on behalf of the applicant, confirming that they will commit, not, hey, we're proposing it, we're committing to all these elements, including the 2,100 square foot house size, the minimum lot size of 9,000 square feet, which isn't being proposed to change, the density, which isn't being proposed to change, and then she further confirmed with Mr. Morris that they would dedicate the needed right-of-way along Sipes Avenue. And the motion to approve, as Mr. Sellery indicated, had those express conditions, which again, I cannot emphasize this enough. They were not bureaucratic, overreaching conditions that you all impose. These were stipulations from the applicant, which gets me to my concluding slide. First off, running through these, one, there's no automatic entitlement to this rezoning. You all are not obligated to approve this request under Florida law. A zoning ordinance can always be more restrictive than the comp plan or the land development code. And but for those voluntary commitments, if you review those minutes, that rezoning in 2014 would not have been approved. They would have A1 zoning, and as my client indicated, they would be stuck with the JPA, which is a lower density. So they're coming to you with their hand out, saying, we don't want the lower density that would apply if we rezone now, but we want to get rid of, and we want to renege on these commitments that we made not only to this board, but to all the surrounding property owners. They're trying to back out of the square footage. Initially, they were trying to back out of the Sipes Avenue. Now their attorney has stipulated that they will do that, and they will widen that down to Lake Mary Boulevard. But allowing the developer to renege on those commitments that they made in 2014 to this board, in which this board relied on, my client and his late brother relied on, that would just be contrary to the public interest. It's contrary to health, safety, and welfare. And again, you all are not obligated under any legal standard to approve what they're requesting. Lastly, on the development order, because there is one in the packet, and then I'll conclude, we would ask you in conditions 3F, it's the minimum house size, it's 1,500. We would ask that that be changed to 2,100. And then we would ask that item 3L be deleted in its entirety. That is the alternative for access to Pineway. That should be removed. Again, my client recognizes that there's an existing zoning ordinance, Chairman. We understand that. We're not here to relitigate 2014, but we are here to have people honor their word, and that was the word and commitment they gave to you all. So with those changes to the development order made, we appreciate your support and time. So thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there any questions? Seeing none, James, anybody in the queue?
No, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry?
No, Mr. Chairman, there's no hands raised.
I think everybody's gone. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to close the public hearing. Does the applicant have any rebuttal? If everybody, that's fine with me.
I've got a question for staff.
Okay, well, the staff will go after.
Understood.
He's rebuttal, then staff.
Good evening. Again, I'll be brief. I'll start with one point of clarification. When I said that we would adhere to all conditions, I had spoken to Mr. White and Joy before the meeting, and we had discussed that we were just going to do sidewalks adjacent to the site. But they pointed out to me that I need to clarify that in the write-up, it says SIPes. It doesn't say adjacent to the site. The engineers, and I think Mr. White will confirm this, have agreed that there is not adequate right-of-way to do sidewalk all the way up. So our commitment is to do sidewalk adjacent to our property and all our other conditions. Hope that's clear now. I had talked to them before, and they said fine, but I didn't put that on the record. The development order doesn't say anything about it. It says et cetera. So I talked to them about trying to tweak that a little bit. With respect to the development order, Mr. Spain had asked for some changes. Really, based on what you've heard today, the only change we're asking for is the minimum house size, F, which is a market issue more than anything. No objection to taking out the alternative on Pineway. A couple other things, and I'll be done. My understanding is that the utility issue is a Sanford issue and not a county issue. Our understanding is, in dealing with Sanford, that we're going to be doing the utilities on Pineway. The other thing that I want to comment on is that I understand the neighbors' concerns. I live there. I've lived there 30 years. This is a 100-lot subdivision. I've got an 800-student school on my street. That is traffic. The subdivisions around us are going everywhere, but they're not the problem. If you have a school, that's a problem. So
sorry about that.
I can commiserate with them, but you know, sometimes we can't do anything about where we are and what the law is and what people are entitled to. So we're living with it, and things are changing out there. And I believe that the request my client's making for basically one slight deviation in the square footage and all the other conditions being the same, I don't think we're really asking for a big thing here.
Any questions, Mr. Cover? Seeing none, I think staff, I think Commissioner, no, thank you, Commissioner Cover. I don't know, how many questions do you have?
I only have one for staff at this moment. I think. It's getting late. It's been a long day. Tell me why staff is recommending 1,500 square feet.
Well, we are recommending that because the minimum house size requirement for that zoning district is 1,100 square feet.
Okay, I think you said that earlier.
Anything else?
Long day, okay. I think that's it for now, Chairman.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions of the staff? Commissioner, it's your district.
Can we take a recess?
Okay, yes, sure. We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
I could use a walk and a bathroom break.
we're going to call the meeting back to order. Is there any other questions of the staff? That's where we are right now. Any other questions of the staff?
Mr. Chairman, I have
Yeah.
questions of staff.
Okay,
And I do as well.
okay. Commissioner Delory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was a few minutes late here.
No problem.
So my question is that Sipes, I think it's John Dredge that needs to answer this question. Mr. Dredge, where are you at?
Over there.
Dun, 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 dun.
And I've literally been...
You want a song?
And the reason I'm asking this question, Mr. Chairman, is that I've had this conversation before, not personally, but the board has in another time when we approved the original DO. The only reason why Sipes actually works is they have to do curb and gutter, correct?
Yes.
So if they're doing curb and gutter, that's a pipe, correct?
They have to pipe the dish, yes. Unless in that area, they donate a lot more.
But is there enough right-of-way to do that? That's the question.
Yeah, for curb and gutter,
yeah.
yes, because I still have to.
So in the DO, I guess before Rebecca or Joy, are they going to be required to curb and gutter all of Sipes Road now?
Yes, according to that, yes.
And why can't we put a sidewalk, going all the way up to Lake Mary Boulevard?
They can. It is normally we require for sidewalk along the property line, from property line to property line. But if the board wants them to extend it all the way to Lake Mary, I don't see why they can't do it. There is enough right away because the majority outside their property, from the north of their property all the way to Lake Mary, there are a couple gap where you have short about 5-6 feet, but they should still be able to put the roadway and put a sidewalk.
See, my question is, reading this DO, I just want to make sure that it's clear in the DO that if they're using Sipes, which is the closer way to get to Lake Mary Boulevard, that, from what I understand before, they had to pipe it. I don't really see that. I want to make sure that they're going to pipe it, and if they're going to pipe it, then why aren't they putting a sidewalk on top of it? And then the next question is, who's paying for that? Because we shouldn't, the developer should.
Right, if they're gonna, the sidewalk will be on the east side on that property. The ditch is along the west side. But they can fit curb and gutter and put a sidewalk all the way, yes.
Because then all right, thank you. Then the next question I have is, I guess for Joy, that when we originally did this, because we're talking about the original DO, one of the real selling factors of this development order was the minimum square footage of the homes. That was the real selling point of this. And we knew back then that, the zoning, you could do smaller square footage, but that was what really sold this. And I just don't understand why we're doing this, because that was the original commitment that we made.
Well, my understanding is that that was a commitment that was made by the developer at the meeting.
It was, but that was the development which the DO runs with the property. We all know that. And for him to get us to agree, he agreed, and now the property has that responsibility, from the way I understand it legally, to actually have the largest square footage homes. And I'm just trying to understand why we're not doing that.
Well, staff doesn't have an issue with the smaller homes based on the R1A zoning minimum house size. But that is, of course, something that the board can impose upon the development order at this time.
Okay.
Commissioner?
I think mine's going to be probably for Mr. Dredge, and then maybe staff as well. We've heard concerns about drainage. You've heard from one resident here that had a drainage issue that I had to intervene with that might arguably be City of Sanford's fault for not following up on the way they should have, be it what it may. We've heard a lot of discussion about drainage issues. So my question clearly is going to be related to drainage. In your engineering experience and opinion, is there any better drainage for a 1,500 square foot home on the same size lot versus a 2,100 square foot home, or is it negligible at best?
Well, the impervious area would be less.
So does that mean?
So you have a more land for, with less water coming, runoff will be less. And you have a more green area will soak in the ground and run off and all that drainage is going to go to the retention pond, and they have to provide storage for the water quality and also maintain the rate, the runoff rate for 25 years, 24 hours storm. The difference between pre-post for the rate.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of the staff?
I think that's all I have.
Okay, we're going
this
to,
time.
anybody else have anyone before I close this? And we go back to us. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Lockhart.
So I keep hearing tonight about, people have given their word and their word and their word. And okay, so the development order that is here was negotiated, not really, kind of, sort of, with what developer? Yeah, the item we're talking about right now, the original development order that we're considering modifying.
2014 development
The
order.
2014 development order, 7 years ago. That's okay. I'll make it a simpler question. Was that developer the same as the one before us tonight?
You can turn the mic on.
The owner is the same, the developer is not. That's the answer. Correct?
Okay, we need to get that into the microphone.
Yes, the owner is the same, the developer is not.
Okay, so the developer is the one who knows what the market might drive, or perhaps property owners.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, don't know what drives a market or what might be able to be built and what have you. Is that typically?
Yes, they have a better idea
Okay.
of the market.
So it's been my experience, but you have a much greater experience than I do, that typically property owners aren't the ones at the podium talking to the commission at the dais at the 11th hour, talking about what elements might be in a development order. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's typically the developer.
Okay, so in 2014, 7 years ago, it's unlikely, unless the record reflects something different, that the pastor of Palmetto Avenue Baptist Church stood here and negotiated that with Commissioner Morse. Is that correct?
That is correct.
No, Commissioner Morse negotiated it with us.
Well, okay. Yes. All right.
Previous Commissioner Moore.
All right.
Previous Commissioner Morse.
And 3 of the 5 people on this board now were not on the board at that time, correct?
That's correct.
Including the district commissioner.
Yes.
Okay. I just think for all of the talk about people keeping their word, and it's really important that a lot of water's passed under the bridge, circumstances have changed, people have changed, and so I'm getting a little weary of it being painted as though somehow the folks in this room are not being honest or keeping their word.
Commissioner Delory and then Commissioner Zimmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the reasons I can recollect when those decisions were made back in 2014, we went with a higher density because of the larger footprint of the house. That's what I recollect. If you want to reduce the square foot of the house, the density needs to be reduced. We also talked about the drainage. That's why we talked about back then that it needed to be fully improved with curb and gutter. I want to make sure that, we're not doing anything that we shouldn't be doing. It shouldn't be open swale. It should be curb and gutter all the way. And if you're doing curb and gutter by piping it, who's going to pay for it? At the same token, if they're putting a pipe in the ground, they should be putting sidewalks. But more importantly, the reason why they got the higher density was because of the higher square footage. And there was a commitment made. There was a lot of commitments that were made back then that convinced us to actually do this. And some of those commitments are now being changed, and I'm starting to have problems with this now, because that's the reason why I wanted the high density. That's the reason why we did all these things. And I just want to make sure that, our commitments are upheld. We had an issue earlier today about upholding commitments. And DO runs with the dirt or the ground or the property. And I just think that we need to be focusing on what those commitments were. If it makes sense, yes, but even our JPA with the city of Sanford, it's 2.5, correct?
That's correct.
And the reason why we went higher was because of the square footage was higher. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to this that the board made that commitment, and that's the reason why I want to make sure that we're upholding those commitments.
Commissioner Zimbauer, I know, and then Commissioner Herr. I would like to say something also, if I could, because I was there also.
Sure. It's, I want to talk a little, because there's been a lot of talk, and Commissioner Lockhart has brought focus to it about keeping your word. So here's what I got to say about keeping your word. I think we should keep our word. And if that's the theme we're going to take, then we better dust off every traffic study, every improvement that we've committed to do in this county by previous commissions, and start building roads and sidewalks and all the things that were promised to this the community that have never happened. So I think there are times where the intent of a previous board absolutely should be respected and considered, matched up with what is currently taking place in our community. Even our 2040 transportation plan is a living document. Things that are being committed in it right now to happen on certain roadways and infrastructure for, say, 2030 are not going to happen, because by the time we get to 2030, things have changed, things have moved around, and we've got to move those roads, take them off the list, defund them, build a different road, et cetera, et cetera. So, I want to make sure that we're clear, and I'm going to go to the county attorney for this question. Notwithstanding a moral debate on what should be upheld from some previous commission, what can a previous commission bind this commission to, and what can we bind a future commission to?
Well, in the context of a development order, if an applicant comes in and requests a modification of a development order, it is the board's decision to make. You are not obligated to, as Mr. Spain said, but that is a decision the board can make.
Okay, thank you. I was talking a larger scope, but I understood.
Well, I mean, the development order does run with the land. It is recorded. There are commitments made, but if an applicant requests a modification of it, that is something the board can consider and choose whether or not to approve.
Commissioner, I'm going to go to you, and then I want to comment.
I just want to make sure I understand the density discussion. The maximum net density is per dwelling unit, not per square footage. Do I misunderstand that? So we're not allowing any more units. We're just putting smaller units to the tune of roughly a third as the minimum, not all of them will be that size, but the minimum, which will create an opportunity for more earth not to be covered with cement. I just want to make sure I understand it.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I answer that?
Yes, sure.
So, and the reason why I'm saying, and you're absolutely right, but the JPA, which we were supposed to uphold, was 2.5. We went higher than 2.5 because they were actually committing to larger square foot homes, and they were committing to certain things that, made this subdivision a very nice upscale subdivision. That's why we went with the high density.
If I can, just piggyback on that, let me just say, if you can believe it, the discussion of this project was even longer than back in 2014 than it is today. And it was very, very contentious.
Absolutely.
And more people were here than not asking to keep the density at the JPA level than there is today. And Mr. Morris, representing the developer, came in and made, knowing that it was very concerning and to the citizens that lived there then, and remember there was a lot less then, but lived there then, were very concerned about the transition, remembering that this is very close to also Lake Jessup. And so the commission made a concerted effort to find a balance. The majority of the commission at that time decided the conditions that were given were enough to allow the additional density. Pastor Williams and a number of his flock were here, and they, they talked not about the project, but about the good deeds that they do, and God love you, you are doing good deeds, and we appreciate that. But that has nothing to do with the decision of zoning and quality of life and everything. I will be consistent and tell you that I voted against it and the increased zoning. I did for a number of reasons, one of which was the traffic, another reason why I thought it was too dense, and another reason was because I said this at the time, I felt that, I was concerned that they were going to come back later and try to change some of the conditions that they had made. I don't want to say that I was right, but that's what's happening today. And all I'm going to say to you is that to be, not keep my word, but to be consistent, I'm going to vote against the change here today. If there is a motion to
I'm
make the
prepared to make a
change.
motion to move this along.
Okay, please do.
And you're going to have to follow me because it's going to be a long one.
Oh, but Commissioner Zimbauer, where you expect anything you say is to be long. So
Of
go
course.
ahead.
So I will move approval with the following conditions. Maximum net density of 2.95 units net buildable acre. Maximum building height of 35 feet. Minimum lot size of 75 feet by 120 feet, or 9,000 square foot. Minimum width at the building line 75 feet. Minimum house size of 2,000 square feet. All building setbacks will comply with the R1A, a minimum of 15% open space. The development will provide an 18,000 square foot active park as part of the required open space calculation. The development will provide a masonry wall along Sipes with the others remaining opaque fence around the remaining perimeter, which was north, east, south, and north, south, and east for the opaque, yes. Developer will provide pedestrian circulation system within the development, sidewalks along Sipes to Lake Mary Boulevard. All costs for drainage and roadway will be borne by the developer for improvements on Sipes. And I believe that's it.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, so in the discussion, if I can just clarify, the changes you've made in the previous development order, if I can follow, is 2001 to 2000 as far as square footage, that the sidewalk has to go all along Sipes,
Correct.
that the drainage would be paid by the developer, which I think is already in there, but I just want to make
Correct.
sure.
I was putting on the record.
And
the
the
DO.
wall with the opaque fence around. Those are the only changes, the 2000 and the wall and the sidewalks from the previous one.
Correct.
Was the active park in there before?
Yes, it was in there previously.
It was in there previously.
Same square footage.
So
Same open
keep that in
space.
mind, folks, it's down to so the one real change that wasn't in the previous one is the sidewalk all along Sipes.
Correct.
All right, does everybody get that? Commissioner Okay, we had a second for discussion. Did you want to discuss, or do you want me to turn it over to Commissioner Hurd?
Let Commissioner Hurd go.
Commissioner Hurd.
So there were a few items that are left out, and I just want to be clear. So there was an N, developer must dedicate 25 feet of additional right-of-way.
That's already in there, so I don't think we have to add that, do we?
That should be in there.
You're leaving that in there, you added it somewhere else.
Correct.
Oh, all project signage must comply with the land development code, leaving it in there.
Yes.
Homeowner association or property owners association must be
Stays.
created, stays.
So the development order stays except for the three things that I
Correct.
specifies change.
That's right.
What about the one specification?
L comes out.
What about now another agreement that was made by the developer today was that they would not, we could take out anything but sites as the main
That's
access.
L.
Just said.
That's L.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
L's out.
L's out. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Question.
So I understand you went from 2,100 to 2,000. Why would you back off of the 2,100?
I would attempt to get much less impervious area. I think it's going to be a minimum. I think at the end of the day, these houses are going to end up being what the market is going to bear, which is probably going to be anywhere from 2,000 and some might be 3,500 on a two-story. So if you go back and review the minutes, and I think we've seen 3 or 4 copies of them tonight. There was expectations, someone saying there may be 4,500 square foot homes. I don't think this property is going to see 4,500 square foot homes, maybe. I'd be shocked, but, I put a round number on it to get a round number and move on.
Well, I'm just trying to uphold the commitment that we made back in 2014, and that's my main issue here.
Understood.
Okay. Further discussion, Commissioner Lockhart, then Commissioner Hurd.
So we've had a lot of discussion about the missing middle in this community. And I will tell you that 1,500 square feet does not equal low income. And there are people who live in 1,500 square foot homes who are quite able to contribute to this community. I've heard several times that, somehow the square footage, the smaller square footage size somehow means that these are going to be low-income individuals, and and I'm not sure where that's coming from. We've talked about the idea that we want to have varying house sizes in different communities so that people who might want to live in a smaller house, let's say you've got a family of 4, and grandma and grandpa want to move in and live in the same neighborhood so the kids can run down the street and be with grandma. Well, grandma and grandpa don't necessarily need a 2,000 square foot house. 1,500 square feet might be just fine for them. It doesn't mean they're low income. And so if we're really trying as a community to develop projects that are going to attract and appeal to a wide variety of families and family types, I don't know why, I'm not sure I understand what the hang up is about the square footage, because all I'm hearing, unless someone else can enlighten me on what the opposition to 1,500 square foot houses is, the only thing I'm hearing is that we think that the type of people who live in them are not what we want to have in the neighborhood, and that makes me a little sad. So if someone has some other rationale for why a square footage of 1,500 square feet is bad, I'd love to hear it.
Commissioner, and I just want you to know my objection was not due to that. It was due to the density, as I stated.
But the density doesn't change.
No,
The
I
density is not
understand that,
changing.
and I was against it then. The 20, the 2 vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
Commissioner Hurd.
And then I got a question.
Okay, sir.
So I actually think that lowering the minimum creates the opportunity to build a community that has more variety, which is much more desirable in these communities of all the large homes. And you can look at some of the nicest neighborhoods in our community, and that's the case. I would point that Heathrow has 1,500 square foot houses. I would also point to the fact that we have an aging demographic, and that points to lowering the size of homes. And then I'm going to go back to the issue of, we say we want missing middle. but here we are. And we also say we want to protect Lake Jessup, and here we are. And less cement is better. I've learned that. I want points from the back row over there for learning that, okay? So we have an opportunity here, and this, I'm tired, so I can't think of a good word. This concept of, we have to live by what was done in years past. Well, if that's the reality, then I'll go to what Commissioner Zimbauer says. We will never be able to right things that were done that may not fit today's needs. And I don't think that's what people elected us to do.
Chairman.
The county manager wants to clarify something.
I just
please.
want to ask a question because I want to make sure I understand what the motion is. It sounded to me like the only difference between the proposed development order today versus the one from 2014 is a reduction in the minimum housing size from 2,100 to 2,000 and the addition of now a sidewalk the entire length of Sipes.
Yes.
So they're losing,
Right.
they're losing 100 square feet less on the house size, and now they have to extend the sidewalk the entire length of Sipes. I just want to make sure I understand that that's what we're saying.
But they're also piping Sipes as well.
That was the
Which was in the
original.
original.
They were going to do that
original.
originally, so
We're
there's actually.
clarifying it.
And the wall.
Well, I think the
still
wall
there.
is what it was, it's
The
just
wall is
clarified. It's
corrected.
just being clarified in this development
Right,
order,
that's
so.
still there.
Agreed,
So-
and it's really late.
So I may have misunderstood that, but.
But we're still, that 400, I think Commissioner Zimbauer gracefully tried to split the hair, and the 1,500 was approved by staff. It falls within the regulations. There's missing middle needed, but,
So I wanna
I
address
think
that.
my point is that the original DO might be a better circumstance for the
developer.
for the developer based on the new requirement for site. It's just what.
Commissioner Zimbauer.
So I just felt like maybe I was
No,
missing something.
I agree with you. I figured that out.
Yes, I felt like maybe I was, that
So
was
I
my
think it was
question.
well said earlier by a couple of the speakers. First of all, I agree we need missing middle. We've talked about that, but I'm telling you, this is not the place for missing middle. This is not on the spine of the county. This is not close to mass transportation in any way, shape, or form. And we should be reserving those missing middles in those corridors that have those transportation attributes. But I think we've heard from some of the citizens here tonight that the expectation is this area is going to be high-tech as things move forward, desirous to bring those people into the community. Again, this is a minimum square footage, certainly not a maximum. I think that, at the end of the day, your square footage does drive what kind of product you end up receiving. And I'm not saying that a 1,500 square foot house can be built any better than a 2,000 square foot house, but I think, the developers and your real estate people would tell you your 2,000 square foot home versus a 1,500 square foot home, and again, those are minimums, drive a different product.
My biggest issue is I wanted to make sure that we're clear that Sipes is going to be curbed and gutted, piped, and paid for by the developer.
That's in the motion,
I was just asking for clarification. And the same thing with the sidewalk, because someone has to put a sidewalk.
in the motion.
And I just want to make sure we're handling all the drainage, and we're handling who's paying for what.
So let's just make sure. Mr. Dredge, sorry you're still standing over there, sir.
Well, he gets made fun of for.
Just for the record, all the drainage and roadway improvements, sidewalk, would be paid by the developer.
Yes, sir.
Good? Just want to make sure.
Further
Got it.
discussion. Further discussion. Seeing none. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Fails 3-2. I think that everything that you tried to say, Commissioner Zimbauer, is quality, is good. I think you've done many of the right things. Like I said, I was not in favor of the density in the beginning, and I'm still not in favor of that density at that location to this day. We now have before us.
Make another motion?
Well, I'm just saying we now have before us the original development. And I would I would, unless somebody has another motion.
So I will move for the same motion and adjust the square footage to 1,800 square feet. Sounds like some of my fellow commissioners want smaller homes. As the minimum, all other terms are the same.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
No. Passes 3-2. Okay, that's what we've got.
It has been a 3-2 night.
Yes, it has been. All right, let's move right along, folks. Thank you very much.
I need to take a break. I got to get a cup of Advil.
Okay, we're taking a 5-minute break.
I have some
You
in my
may need more
purse.
than
You
that.
want 'em?
You got the
I know.
She's got them.
And so, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We're going to go to the 39 Estates at Lake Hayes PD rezone. And I believe it's going from 1A to R1AA to planned development for 41 units and 21 acres. And I think that the staff, please, go right ahead.
Good evening.
Still away.
Good evening, Annie Silloway, Senior Planner, Development Services. The applicant is requesting a rezone from A1 Agriculture and R1AA Single Family Dwelling to PD Plan Development for a 41-lot single-family residential subdivision on 21.64 acres located on the south side of Beasley Road, west of Alafaya Trail. The applicant proposes to develop a single-family residential subdivision with a density of 2.33 units per net buildable acre, a maximum of 41 lots transitioning from 90 feet by 120 feet lots along the western boundary and Lake Drive, and transitioning to smaller lots, 70 feet by 120 feet lots, with a minimum lot size of 1,600 square feet within the proposed development, which is consistent with the trend of development in the area. The applicant proposes a 10-foot buffer along the north property line, a 10-foot buffer along the west property line adjacent to existing single-family and vacant properties, and a 15-foot buffer along the southwest corner of the development that is adjacent to the 25-foot right-of-way easement, and a 10-foot buffer along the remainder of the southern boundary, excluding the 3 parcels that access directly onto Lake Drive. The proposed development will provide a minimum of 15% open space, excluding landscape buffers, based on the density of 2.33 dwelling units per net buildable acre, and will be developed in 2 phases. A community meeting for this project was held on August 11th, 2021. Approximately 19 people attended. A copy of the community meeting minutes and sign-in sheet are in your agenda packet. The developer will be required at the time of final development plan to provide a tree survey to identify tree preservation within the northeast portions of the subject property, as well as within the required buffers. The property proposes access onto Beasley Road, which is classified as a local road. Beasley Road is currently operating at a level of service A and does not have improvements programmed in the county 5-year capital improvement program. This will be established at final engineering. The developer must widen and repave Beasley Road to a county standard road from the project entrance to Alafaya Trail. Access will be provided from Beasley Road for all lots with the exception of 3 lots which propose direct access south onto Lake Drive. The developer must also widen Lake Drive to a county standard road from the proposed access to Alafaya Trail to demonstrate Lake Drive currently meets county standard width. There is not an existing sidewalk along Beasley Road or Lake Drive, which the property abuts. The developer will be required to build a 5-foot sidewalk along Beasley Road and Lake Drive, which the developer states in the master development plan, and will meet the Seminole County Land Development Code for sidewalk requirements. The proposed development has 4.04 acres of existing wetlands on site, which will be developed around and will be required to maintain a 15-foot minimum, 25-foot average wetland buffer from proposed residential lots. The proposed project is located within the Howell Creek drainage basin and does not have limited downstream capacity. Therefore, the site will be designed to hold water quality. The Planning and Zoning Commission met on October 6, 2021, and voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request. On November 5th, a memo was distributed to the county commissioners after the agenda was printed to add condition B and edit condition O. Staff finds the request to be consistent with the Land Development Code under the PD zoning classification by providing the required minimum open space, providing perimeter landscape buffers, and a lot size that is compatible with the trend of development in the area. Staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners consider a rezone from A1 Agriculture and R1AA single-family dwelling to PD Plan Development for a 41-lot single-family residential subdivision on 21.64 acres located on the south side of Beasley Road, west of Alafaya Trail. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? Seeing none, is the developer applicant, are you here?
Chad Moorhead with Madden Moorhead and Stokes. Yes, I've been here since 1:30. Not as long as you guys, but I've been here the whole time. We agree with the staff conditions and the recommendations. Been asked a couple of things as we've coordinated with the community over the last several months. We committed to having a no left turn sign coming out of the subdivision onto Beasley. That's not in the conditions. Maybe should probably add that. I apologize to Annie that I didn't have her do that previously, but that is something we've committed to. And we've also been asked by the folks that live on Lake Hayes to change the name. And so we've come up with a new name. We've run it through 911, and Beasley Reserve will be the new name of the subdivision.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, can you restate that requirement you're asking for?
At our access point onto Beasley, we've agreed to post a sign that says no left turn. The folks that live down west of the property had asked for that.
Now, is there a medium cut there?
At Beasley and 434, I believe there's a directional. It's not a full opening.
Okay.
But we're not talking about there. We're talking about the subdivision entry and
from Beasley.
Okay, at the subdivision entrance.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? Is there any questions of the applicant at this time? Seeing none, we have a couple of folks that wish to speak. Ms. Diane Grove.
Diane Grove, 9954 Lake Georgia Drive.
And you've been patient also. Thank you very much.
Yes, I have been here as well since 1:30. I don't live at 119 Lake Drive, but I am the property owner there. I unfortunately did not receive an invite to the community meeting from the developer, so all of this is new to me. My greatest concern in that area is maintaining the quiet integrity of our lakefront community. I grew up there. I know I speak for my neighbors. They're probably not here. It's probably past their bedtime. The same people have lived there since I grew up there. So my biggest concern is with drainage. Every time we get just a little bit of rain, our garage floods. I hear from my property manager, it's been an issue. Seminole County has been very good about building a berm at our driveway, but my concern is with all this new concrete coming in, how is that going to affect the drainage into my property, into our garage, into the lake, the integrity of the lake and the quality of the water there. So I'd like to hear more about this, how we can address this, so I'm not left with a problem.
Thank you very much. When the staff comes back, I would ask them to address that particular thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Diane. Ms. Shaddix?
Katrina Shaddix, 1133 Covington Street, Oviedo, Florida, 32765, Executive Director, Bear Warriors United. First of all, when I was looking over the county documents, under the background section, it says proposed lot sizes are consistent with the trend of development in surrounding residential areas. And the trend of development we've discovered over the past few years is the habit of commissioners to vote in favor of developer requests to change the zoning. Then you create the trend and then use that trend as a tool to justify to change the zoning again. So the trend that we have noticed is that citizens do not want their green spaces destroyed. They want these places preserved. They want their quality of life preserved. That is the trend that we need to pay attention to. Also on the county papers, it said that 4 acres of wetlands are on the property. So I would ask how that is going to be protected and request that wetlands mitigation is not allowed because that is a tool used by developers to pay for wetlands destruction. Paying for wetlands preservation 100 miles away from this ecosystem isn't going to help all of the wildlife and the water quality on the existing property in question. Also on the property, on the county papers, it says there may be endangered and threatened wildlife on the subject property. A list of species survey may be required prior to approval. This is stuff that should be required now at this meeting, so our commissioners can vote with their eyes wide open, so we don't have another situation like we just had with Palmetto Point, where you rezone agriculture into a planned development and destroy quality of life, destroy wildlife habitat, destroy water quality. It's just, the process is flawed, and it needs to be fixed to prevent all of this animosity. And in the same way that the county bought property today, as is, developers must buy property as is and stop coming to this board to make rezoning changes. They are not entitled to these upzonings, and our commission is not obligated to grant these rezoning requests. I did see that there was a tree preservation note on there, and the developer will be required to provide a tree survey. I would ask that that survey include exactly how many trees will be cut down. And if y'all decide to move with this, I'm asking that a new trend start where developers can come to me or the Environmental Advisory Board of Seminole County and work with us to make these developments the most environmentally responsible that they can be. From letting us do bioblitzes, which we document flora and fauna, letting us go in and relocate the wildlife, doing dark sky lighting, using aquapour building materials. There's a way that we can do this. We can develop smartly without all of this animosity. And I can tell you that even Chris Dorworth will call me and say, hey, I plan on doing this. I know you don't like it, but if it gets approved, will you help me make it the most environmentally responsible that it can be? That's all I'm asking from Mr. Moorhead and from all the developers, and I think that would save a lot of, it would save our quality of life, a lot of animosity, a lot of stress, and would save us from being here until 9 o'clock on Tuesdays, which none of us like. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Moorhead, do you want to comment on anything? Oh, by the way, is there anyone in the queue?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, James.
James getting pretty forceful at night now.
Hey, James, you sound a lot better than you do earlier.
Somebody must have gave him a couple Red Bulls.
I almost said not a soul, Mr.
Are
Chairman.
you watching some movie in there with popcorn, James?
Might have woken him up. I don't really have much of a rebuttal. Right now, we don't anticipate having wetland impacts, but we might have a pipe or a mitered end section that goes into the wetlands. But right now, we're not planning on doing any of that. As far as drainage along Lake Drive, we're having 3 lots on Lake Drive. Those will be the only areas that drain that way. We'll have to have a retention swale in the front yard, which I'm sure Mr. Dredge and Mr. White will make sure that we design correctly. And that was brought up at the community meeting. I'm not quite sure why the first speaker wasn't noticed, because there were quite a few people at our community meeting. But we will take that into account.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just for clarification, in looking at your layout, proposed layout, and then looking at the future land use and existing zoning land map, you're staying out of the wetlands.
We're staying out of the wetlands.
And there's an actual buffer around the wetlands, correct?
Yes, there's an actual buffer around the wetlands. We're not changing the future land use, it's LDR.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just asking questions.
Yes, sir.
And there is no lake access, correct?
No.
And drainage, you're holding all your drainage, correct?
We will be holding our drainage. Our outfall will be to the northwest, except for the 3 lots that front Lake Drive.
Correct.
Mr. Moorhead, you heard, and you're open to sitting and discussing the project as you go through the site plan and other development interests with anybody that will call you in that area and everything?
Absolutely. This particular site, the west side's an existing nursery. On a pristine site that's not been touched in many years, I can see where that, would be really useful. On this particular site, it's more or less an infill site, but we don't have a problem doing that. I will always answer phone calls, and I will discuss projects with people that call.
Including ourselves.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Moorhead, since this is a PD, and there, there was a question of an animal survey. Would you be willing to commit to that?
Yes, we have to do that for gopher tortoises and everything. The reason we don't do a lot of them early on, in particular with gopher tortoises, is you have to redo them if you have gopher tortoises within so many days.
I wanted it on the records.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, the applicant is also requesting that we add one of the conditions of no left turn on
Yes.
Beasley, correct?
Beasley.
Yes. At the subdivision exit onto Beasley.
And that's per your request.
Yes.
Okay. Let's get to the staff. Thank you. Unless there's a question of Mr. Moorhead. Yes, there is?
Trees.
Yeah.
Trees, we're in the process of getting a tree survey. Tree surveys are expensive. Developers like to know that they have a project before they invest that money.
So you'll get
But
a tree
staff-
survey, and you'll preserve as many trees as you can possibly preserve, and,
Yes.
I mean, the whole notion of just clear cutting the land, you've got to address that, because that's the reputation, and I'd be remiss if I didn't ask the question.
I've gotten the message.
And Commissioner Herr, I asked that of Ms. Hammack, and they did put some, and I asked them what they were going to do to make sure that that did not happen again. We weren't just going to accept, that they were going to try. So that's the next question I was going to ask the staff. So
And that's
thank you
happening
for
on all.
bringing that up.
That's happening on all projects now, just so you know.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Moore? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Make a motion.
I think we still have staff for questions, and then you will. And why don't we talk about, if you want to do that, or if Ms. Hammack, about the requirements for trees, so that we get it on the record. We know it's in the DO, but please tell us what we're doing now, instead of just asking them to try to protect the trees.
Yes, we do have a condition in the development order that does state that the developer will be required at the time of final development plan to provide a tree survey to show how he is preserving the trees on site. He's also showing it in a conceptual plan along the north and eastern portion of the development.
Any other questions of the staff?
So providing a tree survey and preserving the trees may be two different things, and I don't want to split the hair here tonight at 9 o'clock, but the goal is to preserve the trees. I just want to be clear about.
Yes, the goal is to preserve the trees. Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Moorhead, do you understand that too? Yes. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, Commissioner Delory?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to recommend the approval from the Board of County Commissioners to adopt the proposed ordinance reacting a rezone from A1 agricultural to R1 AA single-family dwellings to PD plan development and approve the associated development order and master plan for 21.64 acres located on the location of the south side of Beasley Road, west of Alafaya Trail, as submitted here today, and add the additional requirement for the developer's request of the no left turn on the exit of the subdivision. Oh, and we're renaming it to
Beasley Reserve.
Beasley
Beasley
Reserve.
Reserve?
Is that all part of the motion?
That's all part of
Is there a
the motion.
second?
Second.
Motion is seconded. Discussion. No discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Public hearing legislation, number 40. Dagmary?
Actually, you get Mary. So good evening. For the record, Mary Moskowitz, Planning and Development Services. Item 40 is a request to consider an ordinance amending the text to the introduction element of the Seminole County Comprehensive Plan to revise the definition of net buildable acres. In 2014, the county adopted ordinance 2014-46, amending the introduction ordinance to include a revision to the definition of net buildable acres. At the July 13th, 2001 work session, the Board of County Commissioners directed Development Services staff to revise the definition of net buildable acres to the definition that was in effect prior to December 9th, 2014. At the October 12th, 2021 meeting, this item was considered by the Board of County Commissioners in an ordinance with another comprehensive plan text amendment to add property rights elements as required by the recently adopted House Bill 59. At that public hearing, the Board of County Commissioners voted to transmit the proposed property rights element, but to continue the proposed amendments to the introduction element to today's meeting. According to a publication by the International City County Management Association, the IMCA, in collaboration with the Environmental Protection Agency, smart growth is defined by 10 principles that promote preservation of natural lands and critical environmental areas by encouraging compact, walkable, and high-quality developments in existing communities with established infrastructure framework. Therefore, in an effort to incentivize the development and redevelopment in the urban core area while providing for appropriate protections to the natural resources, staff is proposing the amendment as you can see here. As shown here. So within the area described as the urban core, as defined as the lands bounded by I-4 on the west and within a 1/4 mile of US 1792 on the east, and all the lands within a 1/4 mile of State Road 436, and any parcel that is crossed by this boundary is considered wholly within the urban core. The total number of acres within the boundary of the development excluding natural lakes and wetlands or flood-prone area. And then net buildable in all other areas of Seminole County is the total number of acres within the boundary of development, excluding what areas devoted to roads right-of-way, transmission power line easements, natural lakes, and wetlands or floodplain areas. In addition, language was added to allow for projects with an unexpired final development order or preliminary subdivision plans or unexpired development applications submitted prior to the date of the adoption date of this ordinance to use the definition that is currently in place now. The Planning and Zoning Commission did hear this item and voted 6-1 to recommend the Board of County Commissioners denied the transmittal, but that was prior to some of the changes that staff is proposing tonight. Just for some, I know some people are visual learners, and I was pretty wordy here. This is the proposed map area. So the area kind of bounded by those two orangey yellow lines would what I'm referring to as the urban core, which matches, is very similar to the mobility fee urban area. That would use the definition that is totally within the urban area now. The rest of the county, so that would include the lands west of I-4 and the areas in the rural boundary, and then those additional areas would have the new revised definition that is currently existing in the east rural area. And these are just some zoomed in areas
Thank you, Mary.
to show that.
I know all of us have been very interested in this, and I think this is a compromise from what we've all been kind of working out. Is there any questions of Ms. Moskowitz? Seeing none, we have two speakers. Mr. Ball, you wave in support?
He didn't wait here all day to wave in support.
And then Mr. Celery. Mr. Ball's first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, you didn't see me.
I didn't see you.
Yeah.
Tom.
Good evening. My name is Tom Ball. I reside at 213 Shady Oak Circle, Lake Mary. Thanks for allowing me to address y'all this evening. It's been engaging this afternoon and this evening. I just wanted to voice a concern, as I'm a partner in a development that's occurring in the Sanford area, East Celery Avenue out to 415 Lake Mary Boulevard, as a partner with Bob Zalakis and Dan O'Keefe, John Miklos, and myself. And we've got some property that's been submitted to the county, and all the agreements that we've been working with, the contracts to purchase, have been based on today's rules for net buildable. And I understand that they're submitted, so I presume they're vested. But we do have one parcel that I represent the owners. It's the Wilkie sisters, Joan and Jean Wilkie, who, if y'all don't know, they might hold a record.
Yes, they do.
Joan employed by the county for 56 years and Jean for 55. And their property is also under contract, but their parcel, because it's not contiguous with our other 35 acres, hasn't been submitted yet. And so I wanted to kind of go on record, be on record that it's a concern, because all the economics that we're working on have been based on the present rules for net developable acres. And that's my concern. And didn't know if possibly, there could be a vesting period. I mean, 2021 is pretty much, it's lights out on that, and would hope that it could be continued through 2022. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Yep,
Mr. Seller?
Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Seller?
Could I ask?
Oh, yeah,
staff?
that's what I said, yes, of course.
Yeah.
We'll go back to staff after, unless you want to do it right now.
Well, I just want to let them know I'm going to be asking about what options we might have for vesting.
Okay.
Same.
George Sellery, 5231 Shoreline Circle in Sanford. I like that map. The old map used to be East Rural voted on, and then everything else considered urban, which we know the warp and all that's not urban, okay? So we also know that we're one of the smallest counties in the state. We are also one of the most densely populated in the state. We also know that what you're entrusted to do is protect the quality of life for all of us. Most of you have been here for a long time. Commissioner Zembauer said he used to ride horses across the entire county. Now you couldn't get down Lake Mary Boulevard in Reinhardt in a car, let alone a horse. So I'm just saying you've got to protect that. I did talk to the University of Florida, BEBR, they do the population projections, and they said the population projections do not factor in available land or the quality of life or the impacted growth on natural resources. So they say, if you run out of water or you get saltwater intrusion, basically your population projections are going to change after that. So we don't need to accommodate 1 million people. We need to accommodate people based on our current flu. We have plenty of excess property to accommodate that, and I do think highly that we should incentivize doing stuff within the urban core with the lower mobility fees and everything else. That is truly the essence of smart growth and protecting the quality of life. So with that being said, I want to spend the last minute here. I really want to say thanks to Nicole, really, from residents that aren't here and everything, people that have worked with you since you started with this county. You've been a great asset. I've been a great county manager. We don't always agree or disagree, but I can always say that you gave us the facts and you worked fairly with everybody. So I really want to thank you, and I know the airport's going to be great having you on board, and I can't wait for Delta flights direct to Chicago. So, get that straight for me. I also want to thank outgoing Chairman Constantine for everything you have done over the last year to make it's hard. This is hard, controlling groups and people with emotions out here. You did a great job of respecting people's opinions and letting people vent a little bit, but keeping it, in Robert's Rules of Order and basically keeping people, on their toes, but also politely telling them what the rules are. And I appreciate that. That was a long time coming. We needed that. And I'm hoping for that future, same thing with the new chair. So again, I want to say thank you to both of you for the last year, Commissioner Constantine, and for Nicole's career with Seminole County. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. I appreciate it.
Thank you, George. Okay, is that all that is here to speak on this? I think the Commissioner, Ms. Katrina, you just want to wave in support of what George said? Thank you very much. Please, sir, come on up. But we've been talking about filling out cards all day.
Troy Drinkwater, 882 Lake Mills Road, Chuliota, Florida. Being a land developer and in the land development business and a broker, I think that this should be something continued for a later date, or at least discussed from a vesting standpoint, kind of in similar topic to Mr. Ball. So it's my comment on that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And fill out the form, please, sir. We need you to fill out a form. Thank you, sir. All right. We need the staff back up in case there's any questions. I hear that we have questions, so Commissioner Lockhart, you're first.
Yeah, so I completely agree with the intent and the purpose of this change. But I also know that there are people who are wanting to sell property that they own and people who are wanting to buy property from them, and based on everything that's been in place for the last however many years. So what would be a reasonable recommendation from staff for vesting?
So right now, our proposal is that any development that is being submitted now until the ordinance is adopted would essentially be vested. So if you come in, you submit your application, so it's got to go back to the state, and then it comes here for adoption. So you've got about another 2 months before you would see this again. That is the existing proposal. We've been trying to kind of work through and see what developments are in the queue. So trying to get those done, and certainly this is not a new idea. This is something that we've been talking about for a while, but a typical development period takes about 6 months to go through our process. So if somebody were to submit an application today, it wouldn't get approved for another 6 months, but you would be vested if you came in today. You would be vested under the current definition.
I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Yes.
My suggestion would be to go with this language, but to do something to add some language that's similar to what we've done in impact fee ordinances. Add the provision that if they have a valid contract for sale prior to the adoption, and I would add that in addition to having the application. Because we anticipate the adoption will occur probably at the end of January, so it gives a little bit of time, but you've got holidays. That would at least give folks who have contracts some assurances that they're going to fall under the old definition. So that would be my suggestion, is you simply add that language.
And because this is something that is very important to me, I think that it's the right way to go back to the future. I just don't want a contract, because I've seen them, and Mr. Ball, you've seen them, because you and I have been part of them, that last a year or two and, haven't closed or anything. I think we need to have a definite time. That's all that we don't just do anything that's under contract. We don't know how long that contract's going to last. I mean, everybody is going to be knowing that if they get in the queue right now, that they're going to be able to get the previous definition, and I'm fine with that. But I don't want contracts that continue to have, they continue to pay or continue to pay for extensions and getting part of this. That's a concern I have.
And Nicole, are you saying, is your recommendation consistent with all of the other types of vesting we've done?
Typically, it is consistent with as you'll recall, with impact fees, they typically have a time frame, either 12 months or 18 months, to come in and pull building permits. So you could say that for 12 months, they would have the opportunity to utilize this for 12 months if they have a valid contract prior to the adoption.
Prior to the passing of the adoption.
Yeah. So then that I think would address your concern, Commissioner, that it's not perpetual.
And could I ask the two gentlemen that just spoke from the development community what their thoughts on that might be? Could I ask them to come up if they're interested in, would either Mr. Ball or Mr. I'm so sorry from Chuliota? Drink water. I would like your feedback on that, because the only reason I'm broaching it is because you asked.
Does that sound fair, Mr. Drinkwater?
We were talking about the vesting that you just came up and talked about, and so we've got a recommendation from the county manager, and I was asking what your opinion was on the proposed somewhat compromise. So maybe, Ms. Guillet, could you repeat?
So the proposal is that the revision of the definition would be adopted by the board. It's anticipated at the end of January, because this is a comprehensive plan amendment that has to get transmitted to the state. And the suggested additional language is any property owner that has a valid DO, an application in the process, or a contract for purchase prior to that adoption date, which, as I said, is anticipated to be at the end of January, would be able to apply. They'd have 12 months to move forward with the development using the old definition.
Yeah, I would say an effective contract by January 1.
But we're saying by the adoption date, so it would be later. It would be later than January.
Oh, okay, yeah,
And then they would have 12 months to apply that, the old definition to any application that they submit.
Yeah, I would think that would make sense.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ball, do you have an opinion about that as well?
I would echo his thoughts. You know, the one that I used as an example, if I need to come up to the microphone.
Yes, please.
The one that I used as an example, that would certainly accommodate that. Commissioner, Chairman, I understand, your comments. We don't want to violate perpetuity, and that's why I suggested a year. But for the case that I'm involved with, based on the language that you suggested, it would work.
Yeah, so you would have a year from the adoption, which
I
is
understand.
anticipated at the end of January.
And you're anticipating that probably, whatever your decision is here tonight, it has to go to Tallahassee. You're talking a couple of weeks, come back and...
We're looking about 2 months before it's passed completely.
Okay.
And then
So that's the end of February?
January.
Whatever, January, February, we don't know. We don't know, Tom.
I understand.
This is very generous, though. Please just say you like it, okay?
I like it when you say please.
There you go.
Thank you again. Y'all have a good evening.
It's good to see you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Any other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to transmit the proposed ordinance enacting a comp plan text amendment to the introduction element, revising the definition of net buildable acres, and allowing for a vesting period that would be a year from the adoption with a contract for purchase at the date of the adoption.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All discussion.
I just want to say, I'm glad that we finally got this hammered out and nailed down on behalf of the community. This came before me at P&Z when it changed the other way, and I was an odd one out voting against what we changed. But I think focusing on the core area, if we're really going to do the missing middle and the things that we want to do and around the infrastructure, this serves that purpose.
It's a good compromise.
Great.
Motions.
Compromise is the name of the game. Checks and balances in this.
Can I just ask for a clarification on the motion? So the vesting period would be submittal of an application within the 12-month period?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they can't continue to extend it.
Seconder agrees.
All right, any further discussion on this before I change my mind? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now on item 41. 41 is the redistricting ordinance, and we see that Melanie is here. Melanie?
I was going to say good afternoon, but
Yeah.
I don't know, good evening, good night, maybe. For the record, Melanie Kuntz, Assistant County Manager. Item 41 is a request to consider the adoption of an ordinance establishing new county commission districts. As a reminder, the redistricting process began with the 2020 census. Article 8, Section 1E of the Florida Constitution and Chapter 124 Florida Statute states that following the decennial census, counties are required to redraw their county commission districts to reasonably distribute the population. During the development of the map options, the following criteria were taken into account: equal district population, contiguous and compact districts, preservation of BCC and school board members in their current districts, follows major natural or man-made boundaries and United States Census blocks, and does not split or minimize the political influence of any group, to allow for transparency of the redistricting process and allow residents an opportunity to provide public input. Staff developed a webpage located at SeminoleCountyFL.gov/redistricting. This website displays the current map options with any updates, as well as an interactive map. A redistricting email address was created to allow for ease of communication for citizens. Additionally, staff held 2 community meetings, Wednesday, September 22nd at the North Branch Library, and Thursday, September 23rd at the Central Branch Library. During the community meetings, several members of the public provided input and shared a proposed map. At the October 12th, 2021 BCC meeting, staff presented the 3 proposed map options for the board to consider for advancement. Map 1A was presented as an alternative to map option 1. This map corrected 3 areas where the census tracts had changed and required an adjustment. The public had an opportunity to provide input, and after board discussion, the board directed staff to advance map 1A for formal consideration. Map 1A, labeled Exhibit 1, and the legal descriptions labeled Exhibit 2 are attached to the ordinance in your agenda item. This information has been provided to the Seminole County Board members as well as the Supervisor of Elections. Staff recommends the board adopt the ordinance establishing the new county commission districts. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions of Melanie? Seeing none, we have a Mr. Come on up here, John. You've waited all day. John Horvath on the redistricting.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I know you've had a long day. I've been here since 1:30 listening to some of the stuff that's going on. It reminds me of the old days when my family had property before the commission and people were fussing about the groves being disappeared. But I'm going to point out that in 1950, the total population of Seminole County was 25,000. I think the current census for 2020 showed right at 470,000 people. So a lot of land that was rural years ago is now urbanized and developed. And the commission districts change a little bit. I think District 1 used to go a little further west on the southern end there, and then it came down, and I think that's where your district came in, Amy, when it was changed. But I also know that you had a proposal for impact fees, and you had a question that there's going to be next 20 years, 100,000 increase in the population of Seminole County, which would bring it to 570,000 plus or minus based on whatever happens here. The county has to be prepared for the 470,000 that are here now and get ready for the next 100,000 that are coming. I know I've heard comments about a lot of trees disappearing and everything, but we used to have a lot of orange groves here that are now subdivisions and developed, and that's part of the changing life of a growing county. And talk about urban infill, I live over by Camp San Pedro, and I drive by Hawks Nest every day, and it's fun to look out, drive by there, and heading west on Howell Branch to 436, and look south in Eastbrook, which is a subdivision that was built many years ago out of former cow pastures and stuff, and then look north to the new developments coming in at Hawk Nest and popping up with people. And on Eastbrook, those older homes have been turned over many times with new homeowners and redeveloped along with the new homes. So you've got that balance of constant change. And I think one time before the board, I mentioned that even if you don't build new homes, if you have people living in single person in a house and you sell that to a family, you went from 1 person in that house to 5 without changing the layout of the land. So there's a lot of things that happen that you don't realize, even though there's little or no development or infill. So be prepared for the 500,000 people here and take care of accordingly. And Nicole, congratulations. I've known you a long time and going to miss you, but I know you'll help the Sanford Airport get back up to 3 million passengers like they had before the pandemic. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you, and don't want to hold you up anymore. I know it's been a long day for you guys, so...
Thank you very much, John.
Oh, one other thing. You've had the committee for the last 2 census with no funding in the budget. Perhaps in the future, if you do a complete count committee, maybe a little money in there to help fund the budget. So this is money that would be coming back to the people with the census figures, Mr. Chairman. So keep that in mind with your budget process for the 2030 census.
John, thank you very much, and thank you continually for, being such a good citizen. Just, we really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I remember Red Bug was my drag strip in high school.
Are there any questions of Mr. Horvath? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anyone else here? Is there anyone in the queue?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Chairman.
James. Yes, Commissioner Zimbabwe.
I move approve adoption of the ordinance establishing the new county commission districts.
Second.
Motion and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, passes unanimously. Okay. It's now County Manager report. County Manager, your last report.
I will not prolong the meeting except to say thank you all very much. I've had a wonderful time, and most of the time, and I look forward to working with you in my new capacity. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. County Attorney.
Yes. Earlier today, the board requested that we come back on item number 35, which is the single-use plastic resolution, and I did so, spoke with Melissa Hernandez and Richter of Leisure Services, whose item this was, and unfortunately, the county computer system has been down all day and didn't come back up until 7:45 tonight. So what I would like to do is just simply tell you what the new wording will be, and when the support staff comes in the morning, we'll have this document typed and we can get it to Commissioner Constantine for his signature.
Well, go ahead, please.
Commissioner Lockhart's concern was with one of the whereas clauses, which was very broad and broader than what Mr. Durr had discussed in his presentation. And my recommendation was to make it consistent with the proposed change to the administrative code. So the language in that whereas would be changed to say, whereas the Board of County Commissioners finds it is in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens and visitors in Seminole County to create a policy that prohibits the sale or disbursement of single-use products and plastic bags by contracted vendors on county property and encourages the use of reusable materials. That takes out the word use, which made it incredibly broad, and it limits it to contractor vendors. And then similarly, in the proposed amendment to the administrative code, my recommendation was to take out the phrase by staff. What you're really concerned about is sale or disbursement by contracted vendors of the county. So by taking that out, it makes it consistent. And that change, the phrase county staff, comes out twice in the admin code, and then it will be consistent with what the board desired.
And Mr. You concur with this? Is there any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion? Moved. Is there a second? Commissioner Zimbauer?
Sorry, hello?
Your second? We need a second.
Oh, on plastic, sure, second.
All in favor say, questions, debate, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Passes 3-2. Thank you very much. We are now going into public comment, not related. Do you have anything else?
No, sir.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. We're going to get out of here before 10, folks. I'm really trying here. Okay, we have comments, public not related to the agenda. Mr. Class, you've been waiting all day.
Good
evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Andre Klass, and I reside at 3250 Retreat View Circle in Sanford. And having just, I'd say, knowledge from the attorney's report that the county's computer system has been down all day, well, you had the best well-regarded tech guy just sitting in here all day just twiddling his thumbs. So next time that happens, just let me know and I'll be glad to help.
Thank you, Andre. I appreciate that.
Of course. But on a concern of public safety, on Saturday, Lake Mary Church hosted Thanksgiving for the Nations, a very, very well-attended, fun community festival. And we had a little bit of a safety concern at Wilson Landing Park. From sitting here all day and listening to the definition of county standard of the county public roadways, the entranceway to Wilson Landing Park definitely does not meet county standard and poses a significant safety hazard to motorists and attendees entering and leaving this county park. The roadway, when you pull off into the entrance, that road that goes all the way down to the parking lot is only the width of a single vehicle, even though that's the main thoroughfare where traffic is entering and exiting the property. On numerous occasions, even in this singular visit, I witnessed a large number of conflicts which nearly led to accidents, including with myself, where I was approaching the blind corner, and next thing you know, there's a silver BMW just zooming around the corner and having to go off the road to avoid running right into me. So I ask that Leisure Services and any appropriate public works agencies in the county investigate this shortcoming in the design of the park and be able to remedy it for the safety of all the members of our community who will be attending it in the future.
Mr. Dredge, will you get with him, please, and get with Mr. Dredge and see if we can get your concerns addressed. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Andre. And Ms. Shaddix, you haven't been waiting around all day, but you've talked 100 times. That's what I'm saying. You haven't been waiting around all day. Go ahead, your turn.
Okay, I got a bunch of stuff for y'all. Hold on.
There should be 6 or 7 copies of everything.
Yes, Ms. Shaddix. I'm going to start in 3 minutes.
Okay, Katrina Shaddix, what is my address? 1133 Covington Street, Oviedo, Florida, 32765. First of all, thank you for passing the plastic ordinance. Commissioners Hurt and Lockhart, I've included, it's a very nice packet about, I know you didn't want it to pass, but there's some really heartwarming things that will be accomplished by passing this, and you'll see the imperiled wildlife. Most recently, there is it's in the back of the pack, there's an egret that he's in Winter Garden. This was October 31st, and he has a McDonald's cup top stuck around his neck. FWC's been trying to catch him, they can't. He will most likely starve to death. But anyway, it's passed, it's done and over with, but y'all can look at that and maybe one day feel good about what happened. So thank y'all for passing that. Second of all, there is, I know I've asked y'all to ban the spraying of deadly pesticides in our lakes and on our lands. I understand that chemical companies may have some kind of influence over the county commission that might make y'all a little intimidated. So if you didn't want to do the ban, there are a lot of these signs going around, and what's happening is the Monsanto pesticide, the deadly pesticide Roundup, is getting sprayed all along the fence lines. These are where gopher tortoises live, and they're dying. So if we're not going to pass a ban and not going to stop spraying, at least put these signs up for the contractors that are doing the spraying. It's a simple solution that saves wildlife. And then the last issue is that I would be asking that y'all enter a GPA with UCF, Orange County, and DOT to address the issue of wildlife being killed on McCulloch Road. And I have emailed Seminole County and Orange County about this. In your packet, you'll see the dead deer. You'll see the people complaining on Facebook about the slaughtering of wildlife on McCulloch. And we've been talking, one time, soon it's going to happen to a person. Well, it happened to a person. Saturday night, a 20-year-old young lady stopped her car to look at a deer that had been hit by a car, and she got hit and killed. So I might get a little emotional. That could have been my son. That could have been any one of us that cares about a deer that was hit in the road. And if y'all could work together to do the wildlife fencing along McCulloch and build a pedestrian bridge that pedestrians and wildlife can use to cross this deadly road. I was there the other day. I saw a guy crossing the road from UCF going to Publix. He almost got hit 5 times that I was sitting there, and that was in the middle of the day. And I just think now that a young lady has been killed for checking on a deer that was hit by a car, that maybe y'all could do something to prevent that tragedy from ever happening again. And I think it would be really good PR if we had a wonderful pedestrian and wildlife bridge on McCulloch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katrina. That concludes the public comment. We are now going to District Commissioner reports, and we're going to go to District 5.
I had mine before. I do just have to call something out that's a little bit funny. So I am super, super conscientious about the weight of the paper that I use. So you got to use skinnier paper. This is like 24 pounds.
I paid 10 times as much for it to be 100% recycled.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
I'm just saying. All right, so I'm going to be super, super short about this. The first thing, I was asked by Andrew Van Gale to, no, I think I put lipstick on it, to hand over a check for $500,000 to the county from Scopus. So there, pass that down.
Thank you. Hey, fantastic.
Yep, I wanted to call out that we have, I don't know if you all see the OBJ, but Allison Thal was highlighted in here, so I brought it in. She was quite a clever girl. It was pretty cool. You can pass it around if you want it, but I would love for that to get to Allison. Rom did hire the executive director. She did sign the contract, and she is actively working. And the final item that I will report is that I did attend a National Guard departure ceremony on the 3rd of November, and we have 267 people that have been activated and will be serving in the Middle East in Operation Spartan Shield. And they're from Leesburg and Sanford, and I wish them Godspeed.
Amen to that.
Next, Commissioner, District 2.
Thank you. I attended a blind experience at the Orlando City Hall. That was quite the experience to be blindfolded and walk across Orange Avenue at South Street. I would highly recommend it for any elected official to do that. Really gives you a pure sense of what those folks that have, sight impairments deal with, even making matters worse. If they are hearing impaired as well, they have an additional struggle because the audible devices for the crossing cannot be heard. So it's something that I think all of us would enjoy at least undertaking at one time. Of course, we had the Kids House Gala that was well attended. This past weekend it was very cold and of course wet, which was unexpected. Note, Judge Sylvan Joseph Davis passed away. Our prayers to his family. He was the individual who actually argued the Heathrow and International Parkway zoning before this commission many, many years ago, before Heathrow ever and the International Parkway ever occurred. Next area is the airport. Airport is still on track for improvements over 2020, but we are not back to the 2019 pre-pandemic numbers yet. Outside of that, they're making some changes to some of their leases and making room, I suspect, in anticipation of Ms. Guillet's arrival, to help assist with some of the land use and commercial entities out there. Also wanted to bring to your attention, I brought earlier today, I'm not going to go into detail, if we have the opportunity to review the Advent Health partnership that has just come out with the Sheriff's Office, so we all understand, since we've talked about giving ARPA money there and what that means. There is going to be a request to find some accommodations for this, so if possible, staff could give us some kind of information on buildings that may be needed. There may be room in 5 Points, maybe as things get moved, just put that on the radar. Also got a call from some residents in Alaqua, and just for informational purposes, I spoke with staff on this. It was amazing to me. I know we're preempted on the arbor and what we can and cannot dictate, but I think the number is 152 trees, oak trees, that are going to be taken out by the HOA. I asked staff to look at that because that seemed like a lot based on the development order that was originally in place. We're preempted by the state under the new guidelines. So I don't know if there's something we can look at in the future. I think some of the issue is it's impacting infrastructure there, which I understand, and that's fine. If you got to take the trees out, we cannot dictate anything else be replanted. Likewise, a simple letter from an arborist stating that the tree must be taken out is all that's required. So just to put that on everybody's radar, I know we've been talking a lot about trees. We heard it again today. Everybody's trees are near and dear. So just putting that on the radar of what we may be expecting to hear from residents with the preemption of the state that we can't do anything, including charging a permit or anything else. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Did you say Alaqua?
Alaqua Lakes, yes.
Alaqua Lakes.
Yes. I've got the document somewhere.
Commissioner
Be helpful to
Lockhart,
have- If you would share whatever you have, that would be great.
Yeah, let's see.
Commissioner Lockhart, District 4.
So at 9:45, the only thing I have to say is I'm sorry to the women of the Central Florida chapter of the National Association of Women in Construction, where I was supposed to be tonight speaking with them.
Done?
That's all I have to say at 9:45 at night, yeah.
Commissioner DeLore.
That's late plans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this quick as well. I'd like to congratulate Mark DeCharles. His intent has obtained his certification for CPP designation in the NIGP for procurement. He's among the fine professionals that earned this designation. He's also just finished his one-year anniversary with purchasing and contracting manager here in Seminole County, so congratulations. It's amazing how fast 1 year goes by. Also want to tell everyone that some big exciting news is going to be happening on I-4 south of Orlando. There's going to be an express lane that DOT is moving forward, and it's going to be an express lane from Kirkman all the way past down to what do you call it, 536. And there's going to be also some ramp improvements at the beach line, as well as Poplar Island Road at the 535 interchange. The state, with DOT D5, has been using a lot of money that's coming down from the feds. Here in Seminole County, there's going to be some improvements on some ramps. One's going to be on 46A, and the other one's going to be on 1792 on I-4. A total dollar figure in Seminole County, going to be spending somewhere around $8.5 million, I believe. Once I get additional information, I'll let you know. Then the other thing I want to say, and I'm not going to say goodbye to the county manager, Nicole. I'm going to say until we meet again. It's been a pleasure. End of my report.
Thank you very much, and we all know that there's been a number of charity events and galas and balls, and so I'm not going to go into any of that except to congratulate all of them for their fine work and raising money. I did want to tell you that yesterday I was at the American Public Transportation Association, or Public Transportation Association, and I got you all from Proterra electric buses. So each one of you can have one, bring it on down, you can play with it. I didn't want to give it to you earlier because I know we would all be playing with it out there.
Oh, you're giving us just a model. Okay.
I'm giving you just a model, but I will tell you that that is, right now, Lynx is using those buses, and it's going to go to the airport. And all you have to do is rub, like the old days, rub it, and it'll go on its own, you know, if you just, on the
This is
bottom.
going to go to the airport.
No, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But there was other opportunities that there was a lot of electric buses, and I tell you that was...
Which route are they going to use it on?
Yeah.
Which route are they going to use?
From the airport, straight from the airport, from downtown.
Yeah, he's right. Good thing we didn't get these earlier.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was figuring you all would be playing it and racing them and everything. Okay, let me move on. Also, I would just tell you that on Monday, the Sanford Riverwalk opening event, and they have asked for the chairman to speak, so I've asked Commissioner Delory to do that at 10 o'clock. Also, Veterans Day, Sanford is going to read a resolution, and I know the commissioner, I heard Commissioner Herr could not do that, Commissioner Delory can't do it, I can't do it. Does either one of you would like to do it?
On which day?
On
Tuesday?
Yeah, no, on Veterans Day, Thursday.
I think I can pull that.
To read the resolution that we passed today. And what time was that
Yes.
going to be? Does anybody know? I believe that's going to be, I believe that's going to be...
I can handle it if the board desires.
Okay. I think it's 11 o'clock or a little bit earlier than 11 o'clock. It's right over here. And Ashley...
Same place it always is?
Yes, and Ashley Moore can give you all the details and get the resolution ready for you. And
Sure.
if not, Mr. Burford will be there.
Sure.
So if you can't do it, Mr. Burford will be there, but you know, we now know that Commissioner Zimbauer is going to do it. And I just wanted to ask, because this is our thing and we're leaving and you know, I'm going to miss you. But I also want to know about the search and what's happening with the county attorney's office. Give us a brief information on that.
Yes, the RFP for the executive search firms for county manager went out on Friday, October 29th, and proposals are due November 17th.
Okay. And I also wanted to remind you that we've got the annual ethics training at 9 a.m. Is it 9 a.m.?
Yes.
He's moving it a little bit later this year, instead of 8 a.m., 9 a.m. for the annual ethics training. And
what's the date?
December 7th. And that was something that was sent out to all of us. I got it like everybody else, but I just wanted to remind us all. And because this is our last meeting before Thanksgiving, I wanted to wish all of you a happy Thanksgiving. I did want to tell you, Mr. Zimbauer, that Joe Davis was the first city attorney when I first got there back in 1978. And he was a great guy. Did you have your hand raised, Andrea?
The calendar invite from Brian Applegate still says 8 o'clock on the 7th, so just...
Don't look at me.
I know, I'm looking at her. We'll get that.
My calendar says 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I thought it was 8 when I saw 9 o'clock. I said somebody must have made a mistake. So it's probably 8 o'clock. If we get there a little bit early, I'm sure that nobody's going to have a complaint.
Nice try, Commissioner.
Yeah, I know. I was trying. No, all kidding aside. And that's what I wanted to say. You all have given me, I hope, in jest, a lot of barbs over the last year. I've tried to take them with humor, but mostly I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity over the last year. I wanted to just find hopefully that we could work together and, more importantly, be fair to all of them, all of you. And I hope you've done that, and I wish Commissioner Delory all the best of luck. You're going to need it. And with that, is there anything else for the good of the order? Seeing none, meeting is adjourned.